Minute warning, the countdown has begun. You are just moments away from 70 seconds of none. You got just 5 minutes, looking for the samurai strikes. Jared steps in, turning dark into light. Philosophical combat with the tongue you can't contain. Slices through deception like a freight train to the brain. He saw the sun circle, there was no mistake. And dark truths are there for you to take. Stay ignorant, keep believing his tall tales, but the true story runs much deeper than conspiracy sales. He was blind, but his mind got stretched like space. Now he rides with the truth at a different pace. Ain't no shame in the growth, evolution's a must. He traded delusion for knowledge and trust. Always honest and sometimes right. Welcome to the home of the Mr. Friday Night. Friday Unplugged, don't sit too close or you'll get wet. You may think you have a choice, you don't. Bet you want truth, then buckle up tight. Ain't no fairy tales here, just real insight. Changing your mind with new info is required. Not worth crying over ideas that expired. Jared breaks the mold, no fold, bold soldier. Questions unfold, answers colder than that shoulder. Used to be flat, now his vision's in 3D. Used to say flatter till he realized it can't be. Unplugged, unfiltered, what you get's never bland. Truth in his hand, wisdom so grand. Chasing mysteries, disproven histories, no scam. Be behind the curtain, he's the man with the plan. Jared's the best, no second guessing or contest. Clever and bold, truth bulletproof vest. He heals from the best coast, of course that's the West. Giving knowledge to the people, yeah, he's the blessed. Break the chains, expand your lanes, thoughts rain. Mind unbuckled, never shackled with the mundane. Paper on the way, never led by the vein. Jared stays real, never plays the fame game. He's past the 10 mark, he's broke the mold. Unseen truths, ancient secrets unfold. Peering through the dark, he stands firm and controlled. A storyteller bridging time, both new and old. Unmasking lies, clearing skies for new eyes. Guts and grit, no disguise, breaking ties. Leaves conventional wisdom to be revised. Seek and conquer, always real and wise. He regrets being fooled, but not afraid to own his past. He left fire behind, yeah, he logged out fast. If you want to stay behind and believe in the lies, just keep thinking, you can't get the shape from looking in the skies.
Yeah, Friday night, the vibe just right. Always honest, sometimes write my plight. Weekend here, the hustle unwind. Kick back, chillax, leave the grind behind. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. Honey in my tea, rhythm in my veins. Weekend remedy for weekday strains. Lyrics lace the night, moon spotlight. Unplugged symphony till the daylight. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow. Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow. Honey in my tea, rhythm in my veins. Weekend remedy for weekday strains. Lyrics lace the night, moon spotlight. Unplugged symphony till the daylight. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life.
Welcome everybody to another Friday Jeranism, unplugged, unfiltered, uncensored, and the sign is plugged in. Well, you know, that's just part of the lore of the show. Welcome everybody. Hope you are having a fantastic Friday. It is episode number 9. It is the 7th of March, and it is 2025. We've got predicting the future of the Flat Earth movement. I will be going through some Nostradamus-esque predictions for the next 25 years. I will put you up to 2050, and you'll be able to know exactly where the Flat Earth is, where it resides. Let's check in with the chat, see how everybody's doing. Hello to everybody there. We got Vento. Please, Jaron, stop derping about space and look into how they actually figured things out. Thank you very much, Vento. Appreciate it. Vento knows all things, by the way. Vento is the one who knows all things. I don't know what derping about space means. You mean because the moon thing looks fake? It's not my fault. Not my fault. Anybody who claims it doesn't look fake is just a cuck. Sorry. Just the way it works. You can say it's real because you have some sort of facts or something, but as far as what it looks like, it looks very, 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 very fake. Okay? Very, very, very fake. And that's just being honest, and some people have trouble doing that, but not myself. Not myself. Let's see here. We've got Sanchez is a jerk pulling it and dumping on. I don't know what that means. I don't mean. So here's the thing. Number one thing you should do right now, guys, is remember this fact of life. Never care about criticism from somebody you wouldn't take advice from. Okay? So when somebody's criticizing you, like whoever, name it, Nachiketa, Zetetic Warrior, I mean, these people are retards. Okay? So it doesn't bother me in the least. You think I would ever go to one of them and be like, can I have your advice on this thing? Never. So you don't take criticism from those people because they spend hours and hours on their show talking about me. How funny is that? I think it's hilarious. I think Jake yesterday spent about 3 hours on me, or 4 hours. I didn't watch any of it, but that's what I heard. And why would I watch that? Why would I watch any of that? It's garbage. It is total garbage. I was gonna try and find. Now I lost it. Where is my errors? We'll bring this up real quick so you can see how people act in life and how you should not act. And you know, this is what happens if you want to stay with the flat Earth. You want to remain there. You know, who would ever take that away from you? We did a 5-hour, very exciting Speaker's Corner yesterday. Just show this real quick, so you can see what kind of winter we've got over here in the flat Earth. Let's see. All right, let's go with oh, it's Flat Earth Asshole. What do you know? Flat Earth Asshole, let me just have you be really careful here. You say anything that I don't like, you're going to be dumped because I don't like you, period. But I will start out before your time starts by telling you that I do apologize. You did tell me that the Earth was, or that the sun set right to left. And because you included other things like the sun doesn't circle and some other things, I just dismissed you completely because you showed cool hard logic, which I hated that guy. And you were using that as evidence. It just made me dismiss you completely. Looking back now, you could have saved me many, many years. But go ahead. Your time has begun. Well, it saved me many years as long as I didn't follow him. Otherwise, you'd be in the same place thinking that field goal posts in football games have magnets in them that attract the ball. Makes a lot of sense.
Well, yeah.
Watch how deranged this person is. By the way, he lives in a closet. He lives in a closet and won't tell anybody where he lives. Why? Because somebody would beat the shit out of him. Okay? Flat Earth Asshole, for the second time now. How many times have I bet you? And you won't ever take it. You cannot go on your show, call my wife a whore, and then refuse to fight me. Do you understand that that's just showing you're a pussy? You hide out in a closet all day. Won't tell anybody where you live. I know where you live. I know where you live in Modesto. I will travel to you. We'll make it very easy. Just accept it. I already tried to bet you twice, and both times you've declined. Loser leaves their channel. Loser deletes the channel. Do you understand how life works? You cannot just be a dirtbag and hang out on your channel and talk shit about people from behind a computer screen. It's the biggest pussy move I've ever seen. So, you name the place, I will meet you in Modesto, and I'll beat the holy hell out of you.
Yet again, another fucking lie, but that's what you are. You are a lying.
Look at the face. I mean, this is a demented, satanic loser. He's 5'6", by the way, and about 150. He probably wears a size 6 shoe, maybe 7. Did I lie?
Fucking scammer and a fucking shill.
How did I lie?
I showed an actual guy pointing a compass
I'm pulling the compass in the 2017. Get over yourself.
at the sun in Tasmania,
Right.
motherfucker. I
Yeah.
didn't show you cool hard logic. I was referencing his video and
Yes.
showing how, oh fuck yeah, this argument.
Anyway, look at this guy. I talk about just losing your mind. So it's a good segue into what exactly you can expect if you remain in the flat earth. This is what you become. This guy was normal. He was funny. He was talented. And he's become garbage. What led him there? The flat earth. The flat earth led him there. So that's what I hope people start to recognize, is that if you remain in flat earth, you are in trouble. Okay? So we're going to get to Friday Unplugged. What does unplugged mean? It means you're unplugging from that matrix. There's lots of different types of matrices, and there's lots of different types of cults. You might want to unplug from one of the cults that you might be in. If you're a flat earther, you truly are in a cult. Okay? So we're going to be talking about the future of flat earth, and let me just tell you that it's looking bleaker than ever. It is a road paved with misery, lost friendships, endless circles of nonsense, and absolutely, and make this point, write this down, absolutely zero contribution to humanity. You are a sore on humanity's ass. You are the hemorrhoid on the asshole of humanity. Think about it. Where has flat earth gotten anyone? What has it built? What has it proven? Nothing. It's useless. It's a hamster wheel of bad arguments, recycled lies, echo chambers, and a community that eats its own the second that you think for yourself. People who once called me a friend are gone. People who preached truth-seeking but couldn't handle a single challenge to their belief system have been exposed. This movement is not growing despite what Flat Earth Dave and these other assholes will tell you. It's rotting. And the few of you that are still remaining in there are going to be stuck for life if you don't wake up. You're going to be broke, bitter, and screaming nonsense into the void about water lying flat, and we measure the earth flat. So tonight, let's talk about what happens next if you continue down that path. And I don't think it's a very good one, because when you have fatally faulty beliefs, where does it get you? Okay? And these beliefs, where do they come from? How do they spread? And most importantly, exactly what do they contribute to humanity? Because the truth is that beliefs don't make reality. It doesn't matter what your beliefs are. Okay? Reality is what makes reality. But if you latch onto a faulty belief, it'll take you nowhere. It will do nothing. Or worse, you'll go backward. How do I know? I fucking lived it, homie. I spent years defending a belief that fell apart the second that I put it to the test. And what did I get in return? Lost friends, wasted time, and a whole lot of people proving they care more about their belief than they do the truth. That's not me. Never has been, never will be. But it isn't just about flat earth. It's about all faulty beliefs that you might have. You could have faulty political beliefs, religious beliefs. You could be a science denier from top to bottom. Whatever it is, if you're clinging to that idea that can't hold up under the pressure of scrutiny, then you're not awake, you're not a truther, you are trapped. Bad beliefs destroy friendships. They have people turn on you, obviously. Bad beliefs keep you broke. You spend all your time chasing ghosts instead of making any money. Bad beliefs waste your life. Instead of building something real, you argue in circles, getting nowhere. Bad beliefs kill progress. Okay, the world is moving forward. And the flat earth is stuck defending a dead-end idea. At the end of the day, you got to ask yourself something. Do I want to be right or do I want to be real? Because reality doesn't care what you believe in. It just is. So if you're holding on to something that isn't working, you need to drop it, test it, challenge it, and then move on, evolve. or you can stay stuck in this rotten movement that has turned people like Shelley. What's her last name? I don't remember. Nina, whatever her name is. I don't know these people's names. Nina from, I don't know. I don't remember her last name. She's on Telegram, has a big old group there, has a lot of people that follow her. All these people are lost in the sauce. They've lost the plot. So we're going to talk a lot about that today. We've got, let's see here. I wanted to show you some links where you can know where to find me, make it easy on you. t.me/Jeranism is the best way to reach me personally. I do get back to those people. It might take me a day or two, but I do get back to you. And VIPs get priority, obviously. T.me/Durance is my place to rant about my thoughts and opinions and get in trouble and piss people off. It's kind of fun. T.me/Jeranism links is where I place the links for the shows. So during this show, if I show you a link, I'll post it there so that you can find everything that I talk about. T.me/Jeranism show is the notification channel. You can make sure you keep that notification on. You would have got notified today about a half hour before the show. And T.me/Jeranism chat is an anything goes kind of mostly Globers and a bunch of arguing and crying and name calling and Jew hating. It's kind of fun. And wap.com/Jeranism is the VIP location. You can get a VIP spot, get access to all my videos and also the MP3s. So all the MP3s of all my shows are uploaded there. You can listen to them like a podcast. There's private chats there, a singles chat, health and fitness chat, the crypto chat. We have crypto class tonight. So we do crypto class first Friday of every month. And we do hangouts with the VIPs the first and third Saturday of every month. And we usually have a special or a person, a guest from the community that comes by and joins us, but I have no more friends. So lately it's been a little bit rougher to get those people, to get people here. No, but we had, who did we have last week? We had Dan the Waterman joined us last week. So I think Nick Havoc will be soon. I know Alex Stein's coming back soon. So we do have some people lined up for the good VIPs. So that's that for you. All the way, by the way, if you want to check out these hoodies, they are available at tinyurl.com/shopism. We are enjoying kind of the play on words here. We are the WWF. We are the new WWF. I am the WWF champion. Okay? Let me just tell you, you get in the ring with me, you're going to limp out of the ring. Barely. You might need a stretcher. So We Were Flat is the new WWF federation. And we have a lot of room. We have room for Intercontinental champions, tag team champions, women's champion. We don't have a women's champion yet. So come on by and let's remind people that we were flat, but we woke up. We are no longer the drudge, the sludge of society. We're just not. And across the bottom, you've got all the ways you can support the show, which would be very helpful. Obviously, my flip has not done good for the pocketbook, but it's all right. I dropped off some of my resumes. I already did one, and they never called me back, so that was a good start. Good start, but dropped off a few more this week, so we shall see. Jeranism VIP Club, you can join that by going to wap.com/Jeranism. You can support at Ko-fi, ko-fi.com/Jeranism. How about buying me a coffee at bmc.link/Jeranism, or you can cash at me, $Jeranism, and that would be fantastic. So that's that for you. So let's look at the lineup for today. Do we have this ready to go? I believe, maybe not. Let me see if this will work. Hold on one second. We got to get this here and fix this. So that's done. That's done. That's done. All right. All my little things are out of order. Let me just fix this. So that one's fine. How many does that one have? Just all of them. Once again, I've got a little sheet to show you, but oh, good, those are in order. Oh, how'd that happen by accident? That was weird. Okay, so let's move this over here. And we'll be here and bring that up. Okay. And my logo is blocking the words on the screen, but that's right. Okay, so let's talk about, weird, I don't know why that's doing that either. Okay, anyway, let's talk about predicting the future of the Flat Earth movement. And I'll go through. We're going to look at each year and see what I think is coming for everybody. And then we're going to look at some examples of what I talked about. But what we should start with, as always, is reminding you what show this is. It's right there on the behind my shoulder. This is Jeranism Unplugged. It's Friday. And Friday's the best day, by the way, because the show is on and because I'm Mr. Friday Night. And you love me. Even if you are a flat earther, you just don't know it yet. One day you're going to look back and go, damn it, Jaron was honest the whole time. and I believe Stephen Elizo, and I believe Nathan Thompson, and I believe Dave Weiss. These guys who just lie to you like it's easy. They're not truthers. And again, I still laugh at the fact that why is it that when you become a truther, you never know the truth? Everything becomes a lie. And that's the truth? Just denying every bit of evidence that comes in that, you know, goes against your worldview, goes against your belief system. Guys, that just locks you in. And that is not how you unplug. How do you unplug? You watch this show. Fridays, 3 p.m. Pacific. Do it and do it well. And be here with me every single Friday. It's time for the #1 show on YouTube on Fridays at 3 p.m. Pacific. It is Jeranism Friday Unplugged. Let's go!
F you to the stress, to the grind, F you to the haters. Every time F you to the drama, to the hype, F you to the mainstream, pushing lies. Unplugged from the matrix. It's Friday night, unplugged with Mr. Honest and sometimes right. F you to the left, to the right, and F you to the elite parasite. F you to the noise, F you to the fakes, F you to all you weak snowflakes. Friday unplugged, unfiltered and real. Are you offended? How you feel? F you to the sleep, F you to the woke, to the trolls in the chat, you're an effing joke. F you to the sleep, F you to the woke, to the trolls in the chat, you're an effing joke. This ain't a trap house, but your mind's getting drugged. Type of Jeranism Friday Unplugged. This ain't a trap house, but your mind's getting drugged. Type of Jeranism Friday Unplugged.
Buckle your seatbelts. Keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times. Or else you never know who's out there who might be looking to take a bite. You could have crazy people around you. You could have Jake, the asshole, creeping up on you from... Well, he doesn't leave the house, so I guess that's not really true. That's probably not going to happen. But yes, Jake, let's meet somewhere in Modesto, and let's settle it since you obviously have such a problem with myself and my wife, but you hide in a closet like a little bitch. So just remember to...
Shut up, baby dick.
That's all I got to say about that. All right, let's start with the predicting of the future of the Flat Earth movement, and let's get to... Can I still do that? It's not going to be as easy as I thought to change that graphic, is it? No. Okay. Not going to be able to do that. All right. Let me think how I'm going to do this. So we'll just go to this without... You don't need to see my pretty face. It's going to be easier if I do it this way. All right. Because I can't change the graphic. I have to go back and forth between screens. I need to learn how to do that. All right. So we've got predicting the future of the Flat Earth movement to an accuracy of 100%. How the hell is Jaren going to predict the future to 100%? How can somebody claim to be able to predict the future with such accuracy? Well, I'll show you. I shall show you. Let's go to 2025. What will happen in 2025 for the Flat Earth? Let me explain to you. You will provide nothing to humanity. Nothing. Zero. Absolutely nothing. You will continue losing friends and family. 100%. You will not gain friends and family. You will make less money. You will be less worth to society. You will believe more lies. You will trust more liars. And you will reject more evidence. Will Whitsitt win a debate? Sure. Will Allen do a nice prezi? Of course. Will St. Pierre do a nice debate against somebody and destroy them? Yes. So then what will that bring for 2026? It's a question you have to ask yourself. Well, in 2026, you will provide absolutely nothing to humanity. You will continue to lose more friends. You will make less money. You'll believe lies. You'll trust liars. And you will reject even more evidence. Alex Jones, is that true?
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. Just making sure.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I just wanted to make sure. That's all. Thank you. It's nice of you. Very kind of you. So that's what you have on deck for 2026. Now, what you also will do is hurt children. Okay? You will also hurt children, and you will continue to be basically an anchor to humanity. We were wrong. Face it. The flat earth depended upon the South being a lie, and it's not a lie. So if it's not a lie, then what does that mean it is? Well, it means it's the opposite of the North. If it's the opposite of the North, what's that mean? It means the earth is a ball. Okay? We thought the earth was flat.
Way wrong answer.
It wasn't right at all. How about 2027? Let's look at that. Maybe things will start turning around then. Well, in 2027, you will provide nothing to humanity. You will continue losing friends. You will continue losing family. You'll probably lose a husband or wife. You'll make less money. Probably lose a job. And you'll believe more lies and more liars, like Stephen Eliso, who basically went on a debate with Will Duffy and just admitted to lying about everything. Well, I'm not a pilot. I'm not a PhD. I'm not. My school is fake. I mean, the guy is a scammer, bigger than Nathan Oakley. You heard me right. Bigger than Nathan Oakley, which I didn't even think was possible. But it is. Okay? That's what you'll do. And you will continue to reject evidence because you don't have the ability to properly accept when things go against your worldview. There is times where you believe something, you see evidence, it contradicts that belief, and then you're supposed to change the belief. Imagine if everybody was flat Earth. Imagine the whole world turned flat Earth tomorrow. What would flat Earth be? President David Weiss? Not giving a shit about people's data? Lying profusely? Throwing people under the bus that were friends for 10 years? Then they say, hey, I think the Earth's a sphere. Oh, he took money. He's been paid off. Whatever I got to do to save my app, I make money off this. I need this. It's crazy.
Do you realize that this is a big problem?
They don't, Dr. Phil. I don't know why, but they don't do it. So let's go to 2028 through 2050 because maybe things change there. That's when things turn up. No, you will continue to provide nothing to humanity. You'll lose friends. You'll lose family. You'll make less money. You'll probably die. You'll believe more lies. You'll trust more liars. You'll reject even more evidence and continue to harm children. There's nothing good that is coming from this. Don't get me wrong. I used to think there was. I used to think some ideal that, the world would change. Everybody would change once they realized that the Earth is flat and it's not a ball. We're not flying through space. And then I went and checked my beliefs and saw that they were completely and totally wrong. Totally wrong. And I thought that, if I come back and I explain this, that people would realize it. They would see how obvious it is how wrong we are. Instead, they did what I should have known was coming. What does Flat Earth do when they're presented with information that goes against their current held beliefs? They make excuses, they move the goalposts, they lie, and they say it doesn't matter. That is it. That is all Flat Earth is good for. And so for those of you who watch it still, think back and think to yourself, what have I done in 10 years? I've been on a hamster wheel, running my ass off, and then I get off the hamster wheel and I didn't move anywhere. We didn't do anything. I wasted 10 years of my life. I thought I was doing something good for humanity. But if I would have listened to humanity, then I would have done a lot better for myself. Could have gotten out of this a lot faster. So you got Jake the asshole who's basically saying, hey, I told you 7 years ago, and you cost me subs. He should have no subs because he figured this out 7 years ago, but he's still a flat earther, but doesn't have a map, doesn't have a model, doesn't have anything. They lie. They take Shane's model and they do the whole placing things on a flat map and then claiming that we predicted things. It's the dumbest, most thievery, most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Stephen Alonso saying that all flat models predict the 24-hour sun. Disgusting. Filthy. Gross. Stop being a liar. Get out of the community. Since this is already wrong, imagine my view looking in. Now knowing that the flat earth is incorrect and vastly incorrect and 100% false and it will never be flat, ever. Then I look at it and I'm like, okay, people will figure it out, right? Well, not if they believe liars, and there's liars at the top that continue lying to them. Stephen Eliso.
You stupid idiot!
You are retarded. Get out of lying to people. Whatever business you're in that you think it's okay to lie to people, steal the people's merchandise, be a dirtball, constantly. Pretend to be a pilot. Write a book saying the flat Earth is flat, and I know because I'm a pilot, but you're not a pilot. Write a book saying men can get pregnant, but I don't even need to get into that. Write a book claiming to be a PhD. Can you imagine getting your PhD from that guy? I think I'd rather, I don't know, somebody could shit in a bag and hand it to me. I'd probably rather have that. Could probably use it as compost or something. I mean, there's got to be some use to it. Can't really think of what that would be right now, but I would take that over a PhD from Stephen Eliso. So goddamn much can't see straight, which I think is how it goes. Something like that. This community has disgusted me through and through. They don't care how they lie. Has what's his name come out with this video yet? Steven or you know what's Spacebusters, right? Is that his name? Yes. Steve Falconer wrote me a big long thing. There's a whole bunch of crap. I don't think he's come out with it. Nope, still not yet. He's got some support. Supposedly his magnum opus. It's this 2-hour great documentary. He's going to bury all my claims that I make on Telegram. They're so ridiculous. And he sent me an image of one of the claims he's going to be debunking. Let me see if I can bring it up just so you don't. No, I'm not making this up. This is what this guy sent me. It's like, okay, good luck with that one. And he's like, well, you're already debunking. You haven't even seen it yet. I said, yeah, you sent me a screenshot of something, so I'm just telling you why that's wrong. Can't wait to see your 2-hour nonsense. It's going to be good. But Steve is somebody that I enjoyed. Thought he was a friend. But again, when you believe liars who tell you faulty timelines, things like that, how are you going to ever have the correct information? It's what happens when you have faulty beliefs. Faulty beliefs lead to incorrect decisions and choices. Let me see how hello? Let me bring this up. Why not? There we go. All right. So, I'll show you this. Can you see this over here? Nope. Nope. There you go. All right. So this is the image he sent me. This is from one of my Telegram posts, and I'll go ahead and read it because I stand behind it, and I'll show you right now why it's 100% true. And this guy's like, it's my magnum opus. It's the greatest film you've ever seen. It's going to destroy all your claims. So he sends me this. Remember, he sent me this. And I said, okay, another fun one for you. This is from Telegram on my Jeranism group. Another fun one for you to work out. I would love an explanation and not just name calling. I won't be calling anyone any names here, simply stating facts. So I would like someone to explain how this would be possible on a flat Earth. You can use the following site to do what I did, and at the end of this post, I will list the only possible explanations. Found evidence today that cannot be explained in my mind unless we live where we have been told. I was playing with the Andrew Marsh globe model, and I found something that I am not sure flat Earth can ever explain. So all will agree that there are latitude lines on Earth, 90 degrees at the North Pole, then heading down 68 degrees at the North Circle, maybe 40 degrees at New York, 25 degrees in Miami, and 0 at the equator. 20 degrees in mid-South America, 50 degrees at Punta Arenas, 66 at the Southern Circle, 79 at Union Glacier, and 90 degrees at the South Pole. What I realized is that if you move the latitude around the globe, the daylight hours never change. More impressive is that they all, without exception, match exactly their counterpart. So if the daylight hours are 15 hours in New York, then every single place on that latitude, all the way around the Earth, is the exact same daylight on that day. That might work on a flat Earth map. However, the following is where the flat Earth loses all hope. If we go 6 months later, and it doesn't matter the date, either 6 months ahead or 6 months behind, and the opposite latitude has the exact same daylight hours. This works for every single location, for every single day of every single year, without exception. I've been doing it for the past couple hours, and it's pretty damn conclusive. I'm not sure how this could ever be possible if the North and South aren't complete polar opposites. It cannot work with an extended South. The daylight hours would need to be different. It shows congruity between the North and the South, and could never be the same on any shape unless the North is opposite the South, which works only on a sphere. And still, the globe predicts every single sunrise and sunset of every place of every year, and flat Earth has never accounted for one sunrise on any location on any day of any year. God would not deceive the world by showing us that the Earth matches a globe model. And that's what you need to know. You don't need any help, guys. You don't need authority. I think that a lot of this problem starts from people thinking that all truth must come from authority. It does not. There's no authority that told me what I saw in Punta Arenas, in Antarctica. Didn't need an authority. I don't need a textbook. I don't need a scientist. I don't need anything. I don't need lines drawn on a globe. I don't need any of that. Don't need GPS. Nothing. You can do it all yourself. It's not even hard. So, I mean, I don't know what is he highlighting here? What are you going to disprove? What are you going to show? So if you go to and so this is magnum opus, man. He's so upset at me. He's like, oh, he calling me retard and stuff. It's hilarious. Good stuff. Friendly, very friendly. Let's bring this over here. Okay. And again, just to show you what I was talking about, we'll just bring this latitude line anywhere we want. Okay, well, that's longitude, but we're going to go this way and move it along this latitude. And so if you notice here, it says 12. Well, let's go to a date over here somewhere. Okay. November. Notice up here, it's 11 hours and 5 minutes. So hold on, make sure you can see this. I always forget. Yeah, you can. If we move that latitude line now, okay, look at the daylight hours. Oops, you can't see. 1 second. Fix that for you. And maybe there. Yeah, it's a little too large. That's what she said. Maybe there. Maybe there. Okay, let's bring this back up. There. Now you can see the daylight hours over there. We got daylight hours of 11:05, and we are moving the circle this way. Okay, and you'll notice that. Look at all the daylight hours. 11:05. Note. Okay, and if we move to a different latitude, doesn't matter where you go. We'll go way down here. We now see it's 1322. Move this around again, and it's 1322. That is not possible. Okay, it's just not possible. Then you've got taking from the North Pole. Whoops. There's my latitude here. And I think this is incredible. You see we're down here. Oh, you can't really see. We're at the South Pole down there. And you'll notice that the daylight hours are 24. And if we move up this, oops, I'll go there. Move up this line, you'll notice that look at the hours as they reduce. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, all the way till you get to 0 at the other pole. 6 months later, change the clock now to June 21st. I think 21st. There. And then do the same thing. Bring this down. We've got now, oops, I keep doing that. At 90, we've got 24 hours of daylight, and we move it down, and we get 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, and all the way down to 0. So the North is the opposite of the South. All the people who think that there's a possibility that I don't understand how they can't understand that the Earth is mapped on a globe. It cannot be anything else, or else it wouldn't match observations. Okay, it just can't be. Now, if the Earth wasn't matching observations, meaning some people went to SunCalc and they say, hey, it doesn't match here. Oh, it doesn't match here. Oh, it doesn't match all in the South. And then then we got a lot of problems, which is what many of us thought. And when it turned out to be not true, some of us, very few of us, said, oh, my belief's wrong. It's time to change my belief. The vast majority of you have dug your feet in, called me names, called me a shill, said I've gotten paid, all these things that just make no sense. And that's your answer to these questions. Rather than face the facts and refute what I'm saying, you would rather just immediately push me under the bus, push Robbie under the bus, Patricia under the bus. Oh, we always knew. I knew from the beginning that you were a shill. I knew from the very start. I knew 10 years ago. Of course you did. Of course you did. You're so smart. Okay, but there's nowhere that you can go on the globe that doesn't match observations. Okay, so if we bring this up here, let me get this. So what I mean is when we went down to Union Glacier and we were at 79 negative latitude, yeah, 79, that was good. And longitude, we were about at 81, I think, something like that. Let's go 81. Okay, so there's us in Union Glacier. Okay, and when you look at the date that we were there, which would be December 14th, okay, you'll notice that the sun is doing exactly what we saw it do. Okay, so if you can kind of see the angle there, I'm trying to make you see. So you see this orange circle here? That's the sun. And as we watch the sun, time. As the sun went around, you'll notice that it went Remember, lowest in the south, highest in the north. Okay? We're going to remember that because we're going to see some people make some stupid claims in a bit about this very subject. Okay? So you'll see when the sun is north, highest in the sky. South, lowest in the sky. And as it comes around here, stop clicking that button. Okay, now watch the sun as it comes around, and now it's over here. Okay, and this is where, figure Mount Rossman was in this region, looking dead south. And the funny thing was, of course, this is where we saw the sun. We get down here. That's where we saw the sun when we were in Antarctica, looking south. And we called people and said, hey, where's the sun? And they said it's above the people's heads in Australia. Right. Right. But on a flat earth, that doesn't work. Of course, it doesn't work at all. But here's the point, is that they couldn't have taken us anywhere else, like people have said, because the sun has to match this. So if you went to another base, wherever that might be, in Antarctica, it'd be the same thing. And this is what ultimately proved it to me, is kind of thinking about this and saying, all right, if I was a little bit over here, where would the sun be? And you kind of notice what's happening here. That as you're moving around that 79-degree latitude, that the sun is adjusting, and that it's always lowest as it's facing what would be called south. Now, it's a little bit weird because the South Pole is not here. The magnetic pole is out here. So it's a little bit, you have to kind of understand what I'm saying. But that's the South's geographical pole, right? And the South celestial pole is right above it, easily seen from Punta Arenas. Now, when you get, so kind of remember all those people that went to the South Pole originally, Amundsen, Scott, all those guys, you had people on both sides of this continent heading towards the lowest part of the sun. They didn't have a GPS. Okay, the compass isn't going to work if your South Pole is out here. So they went together and they both got to the same spot. Impossible on a flat earth. Okay, so let's go back over here. We're going to rotate this around, go back to the longitude we were at. I just want you to see that this is exactly what we saw. So we were here at negative 81-ish. Okay, there we go. And now we're going to fly back to Punta Arenas. Okay, so we go flying back to South America, and you'll notice, watch the sun. Andrew Marsh, you got to be able to flip this at 360 degrees. I don't know why you have to turn it weird every time. Okay, that's it's hard to see. That's better. So you can see as we're going to fly back, now watch how the sun simply disappears. Oops, not latitude. Here. So watch the sun as it disappears. You loser. Wrong one. Okay, here. So as we go back to Puntas, now watch the sun as it sets behind the earth. You see that? It's just unfolding. It's out above. Here it goes. It's under the earth. Now it's setting for those people there. Now, if we go all the way back to Punta, okay, which is about there. I think we're at 50. Wait, what? What are we at? 53? Doesn't look like it's on land, does it? Oh yeah, it is. I didn't see the land on there. Okay, so there's, you can see it down there a little bit. So when we're down here, all of a sudden, this is exactly what we saw. Identical. And you know that if you went and called anybody on the earth, any friend you have in Japan, China, Bangladesh, Mozambique, Tasmania, doesn't matter where, and ask them to verify whether or not the sun does what this claims it does, they'll tell you yes, it do. As we fly towards home, you see how the sun unfolds itself again until you get to the equator, at which point, oops, sorry. So you get to the equator, and you go north, and it just unfolds the other way. It works perfectly only on a sphere. So remember I said we were at 53 south, and now we're at 53 north. And from 53 north, do you notice that the sun does the same thing? Okay. Now, of course, we have to move this date if we want it to be identical in its, or be opposite. So we go to June 21st. Now you'll see it does the same thing. Now, this is crazy if you can imagine being in the south and watching that. Again, you can look at the daylight hours of 1706, and we know you can take this and move the line here, and it's going to stay at 1706. Okay, no matter where you're at on that latitude line. So, Mr. Steve Falconer thinks he's going to debunk that. I look forward to him failing miserably. Because here's the great thing about being on the side of truth is that you can't be debunked. I mean, you can't prove that wrong. You're not going to be able to prove that the Earth is not a sphere because it is. So you can try. You can bang your heads against walls. You can not understand how things work. I'm going. Who is just texting me nonstop? What's going on? So, one thing I want to show quickly again, and we're going to talk through this, and I'm going to make a short of it because people want to see that. So, we're going to be talking about size matters, despite what your ex-girlfriend or ex-wife told you. It does matter, and it matters a lot. And I don't think that any flat earther understands size. How do I know this? Because they still laugh about the Home Depot. They think it's hilarious. Jaron thinks we live on a Home Depot, or it's so dumb that people can't see the truth when it's being spoken to them clearly. So this is just another instance of that, where we're going to be speaking very clearly to people that are a little bit less than sharp. Okay, they have a hard time getting these things, I guess. I don't know what else to think, but that's what it seems like. It seems like they just can't get it down. They can't figure out what we're saying. Okay? So, oh, you can't see this. My bad. Over here. There we go. Now you see it. All right. Is that zoomed out enough? Okay. So pay close attention here. That I have drawn a sphere of radius 20,903,520. Okay, that is the radius in feet. 3959 times 5280 gives us a sphere with a radius of 20,903,520. So you see as we get in here, there's our 20,903,520, and you just look at how small these things that I've drawn here are. Okay, you can barely see them. You can see the numbers and the words, but you can't really see the things. We're going to zoom way in here. We're going to find that there's a man standing here. And everything is to scale. These are all correctly sized. As we keep zooming in, we notice that there's a man standing next to this Home Depot. There he is. Okay, this guy is 6 foot something, so clearly it's not Jake, or else he'd be about here. So it's not him. It's good. We would be liable for things that he could do to the program in there if we just left him. So we'll pick a different guy. He's 6 foot tall. You'll notice next to him is this here. That's a spa. And the spa would have water that lies flat and level. Next to them is a pool, or a Olympic size swimming pool. Okay. And the Olympic size swimming pool is very flat and very level. Although I did see that this line is not straight. But that's just a position move that I need to do to move that down, but it's a straight line. Okay, and this pool is flat and level, and this is Olympic size. If you want to see how those things compare to some bigger items, you could zoom out a little bit here and pick up on these buildings. Well, there they are, way over there. So that is the Burj Khalifa, which is 20 something, I don't know, 2,800 feet or 2,600 feet, something like that. Shanghai Tower, One World Trade Center, so on and so forth, down to the pyramids. All scaled correctly. Okay, but here's the problem that I don't think anybody realizes. If you build a Home Depot, let's talk about this first one here. You build it with a level, and the level tells you that this Home Depot floor is level. Great. Everywhere they build it level, and they move on, and they're going to build the next one, even though we don't do that. They're putting two Home Depots next to each other for some strange reason, but let's say they do. Do you think that it matters what happened here when you're building this Home Depot? The answer is no. You would take a level, and you would again build this Home Depot level and flat. You move on to the third one. Does it matter what happened on the first two? Of course not. You would just take a level again and build where you're at level. Then you would take, this is a football field of about 330 feet, including end zones. and you would just build it level. You wouldn't take into account what you did at the Home Depot. You'd build another football field level, another football field level, and another one level, and another one level. You'll notice here these blue lines, I put 660 feet. And the reason I use that number is because it's basically half of a mile is a half mile, half of a half mile is a quarter mile, half of a quarter mile is an eighth mile, and an eighth mile is 660 feet. So we're able to get from that it's 1/8 inch of curvature. Okay, so everybody at home, make your fingers out to be an inch. Look at that inch. Now reduce that to 1/8. And it's a slim credit card, maybe 2 credit cards. That is the curvature for 660 feet everywhere on the earth. So these people that think they're going to see water bend or water curve are out of their minds. You think of 660 feet and you're in the ocean. You fell off a boat, you're just, you're stressing, you're in the ocean, 660 feet, you can see off into the distance. There's an 1/8 inch of curvature. Do you think you're going to be able to see that? Never. Okay. And do we ever build anything with a 660-foot piece of rigid something? Maybe it's a piece of, I don't know what. It could be concrete, a piece of, you name it. The answer is no. There's no 660-foot piece of iron that we use for a bridge. There's no 660-foot piece of anything. We build things in pieces. So, do you realize that if you built something in pieces, 660 feet, just the slight curvature of an 1/8 inch alone would just be taken care of simply by the building of the item. There's no need for the person to have anything to do with that. Even if you had a 660-foot long piece of metal iron, if you put that on the earth and the earth is curved at 1/8 inch for that 660 feet, this thing would just curve with it. I know it sounds crazy, but it's an 1/8 inch. I don't think people understand that. For reference, why do I keep doing that? Okay. For reference, this is the tallest tree in the world. Okay. Not too tall. It's only about 380 feet or so. It's going to barely land here if it laid down. Just for reference. Now, if this man that was over there is going to start building the bridge, does he need to know anything that happened before here to build this bridge? No. The same thing is true. 660 feet is 1/8 inch of curve. You would just build the bridge. If it's curved, do we need to know for this cable that runs here? Oh, the cable runs, we better change it because the earth is curved. Absolutely not. It's ludicrous that even Globers that watch my show want to message me and cry saying that we do take it into account. You don't understand engineering. Okay, great. You can believe that, but you'll never find paperwork. You'll never find the blueprints telling you that one piece was 4 centimeters bigger than the other or something. It doesn't even make sense. Like, if this is 4 centimeters difference across the top, do you realize that's an inch? Do you think that they have these built, these cables, and an inch is going to make a difference on a bridge this long? No. By the way, this is the length of the Golden Gate Bridge. These are all scaled correctly. The scaled height and the length of the Golden Gate Bridge. Okay. Here's the Raiders Stadium in Vegas. Very small. Completely flat and level. You would not need to take any curvature into account. This is the Marianas Trench. Deepest part of the ocean. And look how tiny that is compared to the Earth. That's the deepest the ocean gets. This here is Mount Everest. The tallest that a mountain gets. Scaled correctly again. Okay, what is this here? This is an aeroplane. Airplanes fly about 35,000 feet, where we see this up here. And does it need to nose down a certain amount every 500? No, because the plane flies over the plane of the Earth. Okay, so the plane is programmed to stay a certain height above the ground. So if the ground is changing by 1/8 inch every 660 feet, the plane just needs to change by 1/8 inch every 660 feet, which is simple. It's nothing. Slight. Nobody's going to notice it. Pilots don't need to notice it. Okay? If you nose down, like people say, well, they have to nose down or else they go off into space. No, if you nose down, you descend. They don't want to land yet. They've got places to go. So they're staying above the Earth and above the plane of the Earth. People cannot understand this. Let's get down in here, see what we got. Do I remember what this is for? I don't really, but I do know that this is, 2 more football fields at 660 feet that I told you about. Okay. Now I want to show you something because Dave Weiss did a little video that I want to refute. Okay. Let's pretend that this, by the way, this green line is like your tangent from the starting point. Okay. But let's pretend that we are zooming in here to this part of the Earth. And let's get down to, okay, there's 2 feet segments, you see, so that's 6 feet tall, so on and so forth. So Dave Weiss said the other day that if you're standing on the beach, okay, and we're going to, can you stop that? Okay, so we're putting this guy on the beach. Let's make him 6 foot tall. 81, because that's 1, 3, 5, 6 feet tall. Okay, so he's 6 feet tall here. And he said that if you're standing at the beach and there's a 3-foot wave, so I don't know what distance you want to do a 3-foot wave. Let's do one here. Okay, and 3 feet is 81, 82, 83. That's 4 foot. Whoops. Okay, so there's your 3-foot wave. Then Dave takes a ship out at sea. Okay, let's go here. And, a cruise ship is how big? 200 feet tall. I'm just going to type it in because I don't really know. I'm going to type in height of cruise ship. The height of a cruise ship depends on its size. Yeah, no ship. Oasis class ships. These ships are 240 feet high. Okay. So 240 feet is going to be 340. What's the other thing? 480. So 700 and something. Okay, so let's just go 780 would be 780 would be 300 feet, 240, so 780. So let's go 730. Okay, so we got to go here. And whoops, segment. And we'll measure the distance of that. And we got 93.4 something. Move this up. So we got a cruise ship of 240 feet. Move. Okay, 240. All right. Get it straight. Come on. Good enough, 236. All right. So now Dave is telling people that this 3-foot wave can cover that boat. Because what he does is as he's drawing to the side here, he reduces the height of this. Why? Why? But the size doesn't get smaller as it goes away from you in reality. It's in our eyes. Meaning that if the boat moves this way, I should be able to move that. I don't know why I can't move the sign. I don't get that. Want fixed. It's weird. Oh, duplicate. Nope, can't do that. I lied. All right, we'll just move it ourselves. So if you take this segment, no matter where you move it, the size does not change. It's not like when it's over here, now it's half the size. Right? That wouldn't make any sense. It doesn't become half the size. It's still the same height. It's not like, oh, now the boat's here. And how would it ever get to a point that it's even covering that, the wave's covering it anyway? Now, where you can be correct, don't get me wrong. I don't want to sell the flat earth short if you don't need to. For instance, if you have a 6-foot tall man on this here, and then there is a wave that is 11 feet tall. Please stop that. Okay, so we got that. So what do we say? He's 6, so we'll just double that to make like a 12-foot wave. Kind of pretend that's a wave. Well, then you've got a problem. Depending on how close that wave is, you're not going to be able to see said ship. Right? Until you here, depending on where it's at. And as it goes away from you, that amount is going to keep getting down. The wave depends on where it's at and where you see it against the boat. But to keep telling people, which he does, that if you are 6 foot tall and there's a 3-foot wave, and then he moves the 3-foot wave way out here, and then makes the boat reduce in size till it hides behind the 3-foot wave. Let's see if we have that ready to go. I don't know if it's pulled up. I might have it pulled up. I might not. Where it be? Let me check over here. I have that one ready for us, though. He talked to a girl yesterday. And man, I mean, it's just, now that I'm watching him, I'm like, this is not good. This is not good. How much are you going to just tell lies? Let me find this one. Because it, oh, I forgot about this one. What did he say on this one? Oh, there's a video here.
I am thrilled to welcome back to Out of Liberty and Truth Born, Dave Weiss. Okay, well, they'll have a scientist, they'll have a clip
on my website, Butter Pay. It doesn't really get, but there absolutely is zero science that proves that we're on a globe. Zero.
What if you
viewer, right? And the 15 minutes people are going to love it. They're going to get their GDP well beyond our ability to see.
Sorry, I was just looking at this video.
Which can hold like 1,000 pounds.
Okay, so let me grab this other one. There was something in there I wanted to show you, but I can't remember what it was. Don't think I saved the time. But he's got this video with this lady. Here it is. We're going to watch this real quick.
But we see them. And then the Globers say, oh, that's just refraction. You know, the Globers have a magic slide bar. On their website, they have the curve calculator. And it says, okay, observer height, 6 feet.
Okay, just so you know, this picture here is a lie. Dave's been told it before. Okay, these are wrong. These are clouds. You cannot see 700 miles from this location and see mountains popping up that aren't there. You can go through, you can line these up, and they are wrong. It's demonstrably incorrect. They just lie. Okay, let's go back here and find this cruise ship thing he's talking about. I want you to see this.
When, you know, we were all shown in school that 3-masted ship, and that's on a super rough day for them, or globe religion believers.
The guy is still pushing an app that is leaking data as we speak. He literally does not care. He lied about spending $20,000 on it, or he got scammed, and he blocked me, so I can't even talk to him and say, what's going on? Are you going to get people to fix this app? He just blocked me. So it's up to you guys, I guess. I can't talk to him.
Hate perspective, because it destroys their world. It completely destroys their world.
Those are lies.
I'll try to show you something here. Here's kind of a little illustration I
watch this bit of trickery here. It's nonsense.
Made. So you got a 6 foot tall guy, you got a 3 foot wave, you got a cruise ship. Well, this guy.
So how tall is the cruise ship? 12 feet? Pretty tall ship.
I can see over the wave, and this little area right here is the only water that he can't see because it's blocked by this wave. But if we move that wave out, now this area gets bigger. We move it out, we move it out. Notice the line, it's getting...
Why doesn't the wave get smaller? I thought things get smaller as they go away from you.
More and more parallel, right? So here we got this cruise ship. He can see the bottom of the cruise ship. But as the cruise ship moves away and we move that wave away, the cruise ship will get smaller. I just made it smaller due to perspective. And that little 3 foot wave will hide an entire cruise ship.
No, we'll never do that.
I don't know if you could see that so well. Here's how things work in our visual perspective. So
what he means is how they don't work in reality.
Here I have all of these pens on the floor. They're all 1 foot apart. Okay, they're all 1 foot apart, and we're looking at it from an elevated point of view. All right. So now we're going to bring the camera down and watch what happens. So the ones in the back are getting compressed together. You know how the things come together, top and bottom,
what does
left
that have
and
to do
right,
with anything?
back to forward also. So when we get all the way down and we look at our visual field.
Oh, you're right. Now the pen.
Right? So
now you're right. The pen's in the front.
All the way down.
I see it.
Down.
Yep.
And
right. See all the pens in the front are blocking the ones in the back? Oh, they're right. That's right. They're not. Why? Because you are above the pens. If what Dave said was true, then we should be seeing these pens block the ones in the back because they're, for whatever reason, they're supposed to be blocking our sight, even though we're taller than those.
All right. So our visual field is from down here to the farthest point of the floor we can see here, which is the edge of the bookshelf, right? So I would say these first two cover more than 50% of that visual field. right?
What's that have to do with anything?
And then there's like 30 more that are crunched in here. So if we go from here to here, nothing is getting, you really can't perceive any farther depth. But as something goes away, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. A pencil can hide this.
Dave, if it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, then we would draw orthogonally like we were just doing. Where's my GeoGebra? Okay, so just think, if what you're saying is true, then we would draw a pen here and we would draw a straight line, but then we would draw the pens in the back getting smaller and smaller so that the ones in the front would clearly block the ones in the back. They're getting smaller and smaller. But that's not what happens. If you're looking across the pens and you're above the pens, then your line would go here. Just stay above the pens the whole time. I don't get how you can be this deceptive. Because there's no way you believe that. I don't think there's any way that you think that. Oops. Can I ever find the damn thing I'm working on here yet?
This entire bookcase if the bookcase was far enough away. Follow?
Wait, right. What did you just say?
There you go.
Yeah. Oops.
So we could go all day, looking at different proofs and stuff. Let me get all the way down, and then there's like 30 more that are crunched in here. So if we go from here to here and hide this entire bookcase if the bookcase was far enough away.
Wait, what?
Give any farther depth, but as something goes away, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. A pencil can hide this entire bookcase if the bookcase was far enough away.
How if the pencil doesn't hide the pencil behind it? How is the pencil going to hide a bookcase if it doesn't even hide the pencil behind it? Anybody? Anybody at all? Enrique, when I do that, you can find like some, you don't have any that you could play? Seems like you should be able to find something. Thanks. Oh boy, I should probably get rid of this guy. He's not a very good sound engineer. I don't think he's ever done it before. That's why. But maybe one day he'll pick it up. Yeah, I just mean just listen to me, and then if I say something that's funny, you could just whatever. We don't need it. We don't need it now. It's too late. All right, so that's just a lie by Dave Weiss.
Mm-hmm. Follow?
Yeah, I do. I get it.
There you go.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Great.
So we could go all day, looking at different proofs and stuff. I mean, out here, look, there's no boats, and as we zoom in, all of a sudden boats just start appearing. Are we zooming over, right? And then the globers will say, "Look, you can't see the bottom of the boat." Well, no, you can't, but now you can, right? These are just waves blocking things in the distance, closer waves blocking things in the background. That's terrestrial perspective. Then we get into celestial perspective, which is a whole nother thing because we have the atmosphere that compresses. See what we come up with. We got a very high paying job. The programming is so strong. It's taught at such non-spinning, non-America. And then
hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining.
It's just funny to listen to her here. She asks him, tell me about your life, and listen what he answers.
Today. My guest is David Weiss, and I'm sure many of you have heard of him or listened to him before, and I'm so happy to have you here, Dave. Would you mind telling us, for those who don't know, a little bit about yourself and how you got into doing what you do now and knowing more about the Flat Earth?
Sure. I was regular person, business, and in corporate America, and then I kind of started my own company, and I was doing a podcast on the side called Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, looking into conspiracies, and Flat Earth came up, and at first, like all of us or most of us, we reject it, we make fun of the person that suggests it, and then we look into it, and when you try to debunk Flat Earth, that's how you become a flat earther. And when I say flat, I don't mean flat, I mean level, horizontal, topographical, non-spinning, non-moving, non-spherical, no curvature, no motion, Earth. And when you see it and you break the programming that you have that makes you love the ball, you wonder how you ever believed in the ball in the first place. The problem is the programming is so strong, it's taught at such an early age, it's such a foundation of your mind that you're unable to break it. And this is, this world is we live in what appears to be a physical world with a non-physical sky, but in the heliocentric model, they want you to believe it's a physical world with a physical sky.
So just notice this is called moving the goalposts. This is when you've been debunked. And so you just change the rhetoric. Right now it's, they want you to believe in a physical world, but it's a physical world with a non-physical sky. Well, it's got to be non-physical. The sky can't be physical now. We've disproved that. We've shown that the flat earth cannot account for that. So by just going to, it's non-physical. Well, now you can get away with anything. A parent sun, 16 suns, you get the denodal Satan sun, doesn't matter.
And there's a spiritual war going on for minds. And there's lots of people that are unable to think beyond, or they're allowing other thoughts to get inside of them. And
I'm allowing other thoughts to get inside me.
It's amazing. But once you see it, as long as you keep yourself grounded, spiritually connected, you can't unsee it. So
right.
After finding out the earth was flat and stationary, I walked away from everything. I had a very high paying job.
Appeal to emotion.
My own business. And I walked away from it all because I couldn't do both. And I figured this message was more important. And people say, well, what difference does the shape of the earth make? I still have to go to work on Monday. And when you realize that it makes all the difference in the world with all the atrocities going on in the world.
So flat earth is going to solve atrocities? How is that going to happen? Considering the people in the flat earth are demented. They're hateful, vengeful, disgusting, swine-like. They have no allegiance, no affiliations. They just throw out accusations like they're absolutely nothing.
There's nothing more important. There's nothing more important than this.
Oh, there's plenty.
So,
like everything.
Because this is the foundation of all of the other lies.
It's not, because it's not a lie. The earth is a sphere.
Right. Yeah. And why do you think that is?
Well, if you don't know who you are, where you are, what you are, if you believe you live on a spinning ball, in a Big Bang universe, you lose your power, your true power. You're disconnected from that.
Wow. Right. Well, and it starts so early. Like I turned 64 a couple weeks ago, and I remember very distinctly it was third grade class, right? And it was 1960.
Look right here. Look at this. If they sheetrocked your basement, our visual field looking for is the back of my head, and it told me what the refraction would be needed to see the back of my head. So again, these are just calculators. I can calculate that you have $900 million in your checking account with 0 interest. Okay. But it doesn't mean it's true. Where the clouds are, you're getting into clearer and thinner air. The stars should get brighter.
Found that prove that the earth is not a globe. Also prove that we're spirit.
Hey everybody, a quick message that I'd like to share with all of you. Our lives are filled with toxins in our air, food, and even in the information we're taught. Avoiding them all is impossible, but helping your body detox doesn't have to be complicated. That's where Masterpiece comes in. Just 5 drops under your tongue twice a day, and that's it. Super easy, super simple.
Wow.
And it doesn't even taste bad. I've tried countless supplements. While generally I'm pretty healthy, I didn't really feel much of an effect. But with Masterpiece, it delivered noticeable benefits. Check out the podcast I did with Terry from Masterpiece, linked below this video, or you can find links directly to Masterpiece on my website, flatearthdave.com, or in the shopping section on the app. The key to health is to detoxify. Now back to the show.
You need to take some advice from Simon Dan. At least he cuts the parts where he's looking at the script. Try that.
Well, I mean, that's a good question. It's what knowing that it's a intelligently designed place tells us that there's a creator, so that we come from somewhere. My take is we are infinite. We are spirits. What's the word I'm looking for? That means that you live forever. Immortal spirits. Is that the right word? And we're immortal souls, and we're having experience here. We're not in a soul lure system where they're trying to steal our soul. It controls women's cycles, but the sun's gravity does nothing. Like, come on. This is
what was that now?
13,000 back.
Oh yeah, this is what I want to show you.
Right?
Sorry.
Right? So, let's type in moon map.
Yeah, moon map. Look at this.
Okay, so
Dave has adopted the moon map It is the most contrived, convoluted, distorted, ridiculous thing I've ever heard. It doesn't match at all.
You know, this section is where we live, and
that doesn't look very familiar. What section is that? What are those islands?
And
places?
what's over here? Right?
I thought you said there's an ice wall.
Does our circling sun move around in that 26,000 year cycle the Mayans talk about? I don't know. Well, you know,
I know.
Here's our North Pole is right here on this red line. And if our magnetic north went all the way around here, 13,000 years to over here. And
what do you mean the North Pole is on the red line? What are all these green places over here? This is continents? Where's the ice wall? Very confused. I thought that the ice wall holds everything in. Why does the moon map show that there's nothing on the outside? Now you've gotten back into the water falling off the edge into space. Moon map.
And another 13,000 back. Well, in 13,000 years, this might be all the inhabitable land.
Right.
Right? And so when I say reflection, not a reflection.
Oh, no.
I don't even know if it's extremely accurate, but it's the same system. You know, the moon.
What?
They tell us it's a rock falling around the earth, free falling, but not speeding up. You know, like what? And it controls women's cycles. Like, how does that happen? The gravity of the moon controls women's cycles, but the sun's gravity does nothing. Like, come on. This is hogwash.
Or
yeah,
like,
it's hogwash, all right.
I can stand out in my yard in the dark and with the full moon. And if I'm standing, especially if I'm standing in the ley line that runs through the yard, it's like it racks my body. It's
right.
The energy is just so intense.
I have a very low tolerance level for stupid
it's,
bullshit.
You know, everything they tell us about space is a lie, but they told it to us before we had time to discern. And then they built our whole lives around it, all of our fantasy, all of our movies.
Disgusting. Disgusting. All right, we got more to show you, but we are going to get to first the most exciting part of the show, which is when you find out which of these crazy guys has been the dirtball of the week. Let's hit it. Who's going to win? Who's going to be? Who's going to win? This week's dirtball of the week.
Try to be best. Well, this week you're the man. Yeah, there's no way that you can escape it. Hard to believe you went and did that stuff. Such a dirtball, that's a mistake. History repeats itself. Try hard and you'll succeed. Every Friday when we name another dirtball of the week. You're the best around. Double of the week, enjoy your crown. You're the best around. With dirtball levels of just a sound. You're the best around. Ain't nobody that can keep this dirtball down.
Watch out for the shovel. Deservedly so. It is Flatzoid, one of the dumber people in the flat earth, pretty much dumber people on the internet. He's a liar. He removes frames from other people's videos, lies about his location, can't get anything straight, and for 3 months he's been saying that the trip that I went on was fake. You are Dirtball of the Week.
The best around. The very best dirtball pound for pound. You're the best around. Not just in your town, you're world renowned. You're the best around. It wasn't even close, you won her down.
It wasn't really close, but there is so many to choose from. It gets difficult to decide who exactly to give the award to, but this week was easy. We're going to watch a little bit of him and Duffy as Duffy showed up at their stream and tried to ask him the one question that no flat earther will ever be able to answer. Where is the South Pole?
You're the best around. Double of the week, enjoy your crown. You're the best around. With dirtball levels of just a sound. You're the best around. Ain't nobody that can keep this dirtball down.
Flatzoid, I hate to tell you, but...
You're a liar.
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Right. At all. Don't believe you at all. You make shit up. You've been... You're not quite as dirtball as this guy, but still dirtball. So we're going to show you, starting with... let's go here. One of the funnier things ever. Go, Rock, go. Go. Take out that tree. That's Flatzoid rolling down the hill, gathering more dirt. For 3 months, guys. This guy's been on his show every day, talking with his friends and Grandpa Sov and the retard 6, I guess is what they're called, something like that. Been pointing out that how fake our trip was, even though it was 100% real. And this is what's, if you're somebody like me, you've realized that these people that you used to think had some sort of knowledge or they were decent at research is completely wrong. This is hilarious. We're about to watch Will Duffy show up and try and ask these characters here, where is the South Pole? And let's see if we get a straight answer. Now, you tell me, somebody who's being disingenuous, somebody who's being fake, who just can't answer questions because they don't want to admit to their audience that they have no clue. Watch this.
But they change direction.
To the South Pole.
He's going to say the South
Where,
Pole, of course.
Where is the South Pole?
It's a marker
Where
they put
flies
in.
What?
Huh?
Where
Don't worry, I'm
flies
going down there. So.
Again with your stupid semantics.
No. Where is it?
You just said they fly to the South Pole.
Again with your stupid semantics. Where is the South Pole is not stupid semantics. The person who said that is stupid.
Pole.
Yeah,
so
where
they
is
fly to the South Pole?
Where is the South Pole?
It's a ceremonial place.
And where is it?
At the ceremonial South Pole place where they put the pole up.
And where is it that they put the pole up?
In Antarctica.
But where in Antarctica? You guys make Antarctica so big. Where is it? I want to find it on a map.
At the ceremonial South Pole.
And where is that?
You guys could have traveled to it from Union Glacier. You do know that.
Sure. I just want to know where it is on the flat Earth.
The flat Earth?
Oh, for goodness.
Yeah, in Antarctica.
In the same place. Go away, dude.
It's a ceremonial place.
Go away. You're asking us where the South Pole is. Go away. We're flat earthers. Come on, go away. No, it's a place. Video of it. So below the South Celestial Pole. Where is it on a flat Earth? The problem is, on a flat Earth, it doesn't exist. It can't exist.
It's a ceremonial place. It's not a geographical location.
Okay, I'm asking where the ceremonial place is.
How is it not a geographical location if it's at 90 degrees south?
We just told you.
What?
So you guys aren't really you guys aren't really
No,
helping.
you guys aren't really.
Oh God.
For example,
it's like a room of retards. And this is just the head retard. He's like, the most advanced one.
For example, if it's over here.
Look at him searching now. What is he typing in? Where's the South Pole?
Then I would need to go to Australia first or something to get there. I wouldn't want to go to South America first. So I need to know where it is.
Yeah, we're just asking where it is. Flat side?
It's just 90 degrees south. So what's...
He looked that up? Okay, so it's 90 degrees south. Guess what, Flat side? 90 degrees south is a physical location. It's not, there's no place that they've assigned that to. It's a physical place. Isn't that where the South Pole is?
What's the problem?
What's the problem?
Where is 90 degrees south on a flat Earth?
Look at this guy. Oh, dude, I'm kind of not going to do this. This guy's asking his places where they're at and
It's
stuff.
not a flat Earth you got there. That's a globe projection you got in your hand.
Yeah.
By the way.
Okay.
That is.
Do you understand the latitude and longitude is just a grid system?
Do you understand that latitude and longitude is just a grid system? Yes, I think people understand latitude and longitude.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where is 90 degrees south on a flat Earth?
Right.
Where it's placed on the latitude and longitude grid.
Right. Do you know where the 90 degrees south is?
Yeah.
Where is that? Again, it's a ceremonial place. It's wherever they place the pole. It doesn't really matter to me. What's the issue?
It does matter because the sun, remember we looked at the PD page, and the problem is that the South Pole must be where the sun remains equal. So if we go down here to any time in December, move our latitude down here to the South Pole, okay, you'll notice that the sun, oh, you can't see that, son of a buck. Move this one over here. That's a little better. Notice something interesting here. The sun is staying the same height above the heads of people there. It will always do that. If we move time, so we'll move date here, we'll go to date, and we'll move it and watch the sun as it, oops, not time of day, I want to do date. There we go. See how the red line just goes down? because it's always at the same height, and then there it's gone, and you have nighttime for the whole rest of the time. Then it comes up, then you get the daytime, right? So the South Pole is not a place that can be, oh, they just place a pole in the ground, like Nathan Thompson said during his debate with Will, where he just basically made the flat earth look worse than I've ever seen. But he kept saying, like, oh, it's just a place where they put a dumb pole, and then dumb globers go there, gullible globers go there and be like, oh, I'm at the bottom of a ball because I see this pole. No, it's at 90 degrees south. It is the place where the sun must stay the same height above your head at all times when the sun's out. Obviously not when it's winter. So it's not an arbitrary place. You can't make it up. You can't just put it wherever you want. You'll notice that it is where the sun stays the same height the whole day. Doesn't matter if it's really high or really low. Same height. That's the South Pole. There can only be one place that happens. Let's go back and continue on with this hilarity.
Is the answer going to end up with another question?
Actually, it does matter, because if you don't know where this is, you haven't.
I mean, look at these people. So his audience just did a super chat that said, Duffy's a complete joke. Duffy said 4 words. 5 words. Sorry, that was like a total Biden. My bad on that one. You could, when I do that next time, play the Biden sound. I don't know why you can't get this, man. It's really bad. Anyway, we were talking about, he'd only said 5 words. And these guys are like, oh, he's a complete joke. Yeah, because he's asking you something you guys can't answer. And that should be awakening to you. Shouldn't it be like, oh, that's weird. I don't really get that.
The details are irrelevant.
That's the wrong clip, dude.
Decision making.
It's the wrong clip. Oh, boy. You ain't gonna get it. This guy's not gonna last long. You can tell that right now.
It happens to be,
as
that's
Barack
says, a 3-letter word. Jobs. Jobs. Jobs.
I almost pulled one of those. That was close. Luckily, I stopped myself. All right, thank you. Enrique, wake up. No drinking cervezas on the job. All right, let's continue.
Haven't done your research.
I do know. It's in Antarctica.
That's in yeah, we know where it is.
Okay, so if I want to go to the South Pole, how do I get there on a flat Earth?
By going to it.
How do I get there? I need to know where to
Fly
go.
to it.
Boat, plane. Let's see.
Boat? You take a boat to the South Pole?
Where do I take the boat from? Do I go to New Zealand? Do I go to Cape Town? Do I go to Chile? Do I go to Australia?
You're a complete joke, Duffy.
Antarctica is so big.
Satanist. He's basically Satan, if you think about it. I think that this is what I think happened in Antarctica. When I was in that little shed, I wasn't paying attention. He came out of the shed, became Satan, got up into some sort of, I don't know, hovering craft. They have them. I could show you some evidence that the hovering craft exists. And he hovered up there and he became the sun. The regular sun cloaked itself with a cloud, took off to the north because it had to get around to Australia on the other side of the earth, obviously. And then Duffy just floated around like a fucking sun, and I didn't even notice that he wasn't around us the whole time. Duffy, the Satanist, was the sun, caused the 24-hour sun, caused me to lose all my friends. Way to go, Duffy.
Big on here.
Wait, but why are you showing a map?
Why are you showing a map? We're flat earthers. We don't have maps. We don't have models. We don't make claims. Again, let me give my example one more time because it's a good one, if I have to say so myself. There's a bowling alley. And on that particular day, some PBA professionals are there. They're throwing 230s, 240s, having a good time, being quiet, staying to themselves. Next to them, they put a bunch of snotty-nosed, bratty kids. There's like 10 of them, okay? First of all, they asked for bumpers. They want the bumpers in the glitter. Okay, we give you the bumpers. They want the 6-pound ball because they can't lift one that's 8 pounds. And then they just start winging the ball and getting 2 or 3 pins and very excited about that. And then they start telling the PBA bowlers, you fucking suck. You don't know how to bowl. And they're like, look at the score, kid. You have 8. I just bowled 235. Yeah, but you don't know what you're doing. You don't understand how physics works. You don't understand how the ball's curved. Dude, you just bowled an 8. And we bowled a 230. So shut the F up. And there's some other kids in the back, and they're like yelling like, ha ha, you guys suck. You guys can't do anything. We're way better than you. And they're like, well, why don't you go bowl? Why aren't you bowling? And they're like, we don't throw balls. We don't have lanes. We just know that you suck. And we're going to be really cocky about it the rest of the day. They would have their asses thrown out of the bowling alley in 2 seconds. You don't get to be a nobody using bumper balls, not able to complete a sentence, not able to locate where the South Pole is, not even able to give a general direction or where do you go from? He even said at the beginning, you could have got there from Union Glacier. Correct. It was only 600 miles to our south. So what about somebody that was in over by McMurdo? They could get there too, going towards the south. So could somebody at Davis, going to the south. Do you understand that doesn't work on your flat Earth? You'd be going away from each other if you went towards the southern sun.
If there's a better map, let me know.
We don't have maps. We don't make models.
I thought you don't agree with the Gleason's map, so why are you bringing it up?
I thought you don't agree with the map, so why are you bringing it up? Let me explain something to you, Flatsoid. If somebody's trying to debunk you or Flat Earth in general, they're going to use the map that Flat Earthers use. What do you want him to use to debunk that map if he's not allowed to use that map because he doesn't believe in it? Does that make any sense?
I don't. I'm proving a point that you guys have no idea where the South Pole is.
90 degrees south. I just told you.
Anything.
What point did you
You're
prove?
proving how dishonest and
You're so dishonest and disingenuous, Satan. You're just, look at you. You're asking these guys a question, dude. That's so disingenuous. Why don't you just not ask questions?
Easy for you.
Okay, cool. So since you asked me a question, can I ask you a question, Will Duffy? Hey guys, since he's asked me a question, am I allowed to ask you a question, Will? Is it fine?
Sure.
This debate that you had with Nathan Thompson, why is it that you're being a hypocrite when you're trying to say he should stay on topic when you...
It's just so funny. It's like, then Duffy tells him, yeah, because we had an agreement before the debate that we would stay on the topic. and you and I didn't. Let's go back here as they continue talking about where the damn South Pole is.
Does 50 degrees south, where is that? Where's 50 degrees south?
It's 50 degrees south.
Thank you. This guy is just get out of town. Now let me show you a couple dirtball things that he's done just recently, and this is why he shouldn't be watched anymore. He is the worst of the worst. Okay, how about this? When I saw this, I couldn't believe it. Okay, so this is Mr. Sensible doing a video, but I've always heard people talking about the 11 frames. The 11 frames of Flatsoid, the 11 frames. I'm like, what is this whole 11 frames thing? Then I saw it, and this will always get you dirtball of the week. Okay, so Res Rhetoric films a rocket launch, and the rocket's coming down, and it crashes into the ocean. Flatsoid didn't like the fact that the rocket crashes into the ocean, but takes a little while after it passes the horizon, just like when I film the rocket launches. So watch this as this guy goes through and compares the footage that Res Rhetoric took and showed on his channel and what Flatsoid did to it to put it on his channel.
Still bigger. So, hold on. I want to get to the right point. So I'm going to go back some frames.
He's trying to get it on the equal position.
No, he's obviously got that paused. Right, okay. So there it is. The same thing. So I'm going to step forward frame by frame. So
notice that in this corner of the screen you see Res Rhetoric's logo.
That's Reds's. That's Flatsoid.
Oh, I guess they both have that on there. Just watch here as he goes back and forth and pay attention to which one he's talking about.
It's as near as damn it. It's the
so the one that says 4K here at the bottom, that's Red's.
Same frame.
And
as best I can do. And if it is a frame or two out, it's not going to matter. So with Reds's, I'm going to step forward one frame. There we go. And it's moved down slightly, and it's obviously rotating, so it looks a different shape. We'll step forward one frame with Flatsoids. Boom.
Oh, what?
Oh dear, massive splash. Well, okay, like I said, I could have been a frame or two ahead or behind, whichever. So let's carry on with Reds. Both of those have gone on one frame. So Reds, 2 frames, it's disappeared. 3 frames, you can see movement in the water. 4 frames. 5 frames, and there's the start of the splash. 6 frames. 7 frames. 8 frames. Now, just remember 8. No, that splash is bigger. 9 frames. 10 frames. Still bigger. 11 frames. That pretty much looks like it to me. I'll go on another one.
Probably another 2.
Who knows? 11, 12. Call it 10. Let's be generous. Say 10 frames.
It should be 0 frames. Flatzoid took Red Rhetoric's film and cut out 11 frames to make it meet what he wanted it to show, that the rocket landed in the water. But he didn't want to show that it took a while after it supposedly hit the water until the splash happens, because it went behind the curvature here. Do you understand how dirtball that is? Do you understand how much of a piece of shit you have to be to do something like that? He should be removed from YouTube in my mind. When you do things like that, you are showing yourself to be a liar. The guy pretends to be a Christian and lies more than anybody I've ever seen. Came on my channel lying. All his little cronies lie. They're very confused people, very lost, very mentally challenged people. Unbelievable.
You gotta keep moving it.
23.
Okay, let's get to this. Shut up, Looney Tunes. This is another thing he did. He's doing a sunset. He's trying to show. First of all, it's hilarious what he's actually showing, but let's just watch here.
I don't care about the money. I care about the truth.
Okay.
Sure you do.
That's what I'm saying.
The camera view.
No, they're not perfect. No,
So yeah,
not everybody's perfect, Flats. You know, they're not perfect. You know, they can't get it right all the time.
Hey guys, good to see you guys. Yeah. Well, this is Sunday Calc, and this is.
Now the funny thing is here, he's showing the sun rising south of east from a position in South Africa. I've actually taken the liberty to draw the position that he's on here in South Africa. This is actually the roof that he's on. Okay. And we can see that he's looking off at this corner here across this way, claiming that the sunrise is off from the globe. But he's just a liar. Okay. You can actually draw here yourself, and you'll notice where it says heading degrees. Let me move this thing up a little. Oh, that's on this screen. Weird. That confused me. All right, so we got, people want to play see that. Okay, so if we draw, get down in here, and we notice, okay, somebody's standing here, and look what would happen if we drew it straight, to the left of this is, you see, oh, you can't see it now. Son of a buck. Hold on, let me move this up here. Can you see that? No. How about there? Yeah, there we go. Bend this out so you can see it. All right, so this is the day, supposedly, but this is, okay. Right here now we can see if we're over here we're at like 114, right? If we're right at the edge we're at like 117, 118 right at the corner, 119, 120, 121, 122 over here, right? This is what you would see here. So this is 122 and 118. Is that what this is there? Do this again. There. Okay, so that's about 118 there, right over the edge. So now let's watch as we go back to where he's at. Okay, let's watch what he says.
It's the time of the observation. The globe claimed 118 degrees sunrise. That's the position of the sun from my location, which was on the rooftop at the place we just saw, where I observed it. And the time was around 5:53 a.m. of sunrise. The odd thing is, look where the sun is on dates and calc, 118 degrees as you see. And let me show you more or less where where I actually observed it. I observed it more or less this side. So I saw it about that position.
I mean, just think what this guy's saying, first of all. Let's just pretend that this is true, that he's correct. So the sun is off by literal minutes, right? If it's on its orbit and it comes here and you see it here rather than here when it rises, you could be looking at the sun come over the horizon. But who knows? But is that a debunk of the globe? They can't name where the South Pole is. They cannot predict one sunrise or one sunset or one angle. And this guy is going to say that the globe is off because it's off by a couple degrees.
I would say, why is that? Why would it be in that position.
You're right. It's probably flat then.
If it's supposed to be there, let's go there. We were about 122, 123. Let's say around about there. That's where we observed the sun at sunrise. That was where the sun was supposed to be at sunrise.
Debunked.
That is a whole 4 or 5 degrees off of what the globe claims. And then people want to tell me why I don't believe in the globe.
Wow.
Well, simple. Because observation tells me the globe's false. I did this observation a few times.
Unbelievable.
That was like the 4th attempt trying to do it. Obviously, it was overcast most of the times, but the sunrise was very consistent, about 122, 123 degrees.
Now, should somebody mention to him that the sun is rising south of east? Remember, on a flat Earth, the sun would be coming from here, coming this way. The sun's coming this
also
way.
Comes to ask, why do the globers still push?
I mean, think about it. If you're a flat earther and the sun's coming around this way, so what he's saying is the sun has to come around, then duck down here, then go backwards to come up this way. It's ludicrous.
Still push the globe as real when you can show observation shows it to be false.
Right,
Or
yeah.
even the flat earthers that push sun calc as accurate. We were on the things from the roof. We had the grass on the roof so we could see that. Anyway, while we are looking out, this was the balcony.
He's not going to pull Dan McKeegan and doctor this footage up, you know.
So now he claimed McKeegan is doctoring footage.
Just so people can see it's real, I'm taking extra photos.
Hey, beautiful.
Hey, way to go. He's using a camera.
Daylight come on the wooden chair. To the left, that would be what the globe.
Okay, so look at this picture he froze this picture at, right? He's go, oh yeah, go do that. Even though it's right over this house, right over this building, right in the middle.
Claims.
Keep going.
See, I'm taking it off. That's where the globe claims. 118, and this is what we observed. 122 degrees south.
Now watch this.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Wait, isn't that right at the corner now? That's quickly changed. I thought it was way off to the right of the corner now. If we go back and look at this and see what happens when we shoot right at the corner, what did we get? We got 118. You can't see that. Let me move this over here. Oh. You can't see that. There. 118 degrees if you're right at the corner. So the guy's just a liar. The guy is even claiming, and it's not even true. He's lying.
That is pretty, though.
Now it's to the left of that corner. Whoops. Didn't need to click that. We're just kind of fast. Whoops. Can't you do, I thought you could do frame by frame like that. Oh, this way. There we go. Play.
There we go, guys. So it's
Whatever the hell that was.
It's about 4 to 5 degrees off of what the globe claims.
45.
Because that's where the globe claims.
What? The globe claim is 45 degrees off?
Around about there.
I got
It's
you.
rising.
Oh,
That's where the globe claims,
425.
It's rising.
Oh, 425.
You know, I thought you
You
said
see where this
45%.
carport is?
Where what is?
I
See
thought
this
you said.
carport is? Just about on the right between the carport and that wall is 180
Right.
degrees southeast.
180 degrees southeast?
Got ya.
Yeah.
That's where the sun is. And that's what I've
Beautiful.
been observing for the last,
Hold on,
every
let's,
time we've been,
what do you say?
I got you.
it's rising.
Listen again.
Oh,
That's where the globe claims,
425.
it's rising.
Right. You know, I thought you
You
said
see where this
45%.
carport is?
I
See
thought
this
you said.
carport is? Just about on the right between the carport and that wall is 180
Right.
degrees southeast.
180 degrees south?
Got ya.
Yeah.
That's where the sun is. And that's what I've been observing for the last, every time we've been up here trying to observe the sunrise. And again, guys, wooden chair. I was even said, someone said I put magnets underneath the wooden chair. No magnets.
Oh, yeah.
Even funnier, he uses an iPhone. I mean, this guy is disingenuous. Sorry it took so long to explain it to you. You shouldn't be watching him. He's dumb as fuck. And he is, without a doubt, the dirtball of the week. Hit it, Enrique. Enrique. Dirtball of the week. Dirtball of the week right now. Thank you, please. Play it right now. You can't? Never mind. Oh boy, this guy is just really killing me. I don't know when I'm going to ever get him to do what he's supposed to do. Anyway, let's move on. He is the dirtball of the week. By far, and clearly the best around. All right, let's move on. I want to show you somebody else who's a liar. Matt, did we get in there? You starting to realize that yet? So let me just explain real quick. Make this simple. Flat earthers only believe what other flat earthers say. They do not take into account anything that the opposing side says. I know this because I'm guilty of it. Okay, I didn't watch Glober's content because I didn't like being demeaned. I didn't like being called names, so I just ignored it. Well, all flat earthers do that. What they do, though, is they'll accept and repeat nonsense when it's said. Okay, so if somebody comes along and says, well, actually, all flat maps predicted the 24-hour sun. Well, if you're a truther, you would think that you would question that and be like, well, let's go make sure that that's the truth. And then when you find out it's false, then you stop following the person who said it. That's not how flat earthers work. They don't care if you lie for the flat earth. They don't care. No one's even going to say anything. No one's going to call Flatzoid out on his complete and total mockery here, debacle. Now the sun is left of that post. Okay? And he's what? He's slightly off the left side himself. So you can just draw that again. And you're like, okay, he's slightly off the left side. The sun's off to the left side. And then you can start to get, oops, all right. Knock it off. Okay, and then you go there and you're at 117. So you could even go more to the right. 118, still not even there. So the sun was at 118. Right there's at 118. Okay, so the sun was at 118. The guy is a liar. So remember he said something about, oh, if it's right there, let me get back here so we can see. So he said right here, and he's looking at a carport, which looks like it's over here. And is he looking this far? But he's like saying something over here is 180. What does he mean? 180? 180 is way the hell over there. Oh, you can't see this again. Son of a buck. Sorry, there we go. So what does he mean by 180? 108? I don't know what he meant, because he said something about this carport. This direction says that's 180. And then he said something about this being 45 degrees off. Isn't that what we just heard? Guy's out of his mind. He doesn't get it. He needs to be reminded that you can't just be a liar. And these guys, here's the problem with flat earth liars, is that in real life, if you lie, people stop watching you. Okay? In flat earth and conspiracy circles on YouTube, people stop watching you if you're honest. So it's creating liars. Okay? Because if you go against the cult, you will be jumped. It's just like a gang. So what they've done is they've tried to make a mockery, a public flogging of myself, Robbie Davidson, Patricia, because by doing that, they're preventing anybody else from even thinking of leaving. There could be tons of flat earthers out there that are having their doubts, but they recognize, and then also, maybe they're waiting for a deal. Jaron got paid off. So did Patricia. So did Robbie. They made money. So if you're a flat earth creator now, you're going to wait because you haven't received an offer yet, even though there's no such thing as that ever. I want you guys to think about right now. When's the last time, or you tell me, how many secrets have you kept in your life? Think of every time somebody's come to you and said, hey, can I tell you something, but don't tell anybody. How many times have you kept that a secret? How many times have you told people that and they kept it a secret? Do you think that the government's just paying people millions of dollars and trusting them to keep their secrets? It's so ludicrous. It's so dumb. Like, well, how do you think that works? They just called me, got a hold of myself and Jaron. This happens to be, the CIA here. Oh, really? Hi, CIA. What would you like from me? Oh, well, you know how you've been going after us for 10 years because you figured out the shape of the earth lie that we've been told. They keep all humanity. It's the biggest lie in the world. Every other conspiracy depends on this one, Jaron. Oh, thanks for telling me. Now I'm going to tell all my friends. No, we'll kill you. You will? Or so what's my other options? Well, you give you 10 million. Why not just threaten to kill me? Why even give me money? If you are able just to kill people, why would you even give me money? But I'll take it. Give me the 10 million. Thank you. So now I've got 10 million and the government knows that I'm not going to go meet up with my friends, have a drink at a bar and be like, hey, the government paid me 10 million because the earth is flat and now you know the truth. So go tell it. Government would be, oh no, we bugged you, Jaron, and now we got to come kill you. Gonna kill your family and your children because you outed our lie that we're so dumb that we told you it. That was smart. That was smart. But we didn't, you notice nobody's ever said that they've turned down such offer. So it's not even possible, I guess. So we know David didn't receive an offer because he would tell a story about he turned it down. Oh, they called him and he said, no, I would never do that. No, I just don't. Of course, that's not the case. It's ludicrous.
Rejected!
Okay, let's look at this other liar now. Do you know who, and I want you guys to tell me if you, I'm going to make a little bit of a stretch here. Okay, I'm going to go on a little bit of a weird rabbit hole, but I just want to see if maybe somebody sees what I see. And maybe we have some internet sleuths out there that want to do a little background check, because I will admit that I'm probably wrong on this. And somebody else pointed out to me, and maybe they're wrong. But it certainly is questionable, okay? So there is a book written by one Edward Hendry. Okay, we're going to look at this real quick. Speaking of liars and lies. He is the author of this book. If we click his little face here, we see Edward Hendry. You can look at his picture up here. Can we click on that? I can't see it bigger. We'll see it in a second. Okay, so he has a book here that 9/11 was done by the Jews. He's got Flat Earth books, Babylon the Great, a bunch of religious stuff, vaccine dangers. Okay. If we type in to Google search, special agent Edward Hendry, what do we find? We find that there's an Edward Hendry who is a special agent. Now you notice if I pull up images, the first image that comes up is his. Another question, why in the background is there some sort of map? I've never been in front of a map like that. So there would be no pictures of me in such map. And there'd probably be no pictures of you in such a map. Just kind of weird that there's a map of him. Even though I typed in special agent Edward Hendry. Now, if we find these documents here, you'll notice that they are FBI, CIA documents. I just downloaded this one. Let's open it up. Firearms, something, something, something. Let's go through here and see, is Edward Hendry in here? Why would it bring me to this document? Let's keep going. That's the article. It says, oh, that's not the article. I lied. Warrantless entries to arrest by Special Agent Hendry. DEA is a legal instructor and at the FBI Academy. Look at this guy's picture and remember the date of this publication is 1998. The picture's probably a little bit old, so maybe give it 1995. Look at this man's face. Okay. And then look at the guy, Special Agent Edward Hendry. He also wrote other publications. You cannot find images of this guy. He's completely missing from the internet somehow. Other than this guy who's written a ton of books. And even if you go to here, let me show you. By the way, this guy here, if you look him up on Amazon, he is a lawyer and Christian researcher. So he happens to be a lawyer, the same thing as this guy is. He works as a legal instructor for the FBI Academy. Okay. Both men wear glasses. Okay. Let's continue. We've got his Substack. This is what pisses me off. Then I started looking in. He was on Banjo's show 4 days ago. This guy is claiming Jaron Campanella etched the alleged south direction in the snow, but according to the TFE website map, that direction was actually north. That means CGI was used to portray the mountains, sky, and the sun. What? And this guy has been writing, can you just let me in there, please? Claiming that the directions are wrong. I mean, this guy is full of shit as it gets. Claiming the final experiment was lost. I mean, look at this case. It's true north. That's Mount Rossman. You'll notice that I wrote this on the ground. See where it says S? The other side of it's N. This guy's like, true north. Oh, really? And what difference does that make? Anyway, let's pretend that he's right. The sun goes around you. Now we know that it's lowest in the south, not the north. This is the lowest it gets. We know that it goes higher. But this guy just makes up his own nonsense. Jerry Campanella etched a compass heading in the snow pointing south. In his narrated video, one can see that the graphic is pointing south directly towards Mount Rossman, right? But when one goes to the Final Experiment website and turn the map so the true north is at the top of the map, we find that Jaren's etched snow south is actually true north. Mount Rossman is actually true south from Jaren's position in the opposite direction. What? But his etched snow compass graphics, from his etched snow compass graphics, he etched a false compass heading pointed south in the direction of north. How could Mount Rossman be visible when it's true south from the second camp? True south from the secondary camp. Rossman. South. True south. Retard. How could Mount Rossman be visible when it is true south from the second camp? It seems that some kind of computer graphics were used to display a false Mount Rossman to the north of their position. Why would they do that? Because south of the Tropic of Capricorn, the sun rises in the northeast. False. Enrique, can you give me a buzzer or something? Thank you. Goodness gracious. False. Very false. Go ahead. The sun rises in the northeast and sets in the northwest. False. In order to falsely portray a 24-hour sun, they had to first create the false impression that the sun can be seen in the southern sky. Look at these lines. I mean, these guys are so full of shit. So Edward Hedry is the writer of this book. And you can see he's written article after article after article of clowns caught faking the final experiment. The final experiment's not so final. So here's the problem with flat earthers, if you don't understand. If something goes against your preconceived, your beliefs, you're supposed to change your beliefs, not double down and call everybody in the world liars, make up fantastical stories so that you can keep your false belief. Okay? Now, what is the connection with the FBI? I don't know. Okay? It could be a different guy. Granted. They look similar. I've heard talks about it. We can't find anything about this guy currently. If you go to the LinkedIn article for the, let's see if I have this here. By the way, he's been on podcasts. He was on with, what's his name? Flatswood recently. I found him way back here talking to Dearth and Curious Jay.
It's twice as thick.
Yeah, well, the book was written, it was first published, oh, goodness. I believe that they cannot keep it, they cannot keep wraps on it. The only thing they can do is spin it and discredit it. And so you have to, first of all, you have to understand the method.
Now listen to this. Remember, there's rumors that this guy is an FBI agent working undercover now as some sort of book writer that's demonizing the Jews and just everything he's doing is kind of weird. Listen to what he says here.
Methods of intelligence agencies. Okay, first of all, they try to get out front of something. Okay, Lenin said, you know, the best way, okay, to win is to be the opposition. Okay. And so understand this, that they will and they have been monitoring this flat earth issue for a long time, and they've been out in front of it, okay? And so people have to understand that, and they have to be founded in principles. Don't go running off on every little new tangent that comes along. It has to be studied. You have to find out whether, in fact, it's true, who is bringing it out, okay? So... but I will tell you this.
Question.
That they cannot keep a lid on this. Why? Because we have technology now that is available.
So I find that strange. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. I'm admitting that it could be a different guy. But it's hard to find the special agent, Hendry, anywhere. And if you type in Edward Hendry, FBI or CIA, you get pictures of the same guy. Now, again, it's that one same picture. Or you get these documents from the late 1990s of his writings. And it's always, I think there's one other picture I've seen Let me see if I have it here. It was a sudden, maybe this one. I'll just bring it up so you can see what I'm doing. So this is the September, oops, that's the same one. Sorry, wrong one. I wanted the other document, which is this one. Let me see if this one comes up the right one. What is going on here? There it is. Just wondering why I didn't bring it up. Okay, so this is the March edition of a FBI bulletin. And let's scroll down here and see. Over here, it's easier. Where is this character? I mean, again, could it be a different guy? Of course. Does it look to be the similar guy, similar hairline? Of course, he's lost more hair now. So if we go back to, I wish I could learn to organize my tabs. Kind of the same hair. Again, does he look 20 years older? Yes. Does he look 25 years older? Yes. But again, remember, this is 1998. That's 27 years ago. And of course, the picture is going to be old. Right? And why can't we find anything about this guy? He was supposedly some sort of a prosecutor in Michigan. So you'd think there'd be photographs of him. And by the way, so this guy was on ODD's podcast. He was on with David Weiss. He was on with Flatzoid. He was on with Banjo. But he will not show himself. Those things can, you might be a science guy and you're like, what is Jaron talking about? Now he's gone off the deep end. Sorry, this is the way I look into things. There is something funky there. I don't know what it is, but it's crazy. Now, again, this guy's out of D.C. You know anybody else that's out of D.C.? How about Eric Dubay? Came out around the same time as Edward Hendry with a book that had all the answers that we all followed along with. Edward Hendry comes out with his book, 2015 or 16. Huge book, 200 pages. Or 1,000 pages. I forgot what it was. Maybe they added 100 and it was 1,000 and became 1,100. But if I type in Edward Hendry, FBI, and I'm going to find his LinkedIn. Okay, so this is Edward Hendry. He's a drug enforcement agent, so it says. Again, they've got no picture of him. See that? It says that he worked for Drug Enforcement Administration. He is a Drug Enforcement Administration legal research and writing. He is a training specialist, instructor. He is a drug enforcement agent, supervised agent, assistant prosecuting attorney out of Michigan. So you'd think you'd be able to find photographs of this guy, but you cannot. You won't find, if you hit images on any of these, you're always going to find the other guy. You just can't find him. It's like he doesn't exist. So that's weird. Just weird. And you've got this guy going around. Is that him? I hadn't seen this yet. No. No, Tom Witchell. All right, so very strange. And this guy, if you go to Banjo's video, let me bring this up, show you he was on with Banjo here. No. Oh, I did want to, yeah, okay, I'll go to that one second. Let me bring up Banjo's. You got to see this. And just what I don't like about these guys is obviously the lies. And what I'm trying to get across to people is that if you follow in the flat earth, you will not be told the truth ever. It's not the point of it. And I've learned this the hard way because I was the one telling people the truth and realized, why am I losing subs? Why does nobody watch me? Where is everybody going? Oh, it's because they want me to lie to them. That's what they want. That's why you get hated. That's why you get, demonized. Okay. Oh boy, here we go again. What is this? Okay, here's the Edward Hendry.
Everything I'm telling you about here is in this article right here, and it's called "The Final Experiment is Not So Final," and it's at GreatMountainPublishing.com. So all of the videos and the files are right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now all right. So here is the video out, or the cloud I'm telling.
Now you guys might remember there was Nico just had a recent debate where he got absolutely destroyed by Peter Markley. But one of the things that this guy brought up is this exact scene. Now imagine, just for a second, imagine you're me. Okay? It's great, isn't it? I know. I enjoy it. Now, I want you to think. Imagine you went on the trip and it was 100% as explained, as told, as advertised. No trickery, no tomfoolery, straight up as could be. And you're watching this around you. Like that was a GoPro attached to my chest the entire time I was there. I'm walking towards this bathroom, and these guys are going to claim that because of a cloud, it's fake. Look at the video. Go watch it. Look all around you. If these guys aren't smart enough to realize that that is not what fakery looks like. Okay, if it's a movie, then that's done in post. There's nothing live. There's nothing ever like this.
Telling you about right there. So right now it's about a mile in the air. That's my estimate.
Good estimate. That makes a lot of sense.
It drops to about 3,000 feet here. So it drops to almost 2,000 feet. Okay.
Wait, what? Did you say it was 1,000 feet and it dropped it? What happened? Did I miss it?
In the air. That's my estimate.
Huh?
It drops to about 3,000 feet here. So it drops to almost 2,000 feet.
What?
Okay. So here it is right here, right above the latrine right there. All right. So as he walks, this cloud has dropped to about here.
And perspective is a killer of the globe? Does this guy not understand a fucking thing? You have got to be kidding me.
In the sky. Well, what it is the computer program they used for the effects in the sky lobbed onto that cloud and kept it in the upper part of the lens for his GoPro. They didn't adjust it because when he got to here, that cloud should nowhere be around here at all, visible. So it's clearly a glitch in their computer program.
Wow.
Now let's see if I can.
Are you kidding me?
Let's go to another.
Can we arrest these guys for being complete and total retards?
The link to Edward's website is in the description
The link
below
to Edward's website is over there with the 433. I'm a King Nikos.
GreatMountainPublishing.com.
I haven't got one thing right in the whole time I've been doing this. I keep thinking things are fake, but there's everything that's real.
Yeah, it's great. It's GreatMountainPublishing.com. So here's another article I did, all right, called Clowns Caught Faking the Final Experiment. And here, and I'm piggybacking on the work, the discovery by Winter Patriot 45. You should go to his YouTube channel, and he did a great job. He discovered this. So what it is there is a seam that was in the sky. So this blue that you see right here, that blue is the sky during the alleged 24-hour video that they set up. Now, as you know, the sky doesn't have a seam, and it's a right angle. It's a seam goes up.
I mean, this genius doesn't know about 360 cameras. Do you understand what a 360 camera is, Edward Dumbfuck Hendry? It means it's two cameras back to back, each with a 180-degree view, which is going to distort things, first of all. Clearly, having a camera having a 180-degree view is not normal. It's going to distort things. And yet you're claiming that there's a seam which is required.
Right up here, it stops there, and it goes off this way. There's a very subtle one you can just see right here, but it's very difficult to see. What happened was, after he revealed that there was that seam in the sky, I went back within a day to pull that video up, and I went right to the spot where he said it was, and it had disappeared. Other people tried to find it, and he actually went back to try to find it, and he said what they did was they went back and they brushed out those lines. So
there's a program called Insta360, which is supposed to remove those lines in the program.
They altered the video after it was revealed.
I don't even know whose video he's talking about. Where does it say that?
So obviously, this is something they did not, an artifact of their artificial sky, they did not.
Why don't you go buy a 360 camera and check if that happens? Isn't that better than accusing other human beings of being flat out liars?
No. So they quickly went and got rid of it. Well, what I did was I went back about a week later, and I just kept looking.
Oh, goodness.
And by the way, I have his video on that in that article, so you can watch his video where he goes through it. So he actually goes through it on his video.
So the point of this is to explain to you that these crazy people will go to any stretch. And so if you're a flat earther, just recognize that you will always be a flat earther until you stand up for yourself. Okay? It takes having balls. You need to have balls. You need to get up and be like, I ain't standing for this anymore. I'm not going to let these fuckers lie to me. I'm not going to let these guys be completely fake about everything. You're going to need to remove yourself because nothing will ever happen that is a trigger to have you leave. That's already happened. We debunked the AE map, disqualified the AE map, falsified the AE map. The South Pole can't exist on an AE map. The South Celestial Pole can't exist on an AE map. Okay? There's so many things that don't exist on a Earth that has a south that's the opposite of the north. So many things. The sun sets south of west from South America. Just want to show that one more time in case anybody new is watching, although I don't think any more flat earthers are watching me. This might be the last time I really carry on about this subject because it's just getting, what else can you do? What else can you do? Do you want people to just continue calling you names? Which I don't care. I really don't because, they're not friends. Like I said, I would not ask for advice from any of these people. And I don't know if anybody knows the law about, so Shelley Lewis, who wanted me as part of her movie, and so I had to drive down to the Salton Sea, like an 8-hour drive, to go down to participate in an observation that we were making, a mirror flash and some laser tests. And then I went to the movie premiere down in LA on my own dime. Drove down there, went to the movie premiere. I have worked with her on sunsets footage. I took time out of my time at the conference. I don't remember if it was Dallas or Denver, one or the other, and spoke to her and Wendell Walton on camera. But now that she's posted on Facebook that I'm a plant that's been a plant the whole time, that I infiltrated the movement or something for 10 years, I guess, whatever. I think I should have the right to say I no longer want to be a part of any of your film, any of your documentary, because of her change of opinion. Because, of course, now if she puts me in the documentary, it's going to be that I'm a turncoat or some bullshit that she makes up. So when I told her yesterday in her comments and in a message, I said, hey, I no longer grant you permission to use me. She said, too late. You already signed the release. It's like, okay. It's just dirtbag. These people are dirt bags. I can't imagine doing that. I can't imagine saying to somebody like, nope, never mind. It's too late. You signed a release. But I don't want to be in your movie. Too late. Too late. I'm a dickhead. I just do whatever I want. I don't even care about what other people want. That's what these people are like. They're insane psychopaths. Okay? Let me show you this. And if anybody's not getting this yet, they should, because it's pretty easy to get. But let's just look real quick. This is the A map. Now let me explain something very simple to you. Flat Earthers, please listen, and do not listen to Dave Weiss or any of these other jokers. Listen carefully. There can be no other flat Earth map ever. None. If we tried to draw a new map, erase this one, it doesn't work. They debunked it. Okay. Where do we start? Well, the North Pole is real. Put that in there. It would be right underneath the North Celestial Pole. Okay, what next? Well, we should probably put in the continents. Yeah, they have to be laid out like this, don't they? Yeah, they do, because we know the sun comes here first, then hits here second, then hits here third. So it kind of can't be changed. Can we move Africa over on this side of South America? Nope. Why not? Because it didn't. That's not what observation. Oh, that's right. So, okay, so the continents are correct then, right? Yep. All right. And then what? Oh, it's an AE map. Fuck. But what if we turn it? What if we rotate it right? How about that? What's it now? It's an AE map. Fuck. What about again? No, it's still an AE map. It's always going to be an AE map. it's always going to be debunked. Flat Earth is false today, tomorrow, the next day, 2026, 2027, 2032, and 2050. So if you're in Flat Earth, you are pushing a lie, promoting a lie, calling people telling you the truth liars, throwing friends under the bus who told you the truth, who are trying to tell you the truth. Remember, truthers. Hello? Aren't you a truther? I thought you're looking for the truth, not for your truth that you need it to be. You're allowing people like Dean Odell to tell you Satan was the sun in the south. Nobody says a fucking word to him. I tell you the truth, and look what's happened to me. If you're proud of being in that community, fuck you. Fuck you big time.
You fucking bitch!
Thank you, Enrique. That was good. So here's the problem, is that we know some things cannot be argued despite retards like Zetard and Nachiketa who think the earth is rising up with no acceleration. The dumbest belief that there is. Let's go here. Oops, that's on this one. And close this one. Okay, so we know that the Tropic of Capricorn is about ish there. Is that a circle? It looks like an oval to me. Okay, it's about there. I don't know. It's maybe a little lower. There. Maybe there. Okay? Again, it doesn't matter. Just pretend. And then we do the Tropic of Cancer in the north, which is going to be south of the United States, about there-ish. Okay? It's a little off because I can tell the equator is going to be a little off. And then we're going to put the equator as a blue line in here in the middle. Okay. These lines are not man-made. They are a fact of life. Okay? They cannot change because the sun varies between, let's get a little sun in here. Color that in with a little, yellow sun. Okay, so the sun varies between the tropics, and we can check that. We can verify it's fact. You can't argue it. Okay, so it either goes here in June, here in December. Okay, that's it. Here at the equinox in March and September. And we know that people that get no shadows, which means the sun is right above your head, when it's right above your head, you get no shadow. Okay, that there's a spot that is the furthest that happens. That's called the Tropic of Capricorn. It's in the south. Okay, so those things have to exist. What we see on this map has to exist. The continents must, Tropic of Capricorn must, Tropic of Cancer must, the equator must. They're not man-made, they're facts of life. Debate me. Stupid. Okay. If that's the case, then you tell me when you're down in Punta Arenas or anywhere in the south, pay attention, anywhere in the south, which way does the sun set? Here goes the sun, right? Oh, to the right. Right, so it would look like it sets right to left. Okay? Here, where does it go? Oh, to the right. Where does it go here? Oh, to the right. No matter where you're at in the south, the sun has to go to the right. Right. Okay? That's how it has to set. It has to go, when you're here in Punta Arenas where we were, okay? Remember that the sun's going to set, it set about here, I don't remember what time it set, like 10:30, let's just say. Okay, it set at 10:30. By noon or 1, the sun is here. Okay, so we got it. So it's got to go to the right because it's got to get over there. Great. If we go and look at this map, okay, this is on December, you see up here, we're on December 31st. Yeah. And we're going to move over to South America, even though we could do it from here. This is South Africa. It's the same thing. It's always the same in the south. Okay, we're going to move this way. Let's go over here. Get up off the ground. Okay, we'll just type it in here so I don't have to go find it. We're just going to type in Punta Arenas. Punta Arenas. All right, so we are now at Punta Arenas. And we're not, don't pay attention to, oh, this is a globe. You're showing us on a globe. No, I'm showing you observations that I can verify, that you can verify. Anybody can verify that these are what the observations show. Don't worry about the globe. Okay, we'll come here. We're looking off into the west. Okay, and now we're going to see what happens to the sun as it comes along. Now, why didn't we see it there? Where's the sun? Oh, there it is. The sun is setting right to left. Again, right to left. Why is the sun going this way? Why would the sun be going this way? How in the world would the sun be going this way? It needs to go that way. That way. So we got a problem. It's not a simple problem, it's a fatal problem. So is the fact of where is the 90 degrees south. We know we flew from here. Let me just make this a little larger so we don't run out of space. Let's go like this and apply that. Oops. I hit undo accidentally. Apply. Thank you. And let's go ahead and paint that white so it looks like some ice. Okay, that's a little better. Oops. Get that white out of there. Okay, so there's our new map with a bunch of ice out there. So we went from here to, let's go to color, pink work. We went here, we flew south, and we ended up here somewhere at Union Glacier. Okay, there's us. Now, we know that when we were here, number one thing is we saw the sun to our south. Huh? How is there, the sun is in here? I just told you that we cannot change that. The sun stays between the tropics, yet it's over here. Okay? Still doesn't make sense. When we were here in Punta Arenas, we saw the sun set this way, right to left. Every single person in the south for every single sunset sees the sun set right to left. Every single person in the north, every single sunset that you see will set left to right. That seems weird. It seems like there's two halves of the earth. One half, the sun goes one direction, the other half goes the other direction. This map doesn't work at all. Now, let's ask the question that Duffy asked Flatzoid. Where is the South Pole? As I said, I flew here, got here, saw the sun in the south, said, oh, if I walk that way, I'll get to the South Pole. Okay, there's the South Pole then. But if somebody goes here and goes towards the southern sun, they also would get to the South Pole. So would this guy. Going this way would get to the South Pole. How could the sun be at its lowest for each of these people and it be forcing them away from each other? It doesn't make any sense. It's a paradox. You believe in a paradox Earth that doesn't work. You just don't know it because you listen to liars. These guys that act so cocky, like they know it all. And they're just clueless. They don't get it. So if the sun sets this way, oops, go one more that way. Come on. What happened? I don't know why I won't take out that line. All right, if the sun sets this way, as we know it does, and we go back here and we say, oh, here's the sun on that day in December. Okay, now remember, on December 21st, I know it says December 31st, it's the same, it's about the same. We know that the sun is above the Tropic of Capricorn. It has to be. Because the people standing under it here would say it's above my head. The people standing under it here would say it's above my head now. The people standing here would say now it's above my head. Okay? Fact. That's the path of the sun. So if we saw it go here, what does that tell you? What does it tell you about the Tropic of Capricorn? Well, that's weird because to me, let me just give you my opinion. It looks like the Tropic of Capricorn goes left. Is there any model that allows for the sun to go left? Is there any model that predicts that the sun goes left? Is there a model by people who have contributed to humanity that says that the sun goes left? Is there a model that may have contributed to air flight that goes left? Is there a model that people believed in and taught us and we rejected it for no other reason than we thought the South was a lie? I went and confirmed it is not. Therefore, okay, well, let's look into, if I was wrong, then I want to look into what I've been being told. Oh, so I'm told that the sun goes right to left and goes around the tropic. Now, if that were true, if I turn this way, I bet you I would see the sun. Oh, look at the light over there. See, the light of the sun is kind of strangely seen from here in Punta Arenas. And then you keep turning and the sun rises real quickly from right there. Now, remember, in that quick time that it just ducked underneath the horizon, it needed to go all the way around here, light up them, and come all the way back. Because it needs to rise. Well, you know, you'd see it rise somewhere over here. But we see it rise here and set here. How is that possible? We know that the sun is above the Tropic of Capricorn. The only thing I could think of is if the Tropic of Capricorn actually went like this. It went left and came around this way. Well, then that would make sense, but that would require Australia to be here and Africa to be here. And then it comes around to South. Okay. So what would make this happen? Anybody? Huh. Is there any model that calls for that? Let's see what this model does. This model is a globe model. And, oh, wait a second. So if the sun is setting that way and it's just going down, coming up, going around. Oh, the Tropic of Capricorn. Oh, it's on the, okay, I get it. The reason that it's above the heads of people in Australia, move, globe, is because, can you stop it, please? Is because that's what's on the other side of the ball Earth. Okay, remember, one more time, we were in Punta Arenas, which is, where's my marker? Here. I'm sorry, we're at Union Glacier. And dipshit over there who said, Mount Rossman isn't where you said, and it's the opposite way, and shut up. You are clueless. If we turn, okay, here's looking north. Okay, and here's where we were. And if we look south, we're looking at Mount Rossman. And if we get in here, where's the Blue Ice Runway thing? Hold on, that might be the wrong spot. I'm trying to look for the, oh, here it is. Okay, so we were here. What is that calling for? That's the shadow of Mount Rossman. Okay, so what direction is that? Well, let's turn around. We're facing north, so what direction is that? Oh, it's south. What do you know? Even though this guy wanted to claim it, it's not. Boom, south, and there you go at Mount Rossman. Actually, got to turn a little bit more. Oh, this way. Okay, there you go. And this is where we were at the secondary camp, looking in that direction that we drew a line in the sand, saying that south was this way. Okay, now remember, when we were here looking south, we saw the sun in the south. Let me get this up here. You can see higher. There we go. Okay, here comes the sun. Oh, there it is. Okay, there it is at its lowest. See it going up above us there? It's highest, and there it goes. So at its south, behind Mount Rossman, it's at its lowest. At that time, people in Australia said, oh, the sun's above our head. And if we backed out and said, well, why is that? And we go, oh, it's because we live on a ball. And the other side of the ball has Australia, which is getting the sun at the same time that we saw it in the south. Oops. Okay. It's a little bit this way. There you go. So this is very confusing to flat earthers. They cannot explain this. I thought that it was a lie. I'm telling you guys, it's not. So you can choose to not believe me, but just recognize what you're doing. When somebody brings to you information, truth, that is against your worldview, you are unable to accept it. You're unable to process it. You're unable to work on it. Your guys' knee-jerk reaction, because you're lazy and know nothing, is to call things fake. That is not sufficient. This is what I mean. The flat earth will go nowhere because you do nothing. If you don't change your beliefs, if you don't improve upon ideas, if you don't correct mistakes and incongruities with reality, then you're doing nothing. You're actually hurting humanity. Okay, you're actually causing problems. You're causing families to break apart. You're causing children to grow up with incorrect beliefs that will affect them in their future. And I feel responsible. I mean, I feel responsible as anybody should, or as, more than people should. And so originally my thought was I'll just walk away from this and just leave it alone. And then it's like, no, that weighs on me still. Because I was one person who thought the South was a lie, who told you guys it was a lie, and you guys championed me no matter what I said, until I said, oh, it's not what we thought. Then you said, shill, liar, deceiver, Satanist. Go look at the videos being made about me. They are disgusting. These people are all disgusting because they're all wrong. All of them. And these guys lie to you on just a level that I've never seen before. And how are you not able to pick it up? Sure, flat Earth is my belief as well, but I can just see it now. Maybe it's because I'm out. I mean, I guess I didn't see it as much as I still did see it a lot from these people. These people I've told you not to watch for a very long time are just lying, and it's so painfully obvious. So obvious. Let me show you this from the other day. I don't know if it's this one or not. Yeah, I think it's this one.
Also,
so somebody sent me this for another reason altogether. They're like, "Oh, that big tech guy that was on your show the other day called you an idiot or something on Z's show."
Hold on, I just gave you ready. 800 miles.
Okay, watch this guy. So
Craig Flatter.
This is how much of a liar these guys are. Listen to somebody again. When you just ask somebody their beliefs, flat earthers can't stand it. They're like, "What? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to answer you. I've already done it a million times. We'll just do it again." No, I can't tell you my beliefs because they're clueless. Listen to this guy try and tell big tech about the flat earth.
Making the claim that opposes our senses.
Well, all right, here's my answer to that. 2 parts. One, I can demonstrate that atmospheric refraction can bring things into view behind an obstructed horizon.
True. So can Melodome, you sent me a video the other night of it.
I can demonstrate that on a small scale. In fact, I linked in this chat that we're in a video of a guy demonstrating it in his backyard using a curved propane tank turned sideways.
Yeah,
and
like
he densifies the atmosphere using liquid nitrogen. You extrapolate that concept out, then you could maybe, agree, all right, well, if it's possible on a small scale, maybe on a large scale, this is what we're seeing. But number 2, with regard to the burden of proof, I think I could turn that one around on you and go, well, as far as what I see, like when I stand out at the west coast of California looking out over the sunset, it looks like the sun's going in the water. It looks just like that to me. So you'd tell me something else is going on. So then you'd have to prove that something else is happening besides the sun going in the water. And then you'd I think would invoke something like refraction or some sort of optical phenomenon like perspective or something. And then I'd say, well, you'd have to prove to me with an example of something disappearing from the bottom up.
Remember, these guys are used to echo chambers to where they just piggyback off each other and these two blow each other. So let's see what happens.
Like as the sun
you're doing
goes in the water. And I think it would.
I know where you're getting at, but hold on. But here's the thing. You're basically straw manning any one of us into what we would claim, what we would invoke. Probably each person up here would give you a different answer for that. The reality is we really don't know what's happening to that sun as it sets into the water. You can make claims, okay?
These are bumper bowlers bowling 8s. And I don't mean 8 in a frame. I mean 8 for the game. And they're trying to talk shit to the PBA bowlers.
Probably used to what the standard flat earth argument is in terms of it's moving away in perspective, all right? But to straw man any of us into some claim, and then
you notice these words that have become so used in the flat earth movement now. Straw man, right? So anything you can't answer is a straw man.
To refute that straw man's probably not the best argument.
I don't think it's a straw man. I was just like guessing what you would say. But if you got something else besides that, then by all means, that'd just be like a new take. If I don't know,
it'd probably be hard. It'd probably be hard to guess what I would say. It's not too hard to guess what you would say because you just basically refrain what science is. You're just giving us the standard explanation of what we all were taught. See, everybody up here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to speak over you.
No, go ahead.
I'm just saying I'm taking a guess at it. I'm not saying I'm guessing it right. I'm just guessing. I'm just like assuming.
Right.
Making this. I don't mean to straw man. I'm just assuming.
What is the word refrain?
Rising into a gas, so it makes the atmosphere more dense.
This isn't like an egalitarian thing. It's fine.
I don't see anybody else up yet.
On cue.
I'm
What's the bullshit? Tell me.
Glover podcast.
I didn't say
all.
you.
I didn't know that.
I'm trying to find a part.
Great. I'm glad you're having a good night.
You keep repeating the lie.
In the way you're
Why do you keep repeating lies?
That's all he
Things
does.
that you know to be untrue.
I think
Brenda,
it is too.
You're obviously painting this situation as if you understand what I'm thinking and what my motivations are. As you say, I'm lying, and I think things are untrue.
Lying.
Yes, because you know it to be untrue, and you repeat it.
Right.
For years.
Yes.
All flat earthers do.
I don't know where to go with you. Brenda, what
Yeah,
kind of
we see
argument?
too far.
You're just saying I'm a liar,
Right.
and not
Yes.
Chiquetta's a liar.
Correct.
Yes, you are.
Correct.
Yes, that's what I'm
That's
saying.
your argument. You just say everybody's a liar.
Yes,
What's your
because-
point? Why can't we see too far? So when Chiquetta says from an airplane, you can see Baja California from 800 miles away.
False.
He's not lying. That's provable.
What?
You could do it yourself.
Is that
Where's the evidence of that?
the globe?
Brenda, it falsifies the radius value
So we can falsify things like the radius value, but when we falsify flat Earth, that didn't happen.
of this
How
globe.
so?
Unless you're just going to invoke refraction. And then
No.
it's not lying. We're just
So you can't invoke refraction, but the flat Earth needs 180 degrees of refraction to move the sun to where the globe predicts in your own personal atmospheric dome 30,000 miles away. That's okay. But heaven forbid the globe needs a little bit of refraction to make the impossible eclipse work. Sorry.
Oh, I'm asking you a question. What's wrong with you? Calm down.
I'm asking you to justify your claim
proof?
that seeing some place from a plane falsifies the globe Earth.
Where's the evidence,
Prove it.
first of all?
Let me ask you.
Oh, let me ask
Let's
you
start
something.
at the basics. Do you agree with my claim that Baja California can
No.
be seen from 800 miles away from a commercial jet airliner at roughly 35,000 feet in
I have
elevation?
no idea.
No, there's no.
I
Where
believe
is
the
it?
evidence. Hold on. Here's the difference, Brenda. I believe the multiple photographs that show Baja California, the Baja Peninsula from 800 miles away. I believe those. You don't. So I don't have to
I
get up
didn't
in
say
the
I
plane
didn't
and
Where are they?
do it.
But
You're the one
I'm
who has to
asking
get up
you-
and show.
I'm asking you to give the math that demonstrates that this conflicts with the globe model. That's what I'm asking you to do.
Look at this.
You already know the math. Why do I
No,
need to give it to
no,
you?
it's your
On the globe. That's my claim.
use. No, now you're lying, right?
Oh, I'm lying again.
Yes,
Yep,
because
again.
I'm just,
you're not.
I'm just
you're
lying all night
deliberately
tonight.
right because you're deliberately not following the conversation. You just have a claim.
I just gave you ready. 800 miles
False.
Uh-huh.
from 35,000 feet elevation. All right, that's the two numbers. That's it.
That's
That's
not
the
enough.
22 numbers you need.
Where's
No,
the
that is
claim?
enough. That's
Where
all
is
you
the
need.
claim? No, I need more. Where? Give me the proof. Give me.
See,
show
you
me
want to
actually-
prove?
Ask each other.
Hold
I'm
on,
yes,
hold on. This
yes,
is my
because
show. Calm
he
down,
is
everybody.
incredibly
You can't all
ignorant
talk.
about science and
Hold
math.
on. You're out of your mind.
No, there's somebody who's
What
out
is
of
your
their mind.
argument? Are you arguing the validity of the observation, or are you arguing the numbers? What do you want to talk about, Brenda? You're all over the place. This is crazy. Everybody can hear it. Go
This is
ahead.
I'm
So,
demand-
yeah, it is gaslighting. Thank you for saying that, Big Tech. I was just going to say that. What he's doing is inciting his crowd, his audience, are going to be siding with him. Even though he said nothing, proven nothing, shown nothing. Go back and look at what will happen in the flat earth community over the next years. Notice what I said here. You will provide nothing to humanity but giving these guys views and clicks. You're going to lose family and friends. You're going to make less money. You're going to believe more lies. You're going to trust these liars. And you'll reject evidence. It's by design. It's the most ludicrous nonsense ever. And as I said yesterday, do I feel stupid for it? Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know how you let it go this far, other than with a extreme confirmation bias. You're not allowed to look into stuff with a preconceived opinion. Now, I get it. You're going to say, oh, Jaron, you do that as well. You did that about the moon. You did it about this. You did it twice in the show. Okay, I get it. We all have it to work on. But there's a big deal here in that one of the things has been thoroughly debunked. Thoroughly. And that is the idea that the Earth can be flat, since there's only one map and we've now shown it to be false. It cannot work. Now you can say, what does the flat Earth say? They made up their own rule. You can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky, and that is a big fat falsity. Thank you, Enrique. That was good. That was quick. It's false. Okay? You can tell the shape of the ground. You can falsify a map if the light in the sky is a known orbit, known entity, a measuring stick, which is what the sun is. That's why we have watches, calendars. Calendar would be pretty screwed up if the sun wasn't consistent. If the sun sometimes said, I'm going to go over here for 36 hours and then I'll come back and do my orbit. Oh, It's weird. You just screwed up the whole map. You just screwed up the whole days. All the days, the calendar's all screwed up. We need you to stay specifically to 24 hours a day so that we can actually know when a year is. Thank you, son. Luckily, it does that for us. Let's continue because I want you to hear a little bit more. That is gaslighting what he's doing. So what you don't understand is that you are a victim right now. If you are a viewer of any of these guys, whether it's Flatzoid, Dave Weiss, whether it's Nachiketa and Zetetic Warrior, any of these guys, you are being deceived. And you're stuck. You can't get out of it now. I'm giving you the opportunity to follow me and these other people. We are part of the WWF. We were flat. Not anymore because we have brains. Okay? The flat earth is simply...
That was embarrassing.
Gaslighting.
Yes, he is.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Brenda.
You're out of your mind. This is crazy. That's gaslighting.
Brenda and I have a relationship that you're not a part of.
Oh, that means you can gaslight.
Do you want to make this a throuple? This is a couple. Rachel's already moved her way in to make this a throuple. I don't even know what a foursome would be called. This is getting crowded. That's all I know. Go ahead.
I'm not making the argument. You are.
What's your question? Are you questioning the validity of the observation, or do you want to talk about the numbers?
You heard what he
I'm demanding that you give me the
I mean, it's called a quadruple, by the way. How about that math? We'll talk about
well,
that.
you can run away. You can run away from the question because you know that this.
They run away from this all the time, and in fact, it gets so bad here. He has to have somebody else step in for him because he doesn't want to be pressured on his beliefs.
It's called 8 inches
consistently lie because right now you're running away.
You don't
show me the math.
It's called geometry. First of all, you could use.
Yes, I know math is
the Pythagorean theorem. You can use a radius of 3,882 miles. You can use the Pythagorean theorem easily to figure out what the drop rate was.
With this problem.
Okay. All right. If you want to use trigonometry, you can use the observer's height in feet. It's very easy.
From the web page, I know exactly what
California can be seen from 800 miles. Somehow that could work on your globe. I'm telling you, it obliterates. I just told you the math.
Claim. That's just a claim.
No, it's not my claim.
Yes,
the claim is the globe. The claim is a 25 or 26,000 mile circumference.
Show me the math.
That is the claim. I just said the math. What's wrong with you?
That's just nonsense, right? You're not showing
you're just saying it's nonsense. I don't have to show it. This isn't math class. I'm not going to sit here and work it out. The square root.
It's not math class.
That's it. It's just basic geometry. You can type away all you want. It's 1.22. You got it. Plain and simple. It obliterates the globe. The funny thing is, Brendan.
Now notice he still has not shown the evidence. They've not reviewed it. It's not been double checked. This is the problem in the flat earth. You've got people like Nathan Thompson claiming he's seeing, I see Atlanta from 80 miles away. He forgot to mention that he's 4,700 feet high. Might be a problem. If you take it down to the ground level, guess what? Then the place that you can see is now 4,750 feet under the horizon. That's why they won't do the, why didn't you observe it from the ground?
It's the actual observations at elevation that obliterate the globe. Because based on a globular mathematics and geometry, as you go in distance on your supposed globe, it's actually a nonlinear growth. It's exponential. But when you go up in elevation, it's simply linear. No, you just don't know what I'm talking about. What I'm saying.
Clueless.
How far
on the circumference of the globe that you ascribe to?
I know exactly. I know exactly where that formula is.
Brenda, it's from any 6th grade geometry class.
Oh, now that's gaslighting.
It's been known for as long as
only thing you ever.
It's plain and simple.
Oh, it's plain and simple. That's all you got to say.
My audience says this is.
It's the same thing that you get from Flatzoid. It's simple. It's easy. We got it. You guys just don't get it. It's so simple. The Earth is so simple. All this math is so simple. All that they've done before us was useless. But Z is going to take us to the future. Imagine we put Z in charge of the NSA. Imagine we put, NSF. Okay? Imagine we put him in charge and think of where our science would go. Think of where we'd be if flat earthers for the last 100 years were in charge of science. Think about that. Accusing each other, throwing each other under the bus, backstabbing each other, lying, gaslighting. Would we get anywhere? Would we have cars?
This is a loop. I don't like loops.
Right. It's because you're refusing to put. This is why we have a problem. You're refusing to justify your claims. You refuse to justify your claims that water doesn't bend. Water is the most bendable substance in the universe.
Brenda, I didn't claim that. You have to prove the opposite.
Claims. You have to back up your claims.
Brenda, you're saying that water sticks to a ball. You're the one that has the burden of proof.
Again, they're going to turn burden of proof on anything that can't be shown, right? So you just have to think about it and say, okay, the claim is that the Earth has water attached to it. It's a sphere. Okay, great. But why does the water attach to it? They say, oh, the Earth is so big, it has a gravitational pull to it. Okay. So then to say you can't show how water sticks to a ball, well, but we just said that the reason that it does is because of the size. So if that's the reason, you can't just claim, well, then show us. Well, how would we show you? The Earth is the showing. Now, you might say, okay, that's not evidence. Well, great. I'm glad there's other evidence. Do you get that? There's other things that tell us that. That's where I'm at. Once you realize it's a sphere, there's some things I can just accept. I don't need to be in charge. They don't know what the fuck gravity is. How am I going to know? But does it operate as they claim? Do things fall? Well, I'm talking to Z. This guy believes that there's no downward acceleration. Z, I'll tell you again, because I don't know if you ever answered my challenge. If you're so sure about this no downward acceleration, let's have a challenge. You and I will go somewhere. We'll have a car drive from 1,000 feet away, going 1 mile per hour, and it will hit me from 1,000 feet away. And then we'll have a car go from 1 foot away, 1 mile per hour, and hit you. Okay, we both got hit. Will I be injured more, or will you? I'm not really sure. It seems like 1 mile per hour for both of us would be the same. Now let's take a brick and let's drop it from 1 foot above my head, and then let's drop it from 1,000 feet above your head. And you tell me if there's downward acceleration.
You have to show that that's physically impossible.
You make the claim that water seeks its own level.
Yeah, can you show that that's impossible?
I didn't make that claim. You're just putting words in my mouth. It obviously does.
That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, I did not say that, okay? I never said that. You're putting words in my mouth. Now, it obviously does.
But you're making a claim for me now.
It is your
that's
claim.
What we're going to do.
Is it your claim that water seeks its level?
Brenda,
Why?
where do you want to go with this?
Look at this guy.
Why does water move at all?
Standing bodies of water. Finally, David
Why?
showed up. David.
Why?
Listen, he just said, finally, David showed up. Finally. Why?
I don't know where you were. I'm to a point, David, where...
Help
us, David.
Where I just need people to come up here and make my arguments for me because I'm tired of making them every night.
Well, because you're on
Please, he doesn't make any arguments.
Well, last time I was a little too boring because you kicked me off. So, Brenda, you're just a coincidence theorist, man. Everything to you.
Okay.
No, this guy is so bad. The things I've heard him say where he's just like, well, maybe God is putting 17 suns in the sky. He could do that if he wants. It's God. He could do anything he wants to. Yeah, but you're missing the point. The Earth conforms and answers and predicts things as a sphere. The sphere works. So what you're saying is your God, who made 17 suns so that you can make the flat Earth work, deceived us by making it simply answerable by one word. Sphere. Answers all the questions. Explains all the observations. Done. You're choosing to say, no, I care more about my belief system. I care more about my dedication to somebody wrote in a book from thousands of years ago that I'm going to adhere to so much that I'm going to take actual real world observations and smash them and say, I don't have to believe that. And again, how many times do I have to say this? If you want to be in the flat earth religion, you are by all means allowed. I'm not going to say a word to you unless you show up at debates trying to make it scientific, because you already admitted that it's a religion. It's not scientific. It cannot be shown. That's the problem. We have people with a religious belief who are now trying to compete with a scientific thought or theory. which is fine if you bring something to the table. Go back to the table, work for a year, design some sort of a map that you think works, and it has to show reality better than the globe. If it does not, it will never be anything. You'll be wasting your time. It's not hard to figure out. Show how this is better for humanity. You have to show that it matches reality better, or else you're just spending another year providing nothing to humanity, continuing to lose friends and family, making less money, believing more liars, believing more lies, and you will continue to reject evidence because that's the only thing you've been taught how to do. We talk about, should we teach our children flat earth or should we teach them globe earth? And what do we always say? What do I always say? I say, no, we need to teach children how to think, not what to think. Okay? This is the same situation. You're trying to force what to think down people's throats without evidence, and it will never happen. Now, you're going to recruit some because obviously some people have a connection to God in some way, and they think that this matches that, so they go with it. Or, like in most cases, like my case, I just didn't learn enough about the earth, so I was confused about it. I remember at the very beginning, 2015, I thought that the shadow on the moon was from the earth. I remember my wife and I in my bedroom going around with a light and the ball. We're trying to figure out how it worked. We're like, this doesn't make any sense at all. And then somebody's like, no, that's the phases from where the sun is versus it has nothing to do with the earth's shadow. Oh, okay. Then you got that. But then you start going through and you realize how little you know about the earth. So if there's one good thing in the last 10 years is that I've learned a lot about the globe. Okay, didn't agree with it the whole time. Now I've been forced into a position where I have no choice. And that's the way it should be. If the whole world operated that way, we'd be in a lot better place. If something doesn't match your belief system, you change the belief system. And the weirdest part for me is I now have to watch all these guys lie and realize, oh shit, have they been doing that the whole time? Has this been the whole time? Because yeah, it happened with the final experiment. But now I go back and I look at everything before that. And I know Melodome has done the same thing. He's starting to pull out some of these things that we've been told forever. The size of, Chicago, when you can see the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. Come to find out, Josh Nowitzki was up at the top of some sand dunes. So when you put in the new math, you're like, oh shit, that is supposed to be seen. You've got Dave Weiss telling people there's 50 miles of missing curvature because we can see mountains 700 miles away. False. False.
It's just a coincidence. There's never any kind of collusion or two people working together to ever try to get one over on people.
No, I think that happens a lot. And I used to say the same thing. But when you think about the globe and you start adding in 40 bases in Antarctica, every person that lives in the South, every plane flight in the South, every observation from somebody who works in Antarctica, everybody who lives and works in South America and South Africa and Australia, you are starting to have a problem in that you've got way too many people that are going to be alert to what's going on. So what are you doing? Paying them all off? The 70 employees at Union Glacier, which you can't say that they just don't know. It gets dark when it's not supposed to. So wouldn't they know that? And then they have to know that they're bringing in some team to put up a fake sun, which is so stupid it hurts. How did they get the fake sun in the sky? Maybe we should ask Banjo, the snowblower.
Well, it's impossible in your mind. People just, it's like, I don't know, you're ridiculous. You can never put two things together.
Terrible.
You didn't know that till just now.
I was busy muting somebody.
When your is in one of your premises.
Wait, what do you say, sir?
Apparently you don't.
This chick Brenda knows everything.
Begging the question, when your is in one of your premises. You didn't know that till just now.
I was busy muting somebody.
That's why
who
there's
was being loud
that stunned look in your face.
It's a dumb
right,
look.
except I was just muting somebody.
Of course.
Brenda,
listen to this guy talk.
After this whole thing's done, no skin in the game, right? No risk. Why should they have the reward? It's insane. Go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, they have you on record. You said one mean saying to that one kid that one time, and your reputation is done. They got you. That's how it works, I guess, on the internet. But
yeah, they got me right. Yeah.
I mean, these guys just, when I talked about critics who you would never ask for advice from you. I mean, you wouldn't let any of these guys in your house. So when they criticize you, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? When two men focus entire shows on you, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. What are you providing to anyone?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's whatever. It's whatever. I mean, like, they got their parasocial relationships, and, they got to show their loyalty. I think that's kind of how you show your loyalty to your friends, so-called friends, by going and attacking people that, we are diametrically opposed with. So, they have to send their flying monkeys at us. And Laurie is one of them. Laurie is a flying monkey. Let's just say it for what it is, So, but when I was listening to that panel, the thing is, in one of my last lives, I was talking about, hey, I don't know if Conspiracy Music Guru is going to listen, but because I played his songs, and I said basically like, hey, maybe he'll flip to the upward vector one day, and maybe he'll write a song about it. And when I was listening to the panel, and then he was asking, and nobody really had a chance to really speak. You got like freaking 12 people there. Like, how is anybody going to have a chance to like put in 4 or 5, 5 minutes at a time?
It was a cluster. Notch, there was way more than 12 people. They were like rotating people in and out. There were some people that came in that never said a word.
Yeah.
And just the whole energy of the thing, it was completely dissonant, low energy, low vibe. It was a horrible thing. And like I said,
it looked like a
all
funeral.
These people promoting it, they couldn't even get 600 people to watch this thing. There should have been like 1,000. Are these people paper tigers? That's been my argument. It's like, okay, now here's the thing. They propped each other up, proverbial circle jerk, right? Oh, you come on my show, you come on my platform. They kind of create an aura around themselves, a facade. And then when we really see there's really nothing to these people, I don't think they have much going for them. Is it possible that this argument is just such a simple one? Stick to demonstrated reality.
Yes, it's a globe.
Stick to applied physics. Stick to practical demonstration. The globe's impossible.
He says that every time he talks, the same exact words. Practical demonstration and physics proved with your slat.
The talking points are simple. They're on and on about the firmament, super dense liquid layers, domes, oblong and otherwise. I mean, come on, man. Whitsitt with his toroidal, his toroidal hyperboloids. Incoherent dielectric acceleration.
Good point.
Dave with his AE model / map or whatever he has going. Aren't these people just talking themselves into circles, complicating this thing way more than it needs to be?
I would agree. I mean, but I think the problem is that they've painted themselves into a corner such a long time ago that it would be, a bit of an acrobatic act for them to be able to like get out of it, I mean, because like if they,
I didn't see this part, but he's describing exactly what the point of this video is.
They denounced and corrected the record a long time ago, then we wouldn't be in the situation that we are. And I would have to kind of agree with you that I think this is all very contrived. If I imagined them to be as intelligent as they proclaim to be, then they would have conceded.
That's not a smart thing to do.
All these fallacies that they've been like holding up. So they purposely...
Again, let me mention, these guys believe that the Earth is rising up and that there's no downward acceleration, no evidence of that. And they're talking to other people about faulty beliefs.
Keep holding up the fallacies and like watching the reaction of the audience to see is like, oh, who's buying it? And then they hear like Notch and Z talk about like, this is just messed up. Like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? It's like, oh, they're onto us. Okay, let's get together. We need to get on the same page, and talk about like the Parent Son, and shit like that. It's like, okay, only about maybe 10% heard about the Parent Son, so we still have chance to, get in there and get in front of it,
Right, it's like this big game of catch up. Yep. When if they were just honest from the get-go, if they just stuck to logic, if they stopped conjecturing things,
like no downward acceleration,
posing things,
yeah,
begging the question of their models, they would have been fine all along. But this is the problem. Now,
by the way, these are the snotty-nosed kids that have no map, they have no model. Do you understand? They can never go anywhere. It'll never be anything. It'll never bring anything to them other than clicks, drama, and nonsense.
They have to play this game of catch up. They have to backtrack, and it's completely like I don't know, like they're playing some weird game of catch up. You know, sorry guys. Look, it's all on the record. Notch, how weird is it to hear our talking points out of their mouth?
We just did it before. It differs between us and them, in my opinion, is that we just kind of like get rid of all the fluff and like get to the meat of it.
Right, the Earth is moving up.
But that's not what he said to Karen when he called into Karen's show. He's like, oh, it like I came to the realization that actually that there could be a 24-hour sun when I was on the plane. Like, but like if you knew that it was an apparent sun for years, then you would have already known about it. In fact, you would have just said there's no need for me to go to Antarctica. All this kind of stuff. So they have to backtrack and try to like cover for themselves.
And who hasn't covered once? Who has been consistent the whole time?
And then they come out with more and more lies to make themselves like, oh, we were already in the know of things, make them look more stupid in our eyes, you know?
It's very strange. All right, Nacho, I'm going to start letting some people up. So,
all right.
I just wanted to go to where
I was going to keep you up here, but if you got to split, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Stage.
I just want you to know that, man, this is probably my favorite show, the Z show.
Wow.
Well, I appreciate the
that's good stuff.
The shout out. Talk to us. What do you think about tonight's show and the things I presented?
It makes me kind of sad because
I think that makes two of us. Things with people. Then I started to become privy to other information, like other like kind of subgroups within this whole genre models and the coin. That's why I call it a dialectic. So, where are you with this whole thing?
I want to show you when what's his name comes in.
Yeah, so this is one of my only theme songs.
Again, he doesn't like to be questioned about his beliefs. Let's watch.
Where things can't be explained. So that's where I am.
Like, oh, it's got to be a globe. But every map is Masonic, and
wait, what?
That wrecks this model, so it's got to be a globe.
Right.
But every map is Masonic.
Right. Good
and
point.
every map, like you just said before, it's a show. It's a story. They're presenting you with a story. We don't know how.
Look at these. This is a truther down here. Sarah B used to be a friend, and then she turned her back, just like everybody else. I'm okay not knowing too, Z.
How are you really going to make a map? How are you really going to map? You have to get really above stuff, which I know they're not getting above.
Have you ever seen a hot air balloon or a balloon? Goes 100,000 feet. You can't use that to map things?
The Earth, to see the Earth, right? So there's no real way to make a map.
Not on a flat piece of paper. There's not. You want to think of why?
You could they say, they used to like sail along the coastline and, take coordinates or whatever.
Right.
And, I don't know, Etch-a-Sketch, like whatever the fuck they're doing.
They didn't have Etch-a-Sketch back then.
But how are you going to really accurately make a map? And it just so happens that behind it. And that game.
Please hold. I want to try to get to you when you leave. It hurts my feelings a little bit. Let's set up Big Tech. Welcome to Z Show.
Watch this. This is hilarious.
Yo, hey, thanks for letting me in. What's up, Z Show?
Now he talks shit about me here.
Nothing much.
But I think I'm gonna take it as he's joking, but maybe he's not.
Let me bump your mic up a little bit because you're a little soft. You're a little low.
Check. Let me know when it's good. Thanks.
Well, I'm bringing you up on my end. I don't know if there's anything you can do on your end.
Yeah, you sound good on my end.
All right, well, you sound good. Nah, you're a little... Guys, is he a little low? Audience, let me know. But, yeah, not just saying you're a little soft. I bumped you up all the way on my end.
See if there's anything I can do on mine.
Nothing softer than Nudge.
My end. Well, yeah, my volume's all the way up. Well, hey, what's up? Hey, I don't know enough about you guys to weigh in. I am a Glober. I'm not here to be a jerk to you, but I'm a Glober, okay? Just so like full disclosure.
Yeah, right on. So talk to us.
Glober.
But I am anti-Bible earther and I'm specifically anti-Whitsitt and Jaren.
Look what you did.
I hate
okay, so
can we agree on some things here?
Wait. Well, Jaren's a Glomy though, so you can't be against Jaren.
No, he's not allowed back in. He doesn't.
They're not letting Jaren back in.
Good.
Look, this is here as a representative of all Globies. Jaren, they're not like. See, Jaren, this is what happens when you're a traitor, because they see that you're a
Do you
traitor
notice-
and
do you-
nobody wants you amongst their ranks.
Do you notice that it's more about the belief than it is about the truth? These guys don't want the truth. They're playing games. They're little boys playing little games.
You're now destined to roam the nether regions of the cosmology.
No,
Nobody
I'll be right here in my house with my wife. That's where I'll be.
wants you, Jaren.
My wife does. Pretty good here.
Exactly.
Okay, so you're Globy. Good on you, whatever. We're not just for no reason. What is it do you have against, let's say, these biblical flat earthers and Witsid and Jaren? Go ahead. Floor's yours. We'll give you the floor.
Well, I mean, primarily to me, the Bible is just like an ancient world as a real.
Floor's open. Anybody want to comment?
Actually, I kind of don't disagree with him in that sense.
Oh, there's a lot of ways the Bible could be interpreted. So what, you're getting like turned on by Rachel and stuff? We're having a serious.
And it's not going to be good for the show, so that's why I'm in my corner.
Well, go ahead.
Hey,
Talk
Kat-
to Rachel.
See the sun, or they didn't. It doesn't matter. Or like, where do
Look,
you guys?
everybody's different. Yeah, and I don't expect you to know, like, my content. That'd be crazy. But look, there's some people up here. The guy to my right, this Nachiketa guy, and myself. We knew that we were going to see the 24-hour sun. So there's a segment of people who ascribe to a flat Earth cosmology, or let's say, I don't know, a geocentric flat Earth cosmology, that really understood that there's a 24-hour sun, didn't have a problem with it.
Didn't have a problem with it, guys. Something that debunks any flat Earth map that there is. Doesn't have a problem with it. This is what you've signed up for. You've signed up for a club, a cult, that will take anything that disqualifies their belief and just dismiss it. They just dismiss it outright. Wow.
Okay, at all. And basically knew what the outcome was going to be. We didn't like put all our cards on some weird model.
On some
that
weird
was created and
model.
propped up for people to make financial gains off of. Okay, so that's where we are now.
So where does that put you? I don't get it. So you have no map, no model. You're the bratty kids yelling at the PBA bowlers, bowling eights, and saying we have no map, we have no model. And you would also say that you don't even believe in the physics of the ball rolling, even though you're throwing the ball down the lane. You're like, we don't even believe in the physics of balls.
We can talk about the whys and things like that, but the reality is the 24-hour sun was known by people who ascribe to a flat Earth over 120 years ago.
And what did she say? That there is a 24-hour sun in the south, and we don't know why or how. So for 125 years, people have known that there's a sun in the south that debunks the flat Earth map. There's been no map drawn in 125 years. You don't think anybody tried? You don't think Robotham tried? You don't think Carpenter tried? Shelton, all these guys, they didn't try? Charles Johnson, Leo Ferrari, they didn't try?
Was acknowledged. It's nothing new. There's basically a false binary that was created.
There's no false binary. It's either flat or it's a sphere. What is the other option? You guys are retarded.
Hello? Hello? Anybody home? Hey, think with flying fish.
Until you provide another option, it's not a false binary. If it's not a sphere, then what is it? If it's not flat, then what is it? Those are your two options, and one of them has been removed. That leaves one left. And only one.
That was presented as a narrative to say there could only be the globe or this idea of what the flat Earth is.
It's not an idea of what the flat Earth is. It's what is required by reality. The continents cannot move. Neither can the tropics. The sun does what the sun does, even though you want to tell people that it's apparent and can go wherever you need it to go. That's not true. It's a lie. Keep going with your great knowledge here.
Okay?
Doesn't know
that
when
was
to stop
propped up
talking,
as a
just
false
continues
binary,
running
and then
at the
this
mouth like
observation was
verbal
presented
diarrhea.
as mutually exclusive to tip the scales towards the globe. Just know that not all of us played into it, okay?
Great. We don't have no balls. We don't throw no balls.
Well, the question it brings up for me is like if we go, the arguments I hear for the Earth being flat is like they say it measures flat, and by measures usually they mean we looked at it and it looks flat. meaning some sort of optical, we see too far over the curve, or we see things too far away, or, I look at the horizon, it looks flat to me, things like that. But then if we look at the sky, that's also
no, don't say that.
Observation. So like, where does the observable proof for flat or not begin and end?
I'll just give you my standard trope that I just tell everybody. It's not about it's measured flat. Okay, so yeah, the Earth is measured flat. It's navigated flat. It's engineered flat. Okay, all those things. But the reality
as I've shown,
is,
right, with the
globe and heliocentric.
Sorry, when I showed the GeoGebra, that's what we're saying. Yes, of course, you're going to lay railroad tracks flat. You're going to build on buildings flat, build bridges and canals and tunnels flat. Go ahead.
It's physically impossible.
Wait, why?
Based on practical demonstration,
not this again.
Things that we know about this physical world, it just can't exist.
Based on physics and practical demonstration.
If you want to say that the flat Earth is a claim and we shouldn't prove it,
no, cult.
Okay, but usually when people say it's measured flat, it's kind of a straw man. So I present an argument is that the world itself physically shows itself to be a level, horizontal, topographical plane, one in which an ocean is not convexing around a spinning globe that has a tangential velocity of 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So plain and simple. So that's the argument I take, is that it's just physically impossible for this globe to exist for a number of reasons, a litany of reasons that we can get into, but I've laid out on my channel many, many times.
Yeah, he's already done it.
That's it. To say it's measured flat, okay, that's an argument. I'm not going to make that argument here. It can be made. Usually when people make that argument, they're talking about how we look at the celestial bodies and how they can be used to, you can triangulate them from, or you can triangulate your position by looking at multiple heavenly bodies. So they're basically saying that you need a flat baseline to position yourself on whatever map you want to use. But again, I'm not making that claim. I could defend that claim that you just made regarding, measured flat. I just say it's impossible. Now, I can show you and argue in many ways why this globe and heliocentric model is impossible. But again,
is this the right place to do that? I just popped in on your show. I don't know if this is the right venue. I don't want to blow up your spot, but I'm curious. So, like, what is this like an open discussion thing? Could I ask? Like, why is it impossible?
Well, I brought you up here, and we're having a pretty good discussion, so I'm at least enjoying it. Okay, Rachel, I'm gonna mute you, Rachel.
Jesus.
I don't know what she's doing. What do you do? What was that? Baked goods?
I thought it's a volcano. I thought I was muted. I'm sorry. But did you see Notch?
Weed?
Wait, what is that? Oh, so it's a volcano. What proofs can you give me to substantiate this model that you stand by to try to convince me towards your side?
Now, wait a minute. You're doing a switcheroo on me. You said that it's physically impossible, but I didn't hear any reasons. You just said it is.
Oh, that's right. I got to go back one just so you hear that. That's the part.
Now, wait a minute.
My own little theories of what the world is, so then they can burn that down. But I just tell people it's physically impossible, and we can go from there. We could have a conversation. Probably, Rachel, what is going on?
There's the breath.
Hold on, I got to mute you.
Vape Gate Part 2.
Dumb.
What I could say to you, Big Tech, is, you're supporting a globe. Okay, you said you're a globie. You're obviously advocating for this model. What proofs can you give me to substantiate this model that you stand by to try to convince me towards your side?
Now, wait a minute. You're doing a switcheroo on me.
Because remember,
you said that it's physically impossible, but I didn't hear any, reasons. You just said it is.
Practical demonstration, let me guess.
I give you a reason. I said physics.
Oh,
remember that part?
Physics. That's not an argument. That's just like a subject.
Watch how frustrated this guy's getting.
A field of mathematics.
Watch how frustrated he is that he's being questioned on his show about his beliefs. How dare you? How dare you? We just believe the Earth's moving up. We don't need a model. We don't need a map.
Because of that, it's impossible. Like, such as what part of physics makes?
Yeah, what part of physics?
Because there's certain natural laws that exist in this reality. There's certain demonstrations that we can do.
Oh, certain ones
that substantiate these natural laws.
Right.
That show that this model of a globe is impossible.
Such as what? What demonstration?
This swallow was hilarious.
that we
You want to bring you down each and every demonstration.
Let me see the swallow again.
It's impossible.
Such as what?
Ooh.
What demonstrations that we can?
You want to bring you down each and every demonstration.
No, he asked for one.
Or even just one.
Okay.
Notch, I need my representatives here.
What is going on?
And I like you, Big Tech. I mean, I don't dislike you, but just know that
But I'm not going to let you ask about my beliefs here. We have no map. We have no model. We bowl 8s. We make no money. We have no life. We do nothing. We provide humanity with nothing. Get off my show. Practical demonstrations in physics.
I've done this.
I'm not trying to be a jerk. Yeah, at all.
No, I don't know. I'm not saying you are. I'm not. But my audience knows that like I've done this like for now like thousands.
That's just lying. He's just telling. It's just because the audience is sitting there like, oh, I guess he said it thousands of times. I must have missed those shows. So yeah, I don't expect him to give us. Yeah, he's not going to just give us the reasons every time he's on. No, of course not.
Of hours at this point.
Yeah.
So it's like kind of passe for me.
Oh, it's so passe to give evidence. I mean, it's just passe. That's what the bowlers say next to the PBA bowlers. Like, it's just passe. You know, we don't really talk about anything. We just know you guys suck, and it's impossible to bowl what you guys are bowling on 230s. You're just faking it.
So I'm like, go ahead, Notch. Why?
Yeah, I get it. I'm totally asking you to like come down to level 1, walk me through it.
Yeah, it's a little too little for him. Come
Step
on.
1.
No, well, here's the thing though.
Why?
Here's the thing, and this isn't anything against you.
No.
It's just that it's like so obvious that the only thing keeping people from seeing it is understanding the magnitude of the deception. Most people just can't say.
No, the magnitude of the deception is the problem with it. That's the problem. So that should be evidence that we should recognize as being reasons to not believe this anymore.
And this isn't anything against you. It's just that it's like so obvious that the only thing keeping people from seeing it is understanding the magnitude of the deception. Most people just can't say, oh, how'd so many people lie to me? How's
Right.
it possible for so many people to lie? They can't get by that. Because the reality is the arguments are so simple and it's so obviously impossible that it's
You just can't give a reason.
almost tiresome to make the arguments at this point. Notch, do you want to give it a shot?
I mean, I'll just say a few things. I mean, water doesn't bend, I mean, water is not going to bend around the ball. And all.
Again, I've already shown this 1,000 times. Do we need to show it ever again? I don't think so, but oops, what happened to my other window? This one here, and we put that one in here. Thank you. And then we go to the GeoGebra just to show you. Water does not bend, and it doesn't need to if you live on a Earth like they say. And if I cannot find it, I will. There we go. If you live on this Earth, which is what they tell us, and again, I would have a problem if I thought they were lying to us. If they're not, then we should know that. Home Depot Earth. What is this saying? If you want to save your changes, no. Give me the Home Depot back, please. Thank you. So if we get down in here, we can just know, again, for the 100th time, that I know you can barely see, but water, imagine this is the Marianas Trench. This water lies flat and level. Your evidence of the flat Earth is globe evidence. Find something else. And yet they'll just keep repeating this because it's true. So they can just keep saying it and pretending like it tells us the Earth is flat. No, there would be a lot of other things that need to happen before the Earth is flat.
All these numbers that they gave us, they don't work out. How big the Earth is, right? They tell you that the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, and it works out as 8 inches per mile squared in terms of curvature. And so, I don't know how tall you are. Let's just imagine that you're 6 foot tall. If you're sitting at the edge of the beach, right, and you look out, you should see the horizon at 3 miles, but we see the horizon much further than that. I mean, there's so many.
Again, it's very simple. Once you realize that this atmosphere works as a lens, which means you're going to see further and you're going to see around geometrical restrictions. Meaning, if you're just talking about the Earth with no atmosphere and the Earth, it goes this far, maybe, but that's not us. We have to look through atmosphere. Things are magnified. And again, they will deny that now because I said it. And this is the problem with flat Earth. Anything that goes against it, they deny. They actually are in my comments saying, so what, Jaron believes in refraction now? But then you go watch that funeral they had the other day, and everybody was getting on there talking about refraction's the reason for the stars going the wrong way. Refraction is what causes the sun to go. So they can use refraction and 180 degrees of it, but don't you dare try and say we're going to lift this up a little bit because that's what the atmosphere does, and we've measured and shown refraction.
Things to talk about in terms of what causes, us crazy people to think that the globe cannot possibly exist. And for me, I would like people to come to the very basic point of what commonality we do have, even though, some of us are upward vector and some of us are like, just flat earthers, your typical stationary flat earthers, but we have more in common with each other than we actually have differences. So we need to find a way to work with each other, because at the end of the day,
these guys saying we got to find a way to work with each other.
This is an important message from the CDC.
Oh, here we go.
You have been.
Hello. Press the wrong button.
What we agree on is the fact that the globe cannot possibly exist. So I don't know what you want to respond to all that, but like we didn't get here.
I think that the reason I was in that camp is because I thought the South was a lie. And if the South was a lie, there's no reason for that other than the globe is not true. And then you look at it and you say, oh, the North works exactly like the globe. But if the South is a lie, then the only reason they would lie about it is because it doesn't round up to a ball at the bottom. It actually expands out. The Earth is flat, blah, 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 blah. Once you find out that that cannot be the case, it's over. It's over.
Willy-nilly,
All right, listen, I even took notes. What I heard, you said water doesn't bend. Maybe we could go to that one. And then the second one is the one I mentioned, which is like see too far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see further than you should. And when I say you can see further than you should is that like they gave you a model. So there is a kind of a they use like scaling and refraction as to explain how everything is, but like we can see hundreds of miles. Infrared cameras and shit like that pick up like islands that are. There's like a airplane that's flying that was like thousands of miles away from like Baja, that picked up like the coastline of Baja.
So he just said thousands. Remember, we were just listening earlier, and he was arguing with Brenda, saying it was 800, 700, and now Notch just said thousands.
And that was like several thousand miles away from that.
Several thousand miles away.
Uh-oh, retard alert!
Oh my goodness, they're just liars.
Pussy!
Wow.
That airplane that was probably 6 miles up in the air. So there's a lot. There's a lot,
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't mind that we leave that one aside, because from my inquiry into this, it's split. So it basically breaks down like this: like some people just don't buy it that light bends, refraction. So some people say that light is bent by it tends toward the denser medium, right? So that causes the atmosphere causes light to sort of like curve over the curve. So that allows us to see further than you would expect, because light doesn't always travel in straight lines. And then, people on your side just go like, no. And so we could just bicker about it all day, whether or not we agree that light can bend. But I say that for that reason, I would say that we would just leave that one aside, right? Because refraction explains it for me, doesn't explain it for you. So I think if we leave that one out, if you're okay with that, I feel like that one doesn't go anywhere, because some people think light bends, some people think it doesn't.
So you think the light travels like along the
not that far, Notch. Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. You just said thousands of miles, which doesn't take place. You lied. What are you seeing? A couple hundred miles too far? So draw on your little. You just did a sign of 6,250 miles. You just did a quarter of the globe. Nobody's saying the light does that.
Right.
Curve.
Things have to be proven, though, Big Tech. So, if the claim is that light bends and can bring up an obstructed object that is out of line of sight due to a geographic obstruction, if people claim that light can bring that into view, it has to be proven.
Oh, man, it has to be proven. I wonder if anybody's got any proof of that. You never know, right? It'd be very difficult to find if anybody's ever proven that. Somebody just has to just take a globe and maybe show that you can easily see, if I can find that image here somewhere. Where is it? I have it coming up here in a second, I believe. I think. Where is it? Here we go. Let me show you this.
I'm showing you that level bubble. Level, right? Level bubble. See that little blue spot at the horizon, that is a thumbtack that is on the back side of this ball right here. Okay? So there's a thumbtack just around the curve. We have this lens that is from Rob Skiba, right? You can even see the thumbtack a little bit right there, right? See it? When you take it off,
Uh-oh.
it goes away.
Uh-oh.
Put it back, you can see it. Come back here to my level camera.
And it's just a
Turn
little
this bad
bit.
boy back on. Boom.
It's looming. Something from behind the curve is being seen a little higher because of a magnifying glass, which is exactly what the atmosphere is. The atmosphere is going to work as a lens. Do we need to go show you Rob Skiba saying the atmosphere acts as a lens? He has a whole video on it. Look it up.
Right now, we know that things distort in the distance. We know that when we look into...
Now, the thing is, when something like this happens, right? So what I did is just disproved what he said. In a normal world, this guy would come on a show next time and say, remember when I told you last week that we don't have any evidence of things being brought up behind curves? We actually do. Do you understand what that would do, though? He would get immediately chastised by the flat earthers and would get called names to the point where he had to change that opinion. So we're at a point now, after 10 years, that every one of the players knows that. So they don't even tempt it. Do you understand that you are going to be miserable in 5 years?
The horizon, there's things like miraging. We know that there's things like refraction and lensing.
Now there is refraction. Okay.
But to make the claim that things can be taken from behind some type of obstruction, physical obstruction, into one's vision with perfect clarity, and they could be done so consistently, repeatedly, and again, of course, there's atmospheric conditions that need to be taken into consideration, and that along the way, we can basically keep it in our vision.
Give me a second.
Really kind of debunks this idea that refraction can bring things that are obscured by physical objects into our view. It would have to be on a globe where you'd have a geographic horizon. Now, based on the purported circumference that they give us of this globe of roughly 26,000 miles, give or take, you can kind of do some simple algebra and simple geometry and come up with obviously what the supposed curve would be. Now, you can claim refraction brings things into view, but the burden would be to prove that, because if we're saying you just see the thing in its line of sight and you're claiming refraction, I believe the burden would be on the person that's making the claim that opposes our senses.
Well, all right, here's my answer to that. 2 parts. One, I can demonstrate that atmospheric refraction can bring things into view behind an obstructed horizon. I can demonstrate that on a small scale. In fact, I linked in this chat that we're in a video of a guy demonstrating it in his backyard using a curved
propane kind of got back to where we started.
And he densified. And then
so what you don't want to do is you don't want to use big tech's example of that, because there's some guy in his backyard that did it with butane and changing the conditions completely versus what we actually have. But a magnifying sheet should allow you to see that it is possible if the atmosphere just works a little bit like a lens, which it does. It magnifies. It also redirects light, which is what a magnifying glass is, right? And that is because of the bending of light, which is called refraction. Okay, it's called refraction. So let me see what else we had for you. Basically, I wanted to show you this because I think this is great. So this here is the solar system scope. I think I talked about it yesterday, but I didn't show you. I want to show you because and again, I was somebody who said, yeah, we're moving 1,000 miles per hour. It doesn't seem to make sense to me until, I started listening to them say, 1 rotation per day. I'm like, of course they want to say that because it looks much slower. And then you kind of get to it and you're like, wait a second. So right now we're looking at a solar system model. Okay. You can see here's the Earth. It's, again, everything's really large. You can make it real size if you want, but we're just not doing that for a second. And you'll notice down here, now you can't see that. Let me move this up. There. Okay, so look at the date and time. We're at 10:46 p.m. on March 7th. Okay, and I'm going to hit this play button. And when I do, it's going to start moving at 4 minutes per second. Okay, for those of you who are struggling with the math there, that is 240 times the real speed of the Earth. Again, what we're watching, the Earth spinning right now, is 240 times the speed of the real movement of the Earth. And it's spinning like that. Now, I'm not sure if I could ever figure out how this thing works and could get it. See, I can't tell if this is real time or not because it's showing me this. I don't know if it's supposed to be real time or not. Is that moving? How would I be able to tell? Let me see if I get in here and see if it's moving. Put my mouse right there. Oops. Right there. Oops. Stay on that edge. There. No. There. So I'll watch that for a second. Can you tell? Is it moving? I can't. I'm going to focus on here if it's not moving. I can't tell, but I think it is. Let's watch this stripe down here. It's right here at this corner right now. It says stripe is right down to that corner. I can't tell. Yeah, it is moving off the corner. Yep. So this is freaking moving at the speed that the Earth spins. Stop saying it's a crazy 1,000 miles per hour. We're all going to fall off. Look at it. That thing has moved past. It was at the corner. Now it's a little bit past it. It says 1923. So if it's in real time, it has to have moved. So pull this back and realize this is how fast the Earth spins. Look at it again. Is it crazy that you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour right now? It's insane. Look how fast we're spinning. Again, size matters. This is not a basketball spinning 1,000 miles per hour. This is not a merry-go-round. This is a gigantic Earth. And again, I don't even need to say that I believe that we're spinning. I don't think it matters. Because it's so slow, because it's relative. If you stand on the sun, it looks like this Earth goes around you. If you stand on the Earth, it looks like the sun goes around you. If you stood on Mars, you could look like the sun's going around you, whatever. So it doesn't matter. We don't feel it. It brings nothing to the plate. It brings nothing. But it does bring the issue with people saying that it's so fast that we'd all fly. Well, what do you mean? Look at this. That is spinning. We just can't see it. It's that slow. Remember, it's got to go 25,000 miles in a day, which is 1,000 miles per hour. However, it's nothing because we're tiny. We're little bitty guys here. How would this going to make us fall off? What do you mean fall off? Fall off where? What are we going to be? You'd be flung off something when you spin a tennis ball and the water goes flying everywhere, and that's really fast, and that makes sense. But this is 1,000 miles per hour in reality from a large Earth. So again, I just think that some of the complaints that people have are not founded upon the right things. And I feel responsible for some of it. Okay? Because I was somebody who said, we're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, flying through space at 66,000 miles per hour. We're going around but then you kind of learn about frames of reference. And then you learn about, oh, okay, well, if this is, there's just a lot to learn. But the easiest thing to learn is that the Earth cannot and will not forever be flat. Which means if you don't get out of this belief now, it will only get harder. There will be nothing that comes up in a month that makes you go, oh, now is a good time to leave, but then wasn't. Nope. Because anything that's brought to the attention of anybody in the flat Earth will just refuse to admit it. They will deny it. They'll call it fake. And what that does is you don't understand. What it's doing is scaring other people. Other people now who might have some evidence that the Earth's a globe. Let's say somebody goes out and does some tests. They do some laser tests, but they don't see the laser. Shoot, we're whatever, 25 miles and we're not seeing that laser? Oh. How about this? Can you see this mirror flash? We're not seeing it? Oh. Do you think that those people are going to come and upload the video showing that they weren't able to complete the test? Do you understand the cult that you're in? This is why everybody gave me such a hard time. What have you heard about me? Well, Jaron, you showed the ISS go in front of the moon. Damn right. Because I went out and filmed it. It was a fact. I didn't hide it. I didn't say, oh, I saw this and it doesn't meet my worldview, so I'm going to hide it. I posted it. When I saw the ISS go in front of the sun and the moon, I posted it. Because it was true. And yet nobody else does that. This is why you don't see other flat earthers doing any... Where's the last flat earther that shows the sun, the ISS going in front of the sun or moon? You can easily do it yourself. You can prove the speed of the ISS yourself. Very simply. You need to start looking for people that are telling you the truth and that are weighing different options. Not dismissing everything from one side and only accepting what's on the other side. Which is what even science people watching me want us to do, or want me to do. Right? They want me to just say, oh, I was wrong about this one thing, so everything that ever has been put on my face is true. And that's not the case. It's just not the case. Now, is probably a lot more true than I thought? Yes, absolutely. Probably that's the case. That's just the way statistics go. Okay? Because when you're vastly wrong about something, like I said, what happens when you are that wrong is that you make bad decisions, bad choices, bad beliefs. Because they're based on bad information. Right? So you have to get the bad information out by listening to echo chambers, by continuing to listen to the same creators. You are not challenging yourself. You have to challenge yourself to get out of those bad spots. Otherwise, what are you doing? You're going to for sure be stuck forever. And you don't want that. You don't want that. It's going to hurt your family. It's going to hurt your friends. It's going to hurt your well-being. It's going to hurt your health. Now, some things you do, can look at things that are said and kind of take them, okay, but I think people are believing too much. Think of Stephen Alonso, the liar. People were using him as evidence. I could show you conversations with people who laughed at me when I told them that there's no way to explain the 24-hour sun in the south, and they laughed at me and said, Stephen Alonso already proved it. Every flat map proves it. Because they believed liars. Now, this person won't even write back to me. I wrote him for 2 or 3 days saying, I'll just read you what I wrote because I think it's worth it. No word from this person since 3 days. So I said the cartoon video is fact. All those South Pole people are looking in the different directions to see the sun. Talking about my little animation that I showed on Facebook. This person says, but don't you see how it's another view of the same thing Stephen Alonso shows in his app? It matches exactly with the individual perspectives like his dome show. I said, do you not realize that they use a flat earth map, then they steal from the globe and place the sun where the globe predicts, and you guys are so lost that you think we predicted it. But you don't even care that you now have 2 suns, one above Australia and one in your personal dome. Why would God place a sun on the back wall south of people in Antarctica when the sun is above Australia? What's the point of the second sun, and how did it move 30,000 feet and keep the same sunspots? It's because Stephen is lying to you. One day you're going to realize the only person that has been honest with you is the one that you were friends with and liked, but you didn't like the truth, so you dropped him. Like a bad habit. Like the rest of my friends. The sun was south of me, and it was the same sun above Australia. It's just Australia is south of me in Antarctica. But you'd rather trust a dirtbag liar selling merchandise that doesn't belong to him, claiming flat earth predicted things when he's a thief. Stephen is a liar, like I said. Everything he says is a made-up fantasy. If you understand the sun, you need nothing else. The earth is mapped out very well. The thing is that the sun must match every place you go, and it does. Sure, we might not have been to some places in the south, but I've been close enough to the pole. And you can tell, based on the sun and the south celestial pole, the way the sun ticks or tracks, I see the horizon as I go back to Punta. The fact that the sun is in the south of Union Glacier, when it's above Australia, it means the flat earth is wrong. It will never be so, because the sun goes to the other directions and sets right to left. All sunsets in the south go right to left. So then I came back and said, hey, Jaron, sorry for using him as my proof. Stephen is a fraud. Sorry about that. And by the way, oh yeah. And then I said, not even a word. Not sorry, Jaron. I guess it's my fault. So, I mean, these people, once I point this out to him, I've been telling him that Stephen Alonso is a liar forever. He goes on a debate with Duffy, admits he's lying about everything. And these people, they can't even say, I'm sorry. They can't even bring themselves to tell me that they were wrong. These are not what human beings are supposed to be. When I get something wrong, I say it. My bad, I was wrong. I apologize to Jake, for God's sakes, because yeah, the guy told me in 2007 or 17 that the sun in the south is setting to the southwest. And I dismissed it. Didn't like the guy, didn't want to hear it, dismissed it. I get it. Okay, but when I made that mistake, and once I realized it, I stood up and said, I made a mistake. I should have listened to you. You were right. These people can't even do that. Because they've used God as the they have all these different excuses, and then to go back on that, it's going to be like, oh man. So I'm looking now at the post as I put that video up, and I said, or they answered me, Stephen Alonso answered this on your Facebook post, but you're choosing to ignore that. And I said, no, you believe liars. Stephen is a liar, a deceiver. And, you choose to associate with a known liar, claiming flat earth predicted the 24-hour sun, which you know is false. He is selling TFE merchandise that is not his to sell because he's a terrible, lying, thieving lowlife. But you trust him because you think he's on your side. I go where the truth is, not to where liars and losers are. Dave Weiss is a liar. Ian is a liar. All the flat earth leaders are lying to you, and I'm trying to help you, but you choose not to listen to me. That's the true facepalm. Then she said again, yeah, Stephen Alonso answered your Facebook post. I said, I haven't seen it yet. That's not ignoring anything. I have a lot of things to keep up on. I will go look, but there is absolutely no explaining this. If he says dome refraction, I will lose my freaking mind. She said, no, Jaron, you are listening to liars. I said, that would mean that you take bullshit, made up nonsense as evidence. And at that point, I realize why talking to you is not worth it. Because anyone can make up words. Or the latest, we can't tell what the ground is looking at the sky. Just words from people who realize the sky proves the ground. It's called evidence, and we don't exclude it because you guys say so. I'm not listening to any liars. In fact, everything I say can be verified without anyone but yourself. And then I said, I give up. I can't find it. I hate Facebook. If you could be so kind as to copy the text for me. And I said, yes, it was a cartoon, but it's taking the real observations of people in the south who are looking at the sun. On a flat earth, they are all looking in different spots, like me in Antarctica looking south, but I digress. Those comments tell me I was in a cult, and so I'm happy I'm out. So then she did forward me the message from Stephen. This is what he wrote. After I posted that video that I showed yesterday of the sun, everybody looking in a different direction, you put on a globe, it works perfect. This is what he said. This was already done with the Firmament Tracker's Flat Earth app, except we did it in real time, not pre-made renders. Nothing new. What you showed us is proof of the flat Earth. Multiple observers is something the globe model cannot do in real time. That's why you need to rely on animations rendered ahead of time. And then you get so furious because you're like, this is just a straight up lie. Nothing about my video proved the flat Earth that showed the flat Earth is untenable. So I said, oh my goodness, you really do believe liars. This guy is a blatant deceiver, and you're so blind you can't see it. The fact that everyone looks in different positions proves the flat Earth? Wow. That's insane that somebody I thought was smart is so easily duped. This is why I have to keep going, because you all will fall for liars. This is far from the truth, and yet you facepalm me. You can't even explain what he means. He's just lying. Goodness, you have no discernment. This person responded to me, he's not lying. You're believing lies. Said, he is lying. What are you talking about? And again, I have said nothing that needs you to think I am believing lies. What lies do I believe? I'm so beside myself that people like this can lie to your face and you back them. You deserve better. She comes back and says, you believe all the deceptive evidence that tells you live on a globe. I said, then you don't watch my show. That's fine. Just believe lies about me rather than the info I present. I'm not believing anything deceptive. You can't find one thing that I've said that is me believing deception. She said, this whole thread is you believing deception. I said, I'm asking you, what deception? She responded, the cartoon video for starters. I said, can you please just watch my show for 15 damn minutes? The cartoon video is fact. All those South Pole people look in those directions to see the sun. Then we're back at the place I started. But you don't see how it's just another view of the same thing that this Stevens app shows. What is going on in this world? I cannot believe this took place. Can't even believe it anymore. It's sad because you're like, okay, I thought that like the society set up things so that this wouldn't take place. And I'm a part of it. So I realize that I'm knee deep in it. It's just baffling to me because at this point, it's been exposed. It's over. Pack it in. But because of the ability of these liars to lie to gullible people, they're going to keep going. They're going to keep making their money. Dave Weiss is going to throw me under the bus. Conspiracy Music Guru is going to throw me under the bus. All these guys are just going to throw me because they need the community to make money. So that's the most important. So if you are a flat earth believer, you are a mark. You are being deceived. The earth is a ball. It is a sphere. You can prove it for yourself. Get out there and go look at the sun. Go take an angle measurement. Don't listen to Nathan Oakley, who wants to pretend that you can't measure angles from a curved surface, even though, again, what's different between my front yard if it's curved or if it's flat? Nothing. Same thing. Nothing would change. Identical. So can I take an angle to the Polaris from the front of my house? The answer is yes. So therefore, all that Nathan's been talking about for 3 years is false, but you believe it. You believe it and you're cocky and you go around screaming that shit and it's wrong. It's wrong. It's disgusting. Okay, you can take an angle. When you do, mine is 37 here. If I get in my car and I draw a line on the map 69 miles north, staying on a longitude line, at the end of that 69 miles, if I get out and take the angle to Polaris again, it will be reduced by 1, or increased, in this case, I'm going towards it, by 1 degree. Do it again just to test it. Go again north and see what happens. You can do it on the globe if you need to. Let me show you. We got the globe here. And we can just take anywhere. Let's say we're in Australia. And we're going to go grab our little thing here. We've got, what is this? Okay. So we want to get down here. We just want to go, you'll see this is 31 south, 32 south, 33, right? So let's say we start at this 33 spot. We get in our car. We go up a longitude line, to this spot here. Do you see the miles up here? Okay, it didn't go exact. It says 67. So we can actually get in there and see where did Jaron miss. Oh, he didn't go far enough? Because we know it's 69. Boom. Okay, 68.85. Now, if I then save that, and I go again, let's drive another 69 miles, see what the change is. To go, and by the way, your degrees that we're talking about are, let me get out of here, there we go. Whoops, is that 32 even? Yeah. These degrees that you are the angle to Polaris. You can't tell the shape of the ground by the lights in the sky, except for that's how we map the Earth. Imagine that. We go here. Oops. Sorry, I don't see the real numbers. Is that it right there? Oh, I can't real number. It must be there. Okay. So again, 69 miles. So it looks like it's 69 miles every degree. How many degrees are in the Earth if it's a sphere? Could it be 360? What do you think 360 times 69 miles is? Any guesses? it's the circumference of the Earth because the Earth's a sphere. How the hell else would that work? Now, you might say, but Jaron, we just did 2 places in Australia. So call anybody and tell them to do that. And then we would know on our own, without anybody helping us, these numbers, they might look like, oh, man put those there. You can prove that. You yourself can go prove that from right here, the angle to the south celestial pole is 30.75 degrees. I don't know how this is not going to get through. I don't understand how to get it through to people. Yeah, any better. Now be careful. Don't go trying to do things that you didn't hear me say. I didn't say go east or west. Why? East to west lines are different. Okay, north south is great circles, meaning that they all go to the North Pole and to the other side. Okay, so each line that goes up passes through the North or South Pole and goes to the other side, creating a great circle, which is 24,901 miles. You cannot take a latitude line and do the same because this distance here is not going to be, because see, that's 236, is going to be different than this, which is going to be 203, which is going to be different than this, which is 176, and so on and so forth. It gets smaller. That's what they measured in the south. That's what Toon did and Critical Think. And again, how crazy is it that if you go to 80 degrees south at Union Glacier, if we get down here and we do 1 line of longitude, I keep losing where Union Glacier is. Okay. And here's where I don't remember. Anyway, if we go to 80 degrees, or we'll go to 79, it's fine. And you see these are degrees of longitude, right? They're getting smaller as they go this way. So if we take a 1 degree change, which will go from, can you just give me even numbers, please? Even numbers. Even. Okay, so that's 82. 82 to 82.75 is 0.5. Okay, so 80 point, right here. So we're going to go this line here, which is 1 degree to here, right? And you'll notice it's 13 miles. Okay? 13 miles, and we are, so remember that, 13 miles for 1 degree of longitude, and we are from the shore about 432 miles. Okay? So if we take the idea of a flat Earth, and we say, oh, okay, well, we said it was 13 miles to just go, and we were inside of Antarctica about 450 miles. So I don't know what that is as far as, the circumference here, I believe, is 60,000. So let's say it's 65,000 there. So if it's 65,000, what happened to my calculator? Can I have it back, please? Thank you. So we can just take 65,000. That's the distance around the flat Earth. It's about 60,000 miles at the shore. We went in a little bit, so let's say it was 65,000. Now let's divide that by 360 to figure out what the lines between longitude are. We just found out, we just measured, and it's 13. So let's find out what this is. 180. So do you think that they're able to pull off a deception to where this distance, 1 degree, is supposed to be 13 miles, but it's actually 180? Do you not understand what would happen? How quickly that would be exposed? Not just there, but here and here and here, right? Think about somewhere down south here at Punta. Okay, we can actually figure that out on a flat map, how far that is. I'd say that's, so it's 12.5 to the South Pole. So it's 62.50 to the equator, and a little bit more than that. So 62.50, it's about a radius of, say, so this would be 62.50, maybe half that, a little less. So 62.50, about 3, let's go 3. So 9,200 miles, let's just say. So if we take, and again, that could be off by 1,000 one way or the other, doesn't matter, because you'll see the point. So it's 9,200 miles, I'm sorry, which would be the diameter. Correct, yes. And then we're going to go 2 pi r, which is basically times 6.28, right? Is that correct? I believe so. Whoops. No. My bad. 9,200 times 6.31 6.28. That can't be right, is it? I guess it is. I'm not very good at my circle math. Let me just go check something real quick. Circle calculator. Is it 2 pi r? I believe so. 2 times pi r times radius, right? Circle calculator. So what did we say? We had 9,200 as the radius. And please be right, just so I can feel good about my life. 57. Yay, I win. All right, so we got that right. So 57,000 miles is the circumference of this spot here on a flat Earth. So again, we can just take that calculator again, do oops, that's Stream Deck. That's not what I want to do. So we're doing, so what did I say, 57,805 or something, 57,800 divided by 360 equals 160. Let's get down here. Let's check here. So if we go to the bottom of South America here, and we do one line, we just found out it's 160 on a flat Earth. But here we've got 69.25, 70.25. Here to here. Okay? 39, 40 miles. So if you're a flat earther, you have to believe that this distance right here is actually 120 miles, even though the globe says it's 39, sorry. Think of how off that is. Flat earthers, all of you. If you want to bet me, we go down and we measure exactly this. We'll fly to Punta Arenas. We can even fly down here. We can even fly here if it's cheaper. We'll go to South America. We will measure one line of longitude, and we'll see if it matches exactly what the globe says, or if it's vastly bigger, which would be evidence of your flat Earth. And then whoever's wrong pays for the other guy's trip. We both put up our own money. We go down there. We look. We measure. And then you give me my money and you go home sad. Or you keep it like Arctic Reflections because he's a dirtbag. So, there is no question. It is what it is. It is truth. It is fact that the Earth is a sphere, conforms to a sphere, answers all questions as a sphere, predicts as a sphere. The flat Earth has made 0 predictions of any kind. One more time and then we're done. Is this. Here's your outlook, and I have predicted this with 100% accuracy. Try me. Check this in 2050, and you tell me if Flat Earth provided nothing to humanity and hurt humanity, if it caused people to lose friends and family, if people who were Flat Earthers made less money except for Dave Weiss, if you believed more lies, if you trusted liars, if you died with this belief, and if you continue to reject evidence. For those of you that are Christian, just know that when you call me globetard, globe cuck, oh, you're stupid, you believe you're on a spinning ball, it is now evidence to me that that is the fact. You are spitting in the face of the very God you think you're protecting. We have been lied to, but not about this. In fact, it would be impossible. You can't make observations match something that it's not. You can't say, let's move these guys and make them think they live on a sphere, and we'll magically make the sun conform to that exact shape. No, you won't. No, you won't. You can't lie about that. Because we would just go observe. Same thing with what we just talked about. We'll go measure those distances. You can't lie about it. Somebody would go down there and measure it and say, time out, we got a problem. This distance is supposed to be 30 miles, 40 miles, and we just measured it, and it's 120. I'm pretty sure people in their cars would get a little bit confused. Road signs would be off. Everything would be all fucked up. And not just a little, drastically. You just talked about a line of longitude changing from 120 miles to 40. That means it's 3 times bigger at Punta Arenas than it is on the globe. Does that seem correct to you? Not me. Doesn't seem correct for 1 second anymore. And I'm embarrassed that I used to believe it. because it's all based on a faulty belief in the South being a lie. And if it's not a lie, then what? What does that tell you? It tells you that everything you based off of that are wrong. So the greatest lie that you actually has ever been told in all of history is the lie that we tell ourselves. Okay? Those are the lies that hold you back. Those are the lies that will sabotage your way of life and sabotage the very life that you should be living. Okay? Those lies that creep up when you're like criticizing yourself, or when you're doubting your abilities, or you're making excuses for yourself. I think a lot of this has to do with people in the flat earth were probably very frustrated with the system. They don't like the fact of where they've ended up in life, and so they need to blame somebody. We need to take responsibility for our inability to see the truth and change. Stop making excuses. Stop believing liars. Follow what I've been saying and go try and find where I am lying to you. I'm not. How can you not see that there is one side lying to you and the other side is not? I'm talking about myself being the other side. But okay, we need to be able to see the truth, because when you lie to yourself, you can't believe anymore. You can't have faith in yourself anymore. You need to be able to fight back. I told you to fight back. You need to think new thoughts, not the same bad ones. You need to have answers rather than accepting we'll never know. Challenge the lie. Force these people to prove it to you. They can't. Become self-aware of where our deficiencies are and put forth steps to improve them. I can guarantee you you're capable of much, much more than believing liars. Think about what we say. We laugh and laugh at the mainstream, at science believers, at people who have education. Why? Because we say you just believe what you're told. But guess what? They're told a hell of a lot more truth than you are. So if you had a choice, hey, believe these 10 things and 7 of them are true and 3 of them are lies, or believe nothing and know nothing and have nothing, I would choose now to learn the 7 things and let myself and my own abilities to observe and to think and conclude, I'll use that to come to the conclusion of what is real and what isn't. Not simply the fancies of Z and Nachiketa. They're retarded. Dave Weiss will throw you under the bus as a friend for 10 years when you realize, oh shit, this guy always told me he'd pay me for helping him out with the app. Didn't ever pay me for that. How many times I let him on my channel to push the app? It was in my description for him because I think I'm doing a nice thing, and he comes to find out, oh, now it's not even protected and people's data's out there. Does Dave care? No. Do I? Yeah, that's what I've been caring about. So I don't belong here. I don't belong in that group. And I don't care if the Globers don't accept me. Don't care. I certainly will not be part of whatever you guys got going. Whatever you're doing on Facebook, you are disgusting. The things you've said to Patricia, the things you've said about Patricia, the things you've said to Robbie and about him and about Paul on the plane, unfriending him or doing whatever you're doing. Hey, to each their own. But I'm here to tell you that one day you're going to realize that we were the ones telling the truth. The only other choice for you is to die before you realize that. Those are your options. That's it. Turn around to the truth and ignore liars, or die believing lies. And I think that's sad. I think that's sad. I would much rather die either not knowing or at least having some direction of the truth rather than to believe in something that has completely and totally been falsified. We have some stuff coming up this week. Obviously, tomorrow I'm at an event. I'll be at an event in LA. And then tomorrow night, I'm going to try and film the rocket launch from down there. Depends on how the night goes and if I'm even out of the venue by then. But there is a launch tomorrow. Let's make sure. Just want to make sure that that is true still. Discard. Later, flat earth net. So anyway, if I didn't finish explaining this, oh wait, what happened? Oh man, I don't know how long that's been on the screen for. I think I was showing you things and you didn't see them. Anyway, just showing this again. The sun. This is the reason you see this is that is the Tropic of Capricorn. Over here, the sun goes that way because that's the way the Tropic of Capricorn goes because we live on a ball. There is no Australia here. There is no Africa here. They are over here. And the sun goes that direction, right? Goes right to left. Again, in the north, it goes this way if you've ever looked at a sunset. And in the south, it goes this way for everybody. Every sunset. South, north. Does that look like it works here, considering the sun goes the same direction for everybody? Now, again, many people are going to try and turn this around and say, Jaren's confused because, yeah, if you look this way, the sun's going left to right. But if you look this way, then it's going to left to, or, it's going this way. They're just going to try and flip you around and say it's because of the angle you're looking at. Nothing about the angle you're looking at is going to cause this. Everywhere on here, the sun goes like this. Should set that way. Which is why the flat earth ever took off, is because people in the north are a majority, 95% of people live in the north. Okay? So if 95% of the people live in the north, then that's why it's very easy to understand the flat earth. You're like, oh yeah, well the sun, okay, I see the sun set. When I see it set, it goes this way. Right, left to right, and that's the way, okay, it makes sense. The earth, okay, I'm here, and I watch the sun every day do that. Oh, by the way, somebody asked about a dual pole map. Cause it's just I heard that, and I wanted to. One thing I forgot about that is if you take the dual pole map. Shoot, I don't know if I'll be able to. Let me go here. I'm gonna try and redraw this real quick. I just have to show you something so you see why it doesn't match observations. Because people will try and tell you it does. Okay, so we're just gonna change this map. Come on, can't grab that. So the dual pole map, it has the North Pole here. Oops, I don't know what I did there. Okay, so if we take this and just move it a little bit over here, don't pay attention to the circles right now. We're just gonna be doing the dual pole, and then you've got, imagine a second pole. Okay, so you have a South Pole here. Okay. Go with the blue. Okay, so you got the South Pole there, and you got the North Pole here. Now, because you have to know where things, pink, there you go. North Pole here. Okay, so because you have these north and south, you have to put the continents correctly. So if you've got, this would work, North Pole, North America, South America, like that. But then you have to take Australia and move it over here, and you got to take Africa and everything and move it over here. Okay, so it kind of becomes a problem because you're like, well, wait. We know the order of the sun. Now, what they say is like, oh, it's an infinity symbol. Again, it's just completely wrong. You're not even going to be able to ever do it. They're saying the sun goes like this for the northern summer, and then somehow it goes like this during the southern summer. But that's a problem because, pay attention here, the sun sets the correct direction for us in the north, but then in the south, it goes this way. I never see the sun set this way, which is what I would see. I never see the sun set to my south. Neither does Russia see the sun rise from their west. Russia has the sun rise from the east. But these guys are so desperate, they won't tell you that. They'll just say, oh, the dual pole model solves it. Oh, does it? Okay, good. I'll tell everybody else. They won't show it to you because it does not work in reality. Nobody will ever show you another map. Nobody will ever show you another flat map. It's impossible. We cannot be lied to about the shape of the earth, except for some who choose to believe liars. How funny is it that everybody who's a flat earther got into it because they think they're being lied to about the shape of the earth, and now they're being lied to about the shape of the earth? Where's Alanis Morissette? Enrique, isn't it ironic? We're doing great right now. I don't know if you're even allowed to fire Mexicans. I don't know if that's how it works or not. I don't think you're allowed to. So he's just going to be here forever, just doing shitty work, I guess. Has nothing to do with his, I'm just saying he's Mexican, but it has nothing to do. He's a great worker, very strong worker. I picked him up at Home Depot to do sound, which was not smart. I get that. It's my fault, Enrique. You're all right. All right. I think that we've got the rocket launch tomorrow, which is at no. Yeah, but I want to tell people if you're in California, you can do it as well. Let me find it here and see, and we will find it quickly. Enrique. Oh my goodness, that's way off. You're way off. It's too late. It's too late for that. Okay, we're getting rid of this. We are going with the spinning earth. Let's go to, again, I always type in Vandenberg launch. If you want to be part of the group on Telegram, it's t.me/Vandenberg launch, I believe. And you don't need to really go there if you're not somebody filming. It's just meant for us to kind of coordinate filming. Let's see if the launch, don't change the launch schedule again. All right, it says we're go for launch tomorrow at 7:10 p.m. That's a good time. That might be when you see that, jellyfish looking thing, because the light from the earth lights it up. And then, they moved Sundays. God bless it. Where did they move the Sunday one to? Wow, okay. I thought that I had to come back quick on Sunday because I thought I had to be back for the launch, and this just sucks because I still want to film one from here. I don't want to film it from where I'm going to be in LA. It's going to be close. I mean, I'll still film it just for fun, but doesn't show us anything. All right, anyway, Saturday, 7:10 p.m. That's tomorrow. I don't know how I'll be able to even to post that from down there. I don't think I'll be able to. I don't have to think about it, but probably have to come back. And then I thought we were doing one Sunday. It got moved to Tuesday. But I don't trust any of these anymore. They always list them and then they just don't happen or something. So we'll just wait on that. Oh, that was the other thing. I mean, Dave Weiss did a video that's just nonsense. I mean, the guy is just out of his mind. He's like falling for the new banjo trick, which is like make it look like a real news story. Right? So, big setback for Elon Musk's SpaceX now. Now, what's his name? Got great video of this. Astronomy Live, I saw it. So, watch this here. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Watch this. What was what? Dave? What was we going to see? Can anybody tell me what that is? Could it have anything to do with the fact that the rocket is moving away from the Earth at a high speed, and there's a video footage being played in real time down to Earth, and could that be a compression effect? What could it be? What is Dave saying? This is on a green screen? It's dumber than Antarctica. What does he claim? What is the claim that is then? Is it CGI? Because that wouldn't happen in CGI. What is Dave's claim here, besides being a retard? Oh, it happened again. Green screen. He then claims this can't be from the rocket. It's got to be these planes that fly by in the most crappiest 120p video I've ever seen. Just another fake fireworks show. And yet, if you go to Astronomy Live, by doing one little search, rather than believing these people, this is his... He caught this. This is the craft blowing up, and he says fake fireworks show.
There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Oh, I got it. I got it.
The thing blew up. It's now
She was behind
twisting,
quite a bit from where I predicted, but I've got
shedding things from it.
Main camera and finder cam and refractor. She is tumbling and spewing fuel. It's like a whirlpool galaxy. Like a spiral galaxy.
Look at all the pieces. Look at the debris.
One main section remains in frame.
Dave Weiss just told you it's just a fireworks show.
I see orange and sort of
You can actually see it hit the atmosphere.
what might be some of the methane.
Watch, when it stops doing that spinning, it's going to hit. Now look at the atmosphere going back.
Yes.
No, not yet. It will in a second.
Incredible. Absolutely.
There. Now it's hitting and shedding backwards rather than spinning and just throwing things everywhere.
Unbelievable. Holy cow. I'm on full joystick.
Look at the
tracking,
pieces.
and she's looking good. Telescope. Not so much Starship. She's burning up. Oh, I think she's burning up in the atmosphere. I'm seeing reentry, what looks like reentry heating made. It's definitely pushing back the gases now. She's no longer in a vacuum. It's like a reentering capsule. She's burning up. Yeah, holy cow! SpaceX has no video. It's all you. It is all me. You're the only one.
So SpaceX cut their feed and doesn't even show this, but Astronomy Live caught it by filming the launch.
T plus 11 minutes, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds. T plus 11 minutes, 8 seconds. T plus 11 minutes, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're in the trees. And we're behind the roof line. That is it. That is all I can get. There it is. There it is. There it is.
Pretty incredible. Oops.
Oh, I got it.
Look at this.
I got it.
That is not a fireworks show.
She was behind quite a bit from where I predicted, but I've got her in frame, main camera and finder cam and refractor. She is tumbling and spewing fuel. It's like a whirlpool galaxy. Like a spiral galaxy filled with debris.
Look at that.
One main section remains in frame. I see orange and sort of what
It's
might
like plasma.
be, some of the methane burning, I guess. And then there's white, probably LOX, I guess. Incredible. Absolutely incredible view.
So what do you think's cooler? What he just showed, or Dave Weiss telling you that it's a fireworks show? For what reason is Dave Weiss telling you that? Why would he tell you that? Edward Hendry, got to do some research on him. Not sure about that. Man, that looks like him. And by the way, there is a video. I did see a video. I believe if you type in Edward Hendry, somebody years ago, I think it was Migmag, if I remember right. Maybe not. Edward Hendry. I thought there was a video by that guy Migmag somewhere that showed the same thing. He came to the same conclusion, but I don't know. Oh wait, can't find any YouTube information at all on the FBI guy. Edward Hendry Migmag. Let's see if I still see that video. There we go. So you see here it says, you can't read it, not bad. Okay. This video says, government agent Edward Hendry pushing the Jew BS conspiracy. So according to them, this is the same guy. Again, I cannot verify that. I cannot really find any information connecting them. What does this say? If you Google Edward Hendry DEA, an FBI bulletin from 2003 comes up. There's a piece called When an Informant's Tip Gives Officers Probable Cause to Arrest Drug Traffickers by Special Agent Edward Hendry. JD, there's a picture of him that looks like the same person. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. It could be wrong. Could be believing liars, right? But that's why I said, don't believe me on that. I'm unsure of that. It's just a questionable thing. This guy who's been writing about me being a liar, and it seems like he is very involved in this conspiracy pushing. And it just is weird that there's another guy by the same name, government agent, that nobody can find any pictures of recently. He must have disappeared to do something. I wonder what. I did want to listen to one thing here. This is hilarious. Just listen. They take speak pipes in this podcast. This is way old. This is like 2017, but I thought one of the speak pipes was great.
The things that we believe. I've turned many students into flat earthers, along with many of my.
It's just.
She's probably about.
Awesome. Let's get everybody on the line.
K from space, from the ISS. I know there's been a lot of discussion about the ISS and some speculation behind that, but they're doing some fun like zero gravity things, and they're going to show some live feed from where they are up there, but it's all in 4K. Just wondering if you guys have seen that before. Of course, producer and director of the show is NASA. That's what it's. It's my second speak pipe.
Yeah, you can't move this. Can't move this thing down. You can't get it in the right spot. Right there. Come on.
A theory of knowledge class.
Shoot.
And this allows me to delve into why we believe the things that we believe. I've turned many students into flat earthers, along with many of my colleagues.
Sorry, I'll open it over here. It's easier for me.
That's suspicious. So, do you? The whole mass theory, and the guys.
Okay, it's just funny. Watch this one.
All right, here we go.
Hilarious, right?
There's another one. We got a few more to knock out, and then we'll get Edward on the line.
Here we go. Speak pipe.
Yeah, you know what? You're all a bunch of That's all I got to say to you guys. Posting bullshit on Facebook, and you block me from your page from questioning your views, so you guys can all go fuck yourselves. I've never seen such a group of faggots in my life. How about you try, I don't know, letting other people with actual opinions talk to you guys instead of just saying, oh, the earth is flat, the earth is flat. Yeah, because none of your proof makes any sense, especially the one about flying through space at so many thousand miles or millions miles per hour. You forgot to add, you know, the whole mass theory and gravity theory. I can't even begin to say how stupid you guys are. Either you guys are the biggest trolls of all time and you guys are getting me right now, or you're just so stupid that it's so hilarious.
All right, thank you for that speak pipe.
Yeah, thank
proof
you.
Proof that we don't pre-listen to these.
Thank you for that. That was wonderful and
charming message.
Yeah,
from T. Martin.
Good. Now look at this. I'm just looking back over here. You notice that there's a video here called "The Sun Sets in Antarctica." So you see what happens? I went down there and filmed that it does not. And what do I get for that? I get put in thumbnails, made fun of, talk shit about, lied about, lose your friends. If you're happy about being involved in that bullshit, good luck. Banjo is absolutely 100% retarded.
Uh-oh, retard alert.
Enrique, you're hired again. You come back. Maybe just not so many beers next time. You might be quicker. Thank you. But Edward Hendry here, I wanted you to hear.
Actually, there's a video of McToon walking, and what happens is this sun disappears, just like you show.
Yeah, behind a pole. Hey, Banjo, why don't you get out of your fucking house and go take a picture of the sun behind a pole and watch how it disappears because the sun is small. Why don't you try that instead of just running your retard mouth?
Anthony Powell's video. This sun
the power video
disappears behind a pole, something like that. You know?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Argentina or something.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
So, you know, a lot of inconsistencies and glitches.
That's not a glitch. That's not an inconsistency. Go outside.
And the fact that they never provided any data, raw data, just as you mentioned.
They've done experiments. The channel is the final experiment. Go watch the final experiments.
The telemetry data.
Oh, yeah, we had a lot of telemetry data when we went down to Antarctica. That makes a lot of sense.
Nothing was provided.
Yeah, telemetry would have helped. I mean, you would have believed that. Everybody would have believed it. If we would have brought that, you're right. Nobody would have made any accusations, Eddie. Everybody would just admit that the Earth's a sphere if it was for the telemetry. You fucking liar.
Oh, yeah. Timestamps were erased. Many things.
Oh, timestamped, yeah.
Oh, when they tried to prove they were where they said they were, I think it was it McToon or no, it was who's the other guy? The other.
Is that the Candace Owens filmmaking? Oh, McKeegan. Very disappointed. Some people travel some footage from us. You know, that's their main goal. It's to hide the God. They can bring any God. They, you know,
shut up
from his nature. You know,
right.
We're gonna take a short break. I'm gonna play a song.
Oh wait, let me go back.
And they had a round table there.
I only see my screen.
Oh. So this is a great video. So shout out to Kevin Bobbick.
Air, the warm, moist air is condensing.
Listen to this.
Dry.
Listen to this.
Couldn't see their breath because.
I mean, this is
right here.
What I can't stand is when somebody has been explained to them the truth, shown how it's the truth, and these guys double down. Listen to what he says about breath. And let's just search here real quick. If we go here and we go, can I see my breath if it is dry? Out or whatever, right? No, you cannot see your breath if it is dry, because seeing your breath is a result of water vapor in your breath condensing into tiny droplets when it hits the cold air. So if your breath is dry, it lacks the necessary moisture. Okay, so I'm looking more for if the air is dry. Can I see my breath if air is dry? Let's try that instead. Okay. Okay. No, you generally cannot see your breath if the air is dry, because seeing your breath relies on moisture in your breath condensing into tiny water droplets when it hits the colder air, and dry air has a less capacity to hold moisture, making condensation less likely. If you didn't notice, none of us who were there, did you see any lens warmers, which all photographers have to use in any cold weather? Why didn't any of us have a lens warmer on our cameras? It's because there's no moisture there. So you don't have to worry about your camera lens fogging up. That's not what it does. There's no moisture to do so. Now, what is this guy going to say in all his truth and glory? And he's so smart, and we're all so stupid. And this guy figured out that we faked it all because he's got all the answers, right? Let's listen.
He says, yes, I did vape. You know, a lot of contradictions. So This is a great video. So shout out to Kevin Bobbick. I'm going to send you the link and paste it also on the chat right now. Okay. So let me remove this. But it's a great video. I watched it 2 times.
Oh, you watched it twice.
Great video. These guys were caught, and they are just trying to, like, they just had...
We were caught doing what?
I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me.
Round table, I guess. They're trying to savage this whole thing, but it's not going to stick anymore.
Well, you know what's hilarious? Regarding the vaping,
yes.
And they talked about how they couldn't see their breath because it's so dry there.
Right.
Well, what they don't get is, yes, in cold weather, the air is dry. That's why you can see your breath.
Oh, that's why I see my breath, is because the air is dry. Thank you, sir. Thank you for correcting all of our understandings. You know, you wrote a book saying whatever you said, some bullshit about the flat earth. Great.
In fact, the drier the air, the more breath you will see. Because what you're actually seeing is the condensation of the moisture from your lungs. The warm air, the warm, moist air is condensing in the dry air. That's why you see your breath. And so when they kept
just
coming out
literal
and saying, well, you can't
retardation.
see your breath because it's so dry here. Well, if it's dry, you would be able.
Here's the thing. This is the problem. Now, everybody who heard that video believes that, rather than believe what people have found to be the truth over thousands of years. They're going to believe Edward the Bitch Hendry and his nonsense claims of fakery and his retarded friend Banjo, who knows that the earth is flat because he one time loaded a plane. He also flew, proving the AMAP true, from Florida to Atlanta. The guy is a genius. He loaded baggage. He grabbed bags, looked at the tag on them, and put them in the bottom of airplanes. Have you done that? Then you shut up. He knows the shape of the earth. He loaded airplane bags. You did not.
Able to see your breath. And by the way, not all the time in cold weather are you able to see your breath. So I don't make a big deal about that.
You just did. You just lied. You just lied. You did make a big deal about it. You lied about it. If you don't know, keep your lying mouth shut.
Try so hard and actually go to the extent of vaping to fake breath makes me wonder why. Why were they? Where were they? I mean, that they thought that they had to do that.
Not they, Union Glacier we were, and it's been already shown that he didn't vape to fake his breath. His breath was there. He was vaping and happened to walk in front of the camera. He'd already blown it out, and then he blew it out again, and it was surprised him. So he said, oh, how about that? Rather than say, oh, I just was vaping, which my wife doesn't want me to do. It's not that big of a deal.
That's a red flag, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
It is a
good,
big red flag.
It's huge.
And you know, a lot of other things that
lots of
they faked. You know,
right?
like,
We faked it so much.
The inconsistencies on what they're speaking. Actually, there's a
Let me just
video
say,
of
you have to give Banjo credit where credit's due. He has the #1 pronunciation of the word compass. Okay, it's compass. Compass. It's your compass. Try it. Compass. It's fun to say. You'll like him. You'll be your best friend.
McToon walking, and what happens is the sun disappears, just like you show Anthony Powell's video.
That's. What do you think? You think if you've seen it on McToon's video and then you see it on Anthony Powell's video, do you think you might think to yourself, I wonder if that happens in real life? You know what I've got? I've got a phone here that is a camera, and outside my house is a sun, and I bet I can get a pole somewhere, the street pole. It says my street name on it. I can go stand behind it and take a photo and see what happens if I get the sun behind the pole and see if it disappears. And if it does, I shut my damn retarded mouth. Can you try that? Can you try that, please? Jesus. Banjo, you need to go to a home where they allow people who have things like you know, if you don't remember, Banjo said that what I was going to see when I went down to Antarctica was they were going to use a snowblower. I repeat. They were going to use a snowblower to pull the fake sun around the horizon and fool me and Austin. That's what he said. So maybe that's what happened. I mean, maybe Satan drove the snowmobile with Duffy acting as the Satan son. Satan drove the snowmobile. Banjo loaded the baggage into the snowmobile. That seems accurate. I can't be sure. I can't be positive. I wasn't there. But it could be what happened. All right, and we're still waiting for the video from this Joker. I will definitely address it because he thinks it's his magnum opus, and he said it would be released soon, but he must be changing something. I wonder if you're changing the fact that you didn't debunk what you thought you did. You got to go fix it now. Could be true. Of course, just throw me under the bus. Be the next one who does. I don't care. Don't care at all. Seeing if I got anything else. Guys, don't you know that Edward Hendry's right? This guy from the FBI is correct. Okay, that you don't actually blow out your air. It doesn't come, if it's dry, then you actually see more breath. That makes sense. I mean, there's like there's no humidity there, Hendry. Humidity holds heat. This is why it is a frozen desert. When you have no humidity there, the sunlight that comes in doesn't get held by the atmosphere, doesn't warm up the ground. Plus, you've got a reflective white surface, which reflects the sun away, causing it to never get below 32 degrees, causing it to be forever a icy snowland. Heaven forbid I said snow there. Then people will say, where's the snowball fights? Why didn't you build a snowman? My bad. There's no snow there. Doesn't snow there. Okay? It's called frozen ice. Now, if you drive a car over it or some sort of Zamboni thing and it crushes the ice, that will become what looks like snow. So I'm not saying there's no snow there, meaning on the ground where the cars drove over and created piles of ice, finely chopped, could be considered snow. This is not difficult things, except for people like King Nico and Dustin, Nemos, and the entire Retard 7, or whatever you want to start calling Flatzoid's team. Can you imagine? Flatzoid has spent 3 months every day talking about, communicating about, looking at the fake Antarctic experiment that was 100% legit. 3 months. That's 90 days. Maybe he took a couple of days off. Let's say 80 days of a bunch of guys getting together, circle jerking, and pontificating, and I don't know what you want to call it. Gay positioning, gay frolicking with Grandpa Sov.
Who does that? Who has time?
I have the question too. I have the same question. Who has time? If you want to check out Edward Hendry's newsletter here, you can find out all of his fakery stuff. Go through that and you have to enjoy that. You probably will find out how fake we all were. They're on to us. I got to tell Duffy that he needs to get back in the Satan suit real quick and go back to Antarctica and do his tour again, do the circles. Because it's almost out of time. Oh, it's too late. It's March. Shit. Gotta wait all the way till next year. And then we'll film next year for the following year. That's what we do. Film it a year ahead of time. Nobody knows. It's the way we do it. You guys will. Then we just hide out for a couple of days. Even though I went live every day from down, it's weird. We have a deal with YouTube that we submit the videos, they make it go live the next year. It's very intricate. You don't understand. You don't want to be in the world that we're in. It's very difficult to do everything a year ahead of time and not get confused by that. So, Edward Hendry, piece of work. If somebody can figure, if we can tie him to that FBI agent, that is huge. That's why I say it cannot be him. It just can't be. I would be shocked if an FBI informant or FBI person lawyer also then disappeared from the FBI and became a flat earth pusher, a directed energy pusher, a Lahaina was destroyed by a directed energy weapon pusher, by a Duffy's failure, continuity errors in the final experiment prove it was a fraud. So I love this when people does this guy realize that now I have to look at everything else that he's done and realize it's wrong. These guys are actually ruining my conspiracy mind. Misdirection in Antarctica. No, this is me showing you the GPS tracker. Dumb fuck. No misdirection. Clowns caught faking the final experiment. Nope, real as fuck. You can't research. The final experiment is not so final. It is final and it is real. The medical establishment admits vaccines contain poisons. Shit, now I got to question that. Robert A. Kennedy is not going to take vaccines off the market. NASA caught using harnesses. Pediatricians have a final incentive to vaccinate children. Deep State caught setting up exercise cover for the rig to rig the election. So now I have to doubt every single one of your dumb posts. Look at this. Unbelievable. Oh my goodness. Okay. Deep breath. Sorry, this is involved in my speech tomorrow. Just didn't know that it went as far as you think it did. Now, by the way, if you haven't seen, Red's rhetoric is actually arguing that this is not a big deal. It's just a TV show, and they don't have the same strict rules that everybody else has, so they're allowed artistic license to fake it. It's artistic license. It's not a big deal. It's just PBS. It's just in all schools. It's just part of the learning curriculum. It's not a big deal that they're lying to children, and then they wonder why there's conspiracy theorists who believe that science is lying to them, when this is a scientific program lying to them. And you've got people who back science who are so backing of science that they say, no, that's not bad. It's okay. It's okay that we fake things for... What are you talking about? I mean, just crap all over the place. But now, all that Dustin Nemos has done, all the work that... I've never even seen King Bitch Talk even do anything, so I can't even say him. But everybody else who I might have at one time thought, oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. And this started with RV Truth. RV Truth used to say people were agents and 100% guaranteed and this and that. And I believed him. And then when I found out he was lying, I realized, oh my God, everything else that he said now is back on the chopping block, or now it's back into play. So there isn't one. Let me change that. I've seen very few truthers who tell the truth, who stick to the truth. It's very rare. I can think of 3 or 4, and that's it. And then everybody else is just garbage. Garbage, and they will continue to be garbage because there's nobody stopping them. They get to tell lies, and you guys listen. Somebody can say anything that they want about me, you will listen. These guys have all this nonsense story that they tell, and then I got to have people come at me and say all this shit, and they heard it from these guys. It's like, I don't care what they say. Do you understand? Those are just some boys crying about me. Oh, but Jaron does this with girls, and he does this with girls, and he does this. Where is the victim? There is none. It's just little boys crying. Little boys crying. That's all it is.
Shut up, baby Dick.
That's all it is. All right. So we've got that. We did that. We did that. We're good there. We did that. We already did that. Stupid flatoid. We did that, and we did. There, it's like way left. Oh goodness! All right, let's get super chats, and we will get out of here. Sorry, I talked for a long time today. I'm kind of went way too. Oh my God, it's 8:30. Jesus, I got a few things to do before I leave early tomorrow. Let me check the super chats. Hello, everybody in the chat. Hopefully, everybody's doing well. Hopefully, everybody has gotten off the flat Earth. Have you decided to forego it yet? Is there anybody escaping? Who do you think? We should do a bet. We should do a pool. Who's going to be the next flat earther to step away from flat Earth? I'm not sure there will be one. Does anybody want to make a prediction for the next, I want to say big, but just known flat earther that actually has the big old cojones to see what happened to me and Patty and Paul and Austin? I'm talking about Melodome, Nick Havoc. Is there somebody like that that's going to be able to say, you know what, I believe something that's wrong and I need to step away from it? Or have they all dug their feet in and become backers of Dave Weiss and his tracking app? You tell me. Let's look at the, we're going to end the poll. The poll question was, where will Flat Earth be in 2030? That's 5 years from now. We've got forgotten trash, 28%. Smaller than today and still fringe, 38%. Bigger and stronger, 21%. And the new majority belief, 13%. We can actually reverse this into how many people on the Earth are retarded. 13% are retarded. 21% semi-retarded. 38% kind of smart. 28% smart. We just figured that out just on our own. You see that? End poll. All right, let me check this. Anybody? Patricia Steer will be the next one to leave Flat Earth. Thank you very much. She has already left. Has Joe Hanvey proved his superfluid yet? It's coming. He's right around. It's almost there. He's waiting for another salad bowl. Wits it has to, says Wilmar. I would love that to be the case, but I don't have much hope. See if anybody. Any first want to tell me where I can go to see the dome? Up. I'll tell you up, I think, is where they say this. Anybody got any picks? Patricia Steer is wrong. Pollinator, less whiskey. See the moon in the sky. Da, 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 da. Wait a second. Richard Price is seeing the moon in the sky during daytime. I can't understand how many people haven't. That is completely explained in the globe model. I hope you're not saying that's flat earth proof. There's nobody. Nobody's even guessing. How about Karen B? I don't think so. I thought so, maybe, but not anymore. Doesn't look like anybody's got any picks. Hanby? I don't think so. Eddie Bravo? That would be weird. I don't see that happening either. Lisbeth is still a flat earther. I think I'm supposed to talk to her this evening. You don't get to see the magical sky dome tantrums. It is invisible to the human eye because of dome refraction. Thought you knew that. Yeah, she's on Strange World, which is, again, that's just a brilliant move. I mean, to pick her up, because once you're on a show now, and you don't want to leave that. It doesn't look like anybody's got any picks. Wow. Everybody says Eddie Bravo. No other picks. Yeah, I can't see anybody. Once those guys all went on that show, on the funeral show, that was it. They dug their feet in. Neil deGrasse Tyson will be the next one to turn Glober. I believe he pretty much believes that already. But all right, I don't see anybody asking. Okay, let me look at the super chats. Fan funding, yes. All right, we got Scoondrel. Thank you very much. I hate your name, by the way. Upside Down Guy was so much better, or even the one before that was. Oh boy. What was your name before that? I can't remember. For at Mel Low. Oh, JD, thank you very much. JD63, $5, very nice of you. Dave's Waffle House. I always see you everywhere, man. You're all over the place. Thank you very much. $2 or £2, whatever that is. Gibletto says, any plans to revisit Cool Hard Logic? I know he personally. Wait. Yes, I do want to revisit that. Did you say that yesterday, or am I just having a deja vu? All right. Awesome, you accept you were wrong and move forward. If only MAGA would accept they were wrong. Fat chance on that one. It's the same thing. Duffy said Stephen Alonso was just an imposter. I think he's straight up stealing money. That's quite obvious. When somebody says, here, buy my book, I'm a pilot, and because I'm a pilot, I found flat earth, and then people buy your book, you are a liar, you are an imposter, you are stealing money. I know you have issues with Mars rovers, but I'm curious to know if you've seen the picture of sunset on Mars. Are you open to the possibility of it being legit and not CGI? Sure, I'm always open to every possibility, but I think they would have to prove that to me rather than me just believe that. There was a guy, his name was Brooks Agnew. He was on my show when I was at a podcast on TFR, and he said that he himself looks at videos as they come down from the Mars rover, and he says he looks at the stars and he checks out things, and I said, oh, can I come by? Can you, wherever you're at, I'll go there to see that. And he said no. Okay, so this is the problem. Maybe I can do that in this new position. Maybe what I can do is kind of bridge that gap between, like, why don't they just show that? Show us the guys who drive the rover around. Show us how that works, because a lot of us look at it and we think that's weird, that it takes 20 minutes for information to get there and 20 minutes back. How are you driving a remote control car? You have to pre-program it. What if it gets stuck? There's never any issues. These things run for years and years. You can't run a damn car without getting it repaired, without getting it fixed and worked on for much. But this thing just, whatever happens, it just goes for years and years. And then what they do, let me just explain NASA, is they ask for budget for 5 years. So they give it to them. Here's $5 billion to build your rover. Great, we build it, we send it out. Now, at the end of 5 years, they say, hey, guess what? Our rover still works. It's still sitting there on the Mars. We just need another $1 billion. And then Congress is like, all right, we'll give you another $1 billion. Then they're like, yeah, guess what? It's still working. So we just need another $1 billion because we need to do it for another year. All right, we'll give you. And then they also do that when they are short money on projects. So the James Webb Space Telescope would get any company shut down. It was originally planned to be about $1.5 billion. It ended up being 11. Do you understand that's a 10-fold price increase? Okay, it was supposed to be done in 2005. It launched in 2023. Okay, those would send any business into shambles. But what the NASA has learned to do is they go to Congress and say, hey, we need this $5 billion. We're going to build this and we're going to ship it on this date. Great, do it. So then at the end of the 5 years, they say, oh shit, we didn't finish and we need another $5 billion to get it out in 3 more years. Or you could just cancel it and then that $5 billion you already gave us goes to waste. What do you think Congress says? Like, fuck, here's your $5 billion. Get it done in 3 years. At the end of those 3 years, Congress, we missed the mark again because of shortages, and so we need another $3 billion. Or else you could just take a loss on the $10 billion you've already given us. It's up to you. What do you think Congress does? Here's your $3 billion. Get the thing in the sky. 3 more years go by. Congress, we made a mistake. We actually dropped it. Whatever it is, it's just more and more money coming out of your pockets and my pockets for no reason. As much as I believe in the sphere Earth now, I also believe that we should not be doing anything with stars. They're so far away, you're wasting time. You're wasting money. You're not going to learn something about the stars that are going to change anything here on Earth. To get to the nearest star, going 100,000 miles per hour, which is faster than any human being's ever gone, ever, it would take 28,000 years to get there. It's retarded. It's retarded. I don't see people with telescopes looking inside of volcanoes from the top of why not? Because it's pointless. You're not going to go live in there. So we don't look inside the volcanoes with a telescope. We don't, let's see what we can see deep down inside there and see what. We don't do that. But we look at, stars and see what we know what the gases are that's coming off these things 25 trillion miles away. Okay. I think that's a waste of money. Did you know? Just I'm talking to a science audience now, and I wonder if they know this. This is what NASA does with our money. They hire scientists, engineers to come work for NASA. Great. That's our money. They hire them. They start working. They create patents. They invent things. Great. What does NASA do with those things? They auction them to the highest bidder, who is always a company, who then takes this technology or takes the patent, keeps it to themselves, and then charges us more money. And you guys want to back them. NASA costs us money. Because those companies, now that have the patent, can charge us whatever they want. They're the only ones with that technology. But we paid for it. So in a real world where you really cared about people, as soon as that happened, you would just release it as open source. Let everybody use it. Let everybody, what happens when you have competition is that lowers prices. It drives ingenuity. When you hoard things and keep them to yourself as a company, you are not you're creating problems. You're charging people more money than they should be paying for things. NASA should not be selling patents to the highest bidder, since we are the ones who paid for the research and the development of the patent. It's retarded. But that's what they do. And they continue really to, again, in my opinion, I think that they just kick the can back and forth on purpose. They've been telling people they would go to the moon since 1970. And I mean people. Pan Am was selling tickets to the moon in 1970. And all they do since Carter, basically since Kennedy, is each president, watch my documentary, NASA Going Nowhere since 1958, it's meant to show you that every president that steps into office, they changed the administrator, and they changed the focus. It's on purpose so that we've gone Mars, Moon, Mars, Moon, Mars, Moon, Mars, Moon. And guess which one of those has happened? None. None. They haven't gone anywhere. Now, supposedly they're going to the moon, but that got canceled, or we don't know what's going on with that. What happened with Dear Moon? I made a bet with somebody for $500 because I knew Dear Moon was not going anywhere. They were not taking people around the moon. And then the guy cried and complained after he accepted the bet and said, oh, but I just looked into it, and you're probably right. They're not going to happen in 2023. I said, well, you should look into things before you take the bet. So then, because I'm a nice guy, I gave him all of 2024. So I'll give you all that year too, because it will not happen. And then what happened in June of 2024? They canceled it. So the guy's walking, he backed out of it. And then this guy still hasn't paid me. Arctic Reflections, you are a dirtbag. One of the highest orders. People in this country who don't pay bets lose legs. Just telling you the fact. That's how it works, at least in my family back east, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. You don't get away with things like that. Now here, you live in some fucking country nobody knows about, and you I don't know, are buying drones for the Ukrainians, or I don't know what you're doing. But you have a job, and you made a bet, you accepted a bet, you had 2 years to save money. You don't get to just get on your channel and be like, oh, what happens if I don't pay him? What's he going to do? Call you a dirtbag every single day and remind people that there's McToon has a saying where he says, no flat earth challenges are real. However, I think I heard recently that guy Steve paid off 2 Globers. So therefore, his challenge was real. He paid it out. And it's the Globers who don't pay up on bets that they lose. What do you know? What do you know? Arctic Reflections, you are a no-good bitch.
You fucking bitch!
Period. All right. So we got the launch tomorrow evening. I'm not telling anybody what I'm doing tomorrow. I'll tell you after, just because you know how crazy people are. They will try and show up. We've got Sunday. Oh, I thought there was going to be a launch on Sunday. Damn it. I'll be back on Sunday, and we'll do it all again next week. We've got Wolfie coming on Wednesday, either with or without Nathan Thompson. We did not send him the money, so I think it's off. But if Nathan Thompson, if you're out there and you're still interested in the debate, they will still honor their original thing, which is they will give me $50 to give to you before the debate, as in now. If you accept the debate now, we'll send you $50, and then you get the $150 at the end of the debate, as long as you don't act like an ass and not answer questions and act aloof and be like, you know, that kind of thing. If you're there to debate and I get it, they don't want to pay you $200 for you to show up and do that. That's a waste of everybody's time and money. So if you're going to ask for people for $200 to debate, you have to be somebody willing to debate. Nobody's ever asked, at least as far as I've been a moderator, nobody's asked for money to debate. You're the only one. So if you're going to do that, then you have to be the top of the debaters. You don't get to act like a child when everybody else didn't do that for free. If you're going to charge $200, be an adult about it. Take the $50, show up, answer questions, debate, and then take the $150 and go home and have a nice day. It's that easy. Or be a pussy. Either one. All right, and I think that's it for next week that I can think of. Yes, I believe that's it. All right. We are heading out of here. Let's see what song we're going to... Probably the Jeranism song, because I haven't done an outro yet. I got to do that soon. Or we could listen to the Zelda theme on the way out of here. No, I don't do that. No, I mean, I lied. We're on Super Chats. What am I doing? I'm trying to get the hell out of here because my wife's texting me. She wants some of that... sorry. We've got... Awesome. Okay, we read that one. Duffy said yes. I know you still have issues with Mars. Okay, read that one. Do you think that you'll ever look back on Flat Earth years and think, the good old days? No, I don't. No, I don't. I already look back at it as a frustrating time. Yeah, it's already frustrating. Just because it's really, I got to the bottom of it. I feel like I did get to the truth, but it took much longer than it should have. So, you'd like to think, like Coriolis came on the show yesterday on Speaker's Corner, and he was saying that he's not even 35 yet, and he's like, and you didn't know about Flat Earth 2, you're 35. I was like, yeah, come to think of it, you're like way ahead of me, right? So I would have liked to known the truth 10 years ago and then get to play these 10 years over again, rather than not be able to do that, right? So, but I also learned a long time ago that you can't regret the past. It does no good. It just make a change today for the future. and you can't really cry over spilled milk. And a lot of good things came of things that, like my son, Maverick, right? So if there was anything different in the way things went down, then you probably would have a different child. That's, I think, people would all agree with that. If I wasn't flat Earth, we would have not got pregnant at the time that we did, and so it would be a different child altogether. So it's just, you kind of have to be happy with the way things worked out anyway. But I don't think I'll look back and be like the good old years now, or the good old days. Is Home Depot a sponsor yet? No, but they haven't called me, and I still have not received any shill check yet, and I thought I was told that it would be here. It actually gets delivered by whoever you want. Did you know that? I don't know if you knew that. But whoever you want to deliver it, delivers it. So I went with Jessica Alba, and I don't know, maybe she's like busy this week or something. So maybe next week she'll come by. But looking forward to that. Paul on the plane. Welcome to the Jeranism Club. Everybody welcome Paul. Has any flat earthers tried a laser gyro on a plane to see if the plane dips down? Nope. But again, no plane dips down. That would reduce altitude. Planes fly above the plane, and they don't nose down, or else they will go down. So unless they're landing, then they go down. But this is why the whole idea of bringing a level on a plane makes no sense. Daryl Marble did that. Everybody talked about it. It's like, no, that makes no sense. The plane is flying above the plane. It will always show level, just like the Home Depots will. One more time. Understand this, flat earthers. Home Depot. Maybe I'll find the Home Depot song. We'll listen to that on the way out there. The Home Depot, if you had a spherical earth and you built one Home Depot and it had in it no curvature at all, we pretty much figured that out. It takes, 660 feet, which would be 2 Home Depots to have an 1/8 inch. You're never even going to be able to measure that. So let's say you build 2 Home Depots with an 1/8 inch of curve. Nobody notices. They just build them. Those levels show level. Do that for the entire spherical earth. You will come back to where you started and nothing changed. Every 2 Home Depots, all the way around, you have an 1/8 inch of curve. You would never notice it. Water, if you flooded those Home Depots, would then be a foot deep all the way around the Home Depots, causing it to be a sphere, having it curve. But where you are in each Home Depot, there is no curve. The water lies flat and level. That's why we use water as a spirit level. Because water finds its level. Now you guys want to say, but over there it doesn't find its level. Yeah, over there it is level. And over there. And over there. And over there. It's level everywhere, but it's a sphere. This isn't that difficult. It's not that hard. Okay. And we what was it? It was in the middle of, I was going to look for that song, but Home Depot Earth. Anyway, thank you for gifting 1 membership, Ken P. Appreciate that. We've got, I have another prediction. Oh, Jaron will become the king of flat earth bashing and make more money than anything of the other spheres. Yeah, I don't think so, Life Matrix. Where's that money coming from? Don't think that's the case. I went from, I don't even know if there's 80 now. There might be 77. I went from 140 VIPs to 70 or 77 last time I checked. So people are leaving very quickly and they're not signing up. So that number is not going to go up. This is what I've told people. This is what happens when you go against whatever group. This is why YouTube and TikTok and all that are perpetuating incorrect ideas, false beliefs, because you make more money when you're sensational and when you stick to what your audience wants to hear. So if I was a dirtbag and all I cared about was money, if I was David Weiss, okay, I would just start making TikTok videos and YouTube videos that were the most outrageous in line with what flat earthers already believe. So there's people that we found on the other side of Antarctica. Find videos of that and put a fake voice in there that says, people today were found on the other side of Antarctica because we were lied to about, and they would go viral. And the people believe them. That's the scary part. I think of myself, again, now I look at it, I'm like, okay, I'm probably on the dumber side of society. But I think of myself at least smart enough when I watch a video like that to know right away, oh, this is fake. Oh, that's fake. But I realize that, again, in a room of 100 people, think of that middle person's intelligence and think, would that person believe that? And you're like, oh, they might. Now think of the 50 people below them. That's trouble. You cannot reward people for lying, and that's all that we do. Every Facebook video, every TikTok video is a freaking lie. I just want to show you something real quick. We're just going to go to TikTok, and I'm just going to search something so you can see what I'm talking about. If we go to TikTok and we just search Antarctica, okay? That's it. We're just searching Antarctica. Imagine you're a child. You're at home. Like, I want to go search Antarctica. Okay? We're going Antarctica. Okay, so we're going Antarctica. What do we do? Top. Oops. I don't want to do that right now. Videos? What's going on? I don't know my login from here. You can't watch without logging in? What's going on? Use QR code, use phone emails, continue on Facebook. I don't even know if that works. Don't have an account. Let me try continue with Facebook. I think they're tied together. Maybe not. Yes, that's me. TikTok is requesting access. Continue. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go. Let me in. Hello? Just want to show you what kind of trouble we're in. What's going on here? Continue sharing. Okay, that doesn't work. It's not working at all. All right. Well, continue with Google. Try that one. Yes, that's the account's fine. Yes, that's fine. Okay, we think we probably logged in, but it went back to the same screen. Oh boy, I don't want to put on my birthday and bullshit. I lied about my year. Because screw them. What are they going to do? Come at me, Google. Come at me. Oh, do the puzzle piece. Okay. All this bullshit. Your birthday won't be shown publicly. Well, I hope not. I have to make a username. Come on, what's going on? What is it? How about that? Thank you. All right. Let's go. Oh, wait, it says skip. You can skip username. Weird. Okay. We are going to look now. All right. So now I wonder if it'll be the same, in considering that we're going to be searching for this, and it's not going to be under an account that I've looked through before. But let's see. We're just going to search Antarctica. Oh, you can't see. Go over there. Come on. There. All right. So you've got, like, what is this? Massive ancient structure. See what I'm talking about? This is like people that are going to believe this. And the problem is you don't even know what to believe anymore. Like, what is this? So the problem is dumb people are going to believe that these things are real. And they're just AI generated nonsense. And people are going to buy it because it makes them money. It gives them views.
Someone actually got pictures from inside Antarctica. It's like we're looking at some kind of underground tunnel.
If you can't tell that we are in deep trouble, look at this stuff. So when I'm sitting here trying to tell people about the 24-hour sun, people believe this shit. Oh, the pyramids. Oh, there you got the leader there. You know who would believe this stuff and repost it? Dave Weiss, in an instant. In an instant. Up. There's a secret cave in Antarctica. You just go down there and you actually go into the netherworld where there's elephants the size of horses and horses the size of whales that swim. It's crazy.
Are they trying to hide the fact that the Earth could be hollow?
No. That was easy. And look at it, like this helps too, this comment. Beyond the Antarctic ice wall are 178 more lands. Asgard land, Eden land, Atlantis land, Lemuria land, and more. Okay? Did you not know that? We live in a closed system under a firmament. The powers that be have lied to us about everything. Book of Enoch has the knowledge of land beyond. So to the humans behind the ice wall, we are a prisoner in a laboratory. This will become the thing if we don't stop it. Look at this stuff. It's more than half.
So you find it hard to believe that there are no photos of beyond the ice wall.
I mean, where is the real stuff? Where's the real stuff? Fake AI bullshit. Look at this. All crap. That's trouble. This guy, I mean, come on.
I still haven't convinced you that Antarctica isn't a continent, but an ice wall that surrounds our level, flat realm.
You are
Stick
retarded.
around. We're going to get into it a little more. And hey, That's a funny name for an island.
Yep, it's real
Let's
funny.
start by looking at this little known fact. Do you know that Antarctica is the highest continent on Earth? The average elevation is 8,200.
What are you looking at, Google? Because that's funny. Look up on Google what the shape of the Earth is. Or are you just you pick and choose which Google things you want to read? Okay, sorry. I thought you were looking for some truth. I thought if you're going to call this truth, then the Google telling you what the shape of the Earth is would be truth.
feet.
Maybe I'm wrong.
That's pretty interesting. Not only is it the highest, but it's the highest by a landslide by over 1,000 feet. Now, why would that be? Could it be that you're living on something like this?
No.
Where water lays level like it always does, and it's...
No, because the sun doesn't work here. You cannot explain the sun. It goes the wrong direction. It sets the wrong way. End of story. It's over. Forget it. Move on. This guy thinks that Donald Trump is Elvis. I'm not kidding, by the way, if you think I was kidding about that.
Surrounded by a container known as Antarctica? You need to ask yourself, have you been programmed to believe something?
Have you been programmed to believe something? Is this what living on a ball would look like that is 25,000 miles in circumference? The answer is no. You lie to people.
That isn't true, because we always see that water lays level. It never looks like this, no matter how far you can see straight out or left or right.
Unless you get up in the sky and look down from a hot air balloon or something, or a helium balloon. What do you mean?
It was always level. And did you know in 1946, the United States government sent a fleet of Navy ships down to the Antarctic ice wall?
But the United States government told you that? Because did they also tell you that the Earth's a sphere? Which one are you going to choose? Just the one that the one that fits your beliefs. I get it. I get how this works now.
Continent in a little operation called Operation High Jump. That's a curious name.
No, it's not curious name. It's got a ice wall that's high up. Let's get it. High jump.
Continent.
It is. It's called an ice shelf. There's tons of them. It's like 80% of the shoreline of Antarctica is an ice shelf.
Is the way for Operation High Jump.
Yeah, they just repeated the name of it. Wow. Thanks for pointing that out.
An expedition of 1946-47. Admiral Byrd was officer in charge of the project.
By the way, TikTok people, I don't care to see your ugly fucking mugs. Move it. We don't want to see you looking at us when you're looking. If we want us to see the video, get out the fucking way.
The rest of the Argosy pushed on, right up to the ice barrier of the Ross Sea. Up to the ice barrier of...
To the ice barrier, that's what they called it back then. Look it up. It's called the Great Barrier. Find out about James Clark Ross and him saying about the ice barrier and that we saw it, the foreboding, the ever dangerous, and then we hopped up on it. We're like, oh, that's it. We're on the top. And then they got over it. It's not an ice wall. There's land behind it.
The ice barrier of the Ross Sea shelf.
You see, they say that operation was about potentially seeking out and destroying a German base down there. But what I believe it was is exploration past the ice wall and seeing what was beyond, because we didn't know at that point. And what I think happened is they found the firmament.
And I'm sure that not one of the people there spoke up. Not one. Nobody came back and said, you know what we found? We found a dome when we were out there. We found other lands out there. They went down there, they got their asses kicked, and they came back real quickly. That's what happened.
Found the barrier keeping us all here in this realm. Because the stories that came back after Operation High Jump were highly suspicious.
Yeah, stories are bullshit, yes. So what?
We talked about seeing alien crafts and things like that, even to the point where Admiral Byrd put out a statement saying that he was worried that attacks in the future could be coming from the air, not the sea. You see, I don't think this Operation High Jump was about anything but testing the
Jesus,
where Antarctica isn't a continent, but an ice wall that surrounds you.
Except for that's been
If
debunked.
you like this content or things like it, and you're interested in some gear, check out my store, fittestflatearther.com.
Fittest flat earther, not fittest in the brain, he certainly is. Look at this. I mean, these are the people that are the same. I mean, it is so dumb. I found Gigi. Do you know somebody messaged me and said, you're done, Jaren. We found Rob Skiba. Your gig is up. We're coming after you. That's what they said. Okay. Ariana Grande had her memory erased. Yeah, this stuff's real good quality. And look at the views he gets. 225,000 views. I haven't gotten 225,000 views in 8 years on a video. This guy gets it for fucking lying. You did not find Gigi. She's dead. You did not find her dad. He's dead. Okay. You are a joke. A very big joke. All these people, yeah, right. I mean, Andy Kaufman is Nicolas Cage. It makes sense. I believe that one. Is Pat Tillman Josh Bridges? You retard. Justin Timberlake is Hugh Jackman. Somebody needs to I don't even believe in censorship, and now I do. Shut this down. What is going on here? It's crazy to me. Hello, John. Oh, you found John Kennedy? Who is he? Tell us. I want to know.
Whoops. I did it again. What's that, you ask? I found another.
No, you did not find anything.
It's a big one.
John F. Kennedy Jr. This is John F. Kennedy Jr.
I can't even watch this shit. It's scary to me. And how this became a thing. And then, I mean, like, I know people that will take advantage of anything they can. And I feel like I'm separate. I feel like I'm so different because I don't. So I'm wondering, like, again, in a room of 100, how many people don't take advantage of people? Very few. Very few. So this is just the people taking advantage of and those taking advantage of them. That's all that's going on around us. And there's no place for someone like me. There's just no place. There is no place for that. Because if I don't play by those rules, you can't compete. If you're not willing to just lie to people's faces for your own personal gain or your own glee or your own money or your own likes and your own dopamine hits. But this, I mean, look at 500,000 views. 500,000 views. Saying Ariana Grande is Brittany Murphy. Get the fuck out of here. Get out.
Hi there, this is Bo. And this is Jerry.
What's that?
And this is Don't Insult My Intelligence. It's the podcast that questions,
What is
challenges,
playing?
and exposes things that just insult our intelligence. And those things will come from anywhere.
Hold on, I don't know what's going on.
Society, music, movies, television.
That's weird. Okay, we're going back. We're sorry. Oh boy, I can get so frustrated. Oh, Bob Joyce is not Elvis. Found MLK. Where? In the graveyard? Where did you find MLK? Laws of physics. What? Is it proven by experimentation in physics?
So I asked Google a question. I said, are the laws of physics independent of scale and size? And my response was, yes, according to our current understanding of the laws of physics, they are considered independent of size and scale, meaning they apply equally to objects of vastly different sizes. Okay, that's what I thought. So that would mean
oh, it's going to be, here we go.
The side of this small ball, you would fall to the ground. And if you walked off the side of this bigger ball, you would fall to the ground. But when you walk around this larger ball, you stick to it, and you can just walk around, and there you are, upside down. And same thing with water. I've got a smaller glass of water, and it conforms to its container and lays level.
Right, like I've shown you.
And then again, a bathtub conforms to its container and lays level.
Size matters. Size matters. And by the sound of your name, you're just another baby dick. I'm the fittest flat earther. But you're mentally challenged. So I would take care of that first and then worry about being fit after that. All right, we are out of here. We got to go. We have had enough. Do I want to listen to Home Depot Earth? Can I find it? I don't even know where it's at. But I feel like I might as well give them a little bit of love. One more time, I'll show you the predictions so you can write these down. Make sure you take notes of what's going to happen in 25, 26, 27, and then 28 through 50. So that you can tell, because I know I will be 100% accurate on that. In order to prove me wrong, you need a flat earther to do something. Provide something to humanity. So, I mean, come on. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. I actually have no idea who makes that video. I don't even know if I'll be able to find it. I'm just going to type in Jeranism Home Depot Earth. I'm sure somebody's got it in search. And we'll just give them a little love because I really don't care what people that are losers say about me. And they just don't get it and they don't realize how dumb they look. Because their audience is dumb and their audience backs them and it's like, oh yeah, that's cool. We believe you. That's not what I wanted to do. Why did I search my own name like that? Stupid idiot. Let's see if there's a Jeranism Home Depot. Let's see. Yes, we got the Home Depot song. Are you ready? All right, guys. Much love to you. I keep forgetting the Super Chats. I'm the biggest loser ever. Super Chats. We got to finish them. Okay, we got it's time for Matrix Earth clues. I like that. It's pretty nice. We've got rational, irrational construct. I'm with David Wolf. Yeah, but that's just basically saying, because he just said the sky acts as a sphere and the ground acts as flat. But that's been shown to be false. The reason the ground acts as flat is because it's so large, as I've shown. So it's not correct just to say the ground's flat. It's not flat, and it can't be flat. I've shown you that. If you can't see, there's no other flat map. Hello, McFly. Hello, McFly. Hello. No other map. So just because somebody says, "Oh, the ground measures flat," okay, it doesn't. And if it did, it still cannot be flat. So, what does that tell you? Probably need to measure something else, or maybe look in the sky. I don't know. I love your growth and willingness to learn. I hope you get a group going with other ex-flat earthers like Rachie, Speak Truth, See Truth, or whatever, Ranty, Patricia Steer. Yes, they are welcome to join the WWF. And we have a lot of fun. Off the top rope, elbows. We got Randy Macho Man Savage is here. I don't know if you ever heard him. He's cool. Actually, Randy Macho Man Savage is Austin Whitsitt. I don't know if you knew that. But I can get 500,000 views if I tell them the truth. Whitsitt. Let me call him. Whitsitt. Are you there? Oh, yeah. Just making sure. Hi, Whitsitt. How's it going? I told people the truth about you. So what are you going to do now? I don't know.
Don't degrade the champion at any time.
Okay, I won't. Sorry. Whitsitt doesn't get very happy when you degrade him. Don't do it. Don't do it. All right, Whitsitt. I'm telling you, though, the sun was south of us in Antarctica, above Australia. I'm just saying. Just putting it out there.
You told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
Okay, Babe Kate. Whatever. All right, let's move on to this next one. We got, who's this? Titus. This is to Speak Online. Thank you. Hey, awesome. Thank you for watching the videos. Hope you enjoyed it. I did really enjoy that. This is to Speak Online. Yeah, if you guys want to check out to Speak Online. This guy did, I don't know, it was about a month ago. But he just basically went through my first video when I got back. I think it was my first or second video when I got back. But it was very interesting. I enjoyed it. Didn't expect to enjoy it. But the way that you put it was nice. You didn't go into this guy's retard zone, which would probably made me turn it off. But no, the way that you worded it, I agree with you. Everything you said, pretty much, except for the end. Besides that, I agree with the rest of it. But no, the end, I mean, you're right. I feel like I do owe people something, and I'm going to try that. At first I was like, I'm just out of here. I'm just going to take off. But I can't leave people to liars. So if the flat earth starts being honest and says, hey, we don't have a model, we don't have a map, we should go into hiding for 2 years and we should come up with a better map, and then we'll come back out when we've got something that can contribute to humanity, I'm all for it. Have fun. Enjoy yourselves in your religion. Stop trying to debate. Stop trying to gaslight people. Stop going into Facebook groups acting like total assholes. Don't do it. It looks ridiculous. You're wrong, first of all. A lot of people are wrong, but most people who are wrong are not complete and total dickheads. Okay, let's finish up. We got, that's the last one, I think. I can never figure out if this is all the way down. Click that. Yes. Thank you for the $10 over there. Appreciate that. And to Obi Awesome. Is that your name? Yeah. All right, we're out of here. We're going to listen to Home Depot Earth just because I've got a problem and I want to do that. I've got issues. That's true.
There is no curvature on Earth.
There we go. This is Home Depot Earth. We're out of here. We'll see you guys soon. Please support the channel if you like it. If you enjoy the content, just send me $3 on Cash App. Would be nice. $, Jeranism on Cash App. And if not, well, thank you for being here. Please share the show. And remember who has the largest arms in the flat earth.
Who's got the largest arms in the world, brother?
Peace.
There is no curvature on Earth. Okay? There is no curvature on Earth. There is no curvature on Earth. Okay? Level is level everywhere on that sphere. Level is level everywhere on that sphere. Okay? Think about a Home Depot. It's not a mile long. Think about a Home Depot. It's not a mile long. Think about a Home Depot. It's not a mile. Think about a Home Depot. It's not a mile long. 25,000 Home Depots. End-to-end 25,000 Home Depots. End-to-end 25,000 Home Depots. Home Depots. End-to-end. There is no curvature on Earth. There is no curvature on Earth. Okay? There is no curvature on Earth. There is no curvature on Earth. Okay? Think about it.
That is not the song I thought. That is annoying as fuck. My goodness, what is wrong with people? Somebody actually took the time to do that. Like, put that together. That's how demented people are. I'd much rather listen to the Jeranism song on the way out here. Or the Jaren song, which again is not about me. Let me start that over.
I know this.
Stop it. I found it in 2014 before I ever did a YouTube video. So it doesn't have to do with me, even though some things kind of sound a little bit like it. And this is for my wife first. Thank you. Just wanted to point that out. All right. The Jaren song. Have fun. Let's find also some shuffle dancing. Just because it's the great thing about shuffle dancing is it's like the two-step but double time. So what you don't realize about that is you can really put it with any decent beat and it should match up as far as the timing. Let's see. You'll notice as I start this, I can put on a good song and watch how the timing works out perfect. Till next time, guys, this is Jeranism. I love you and I love Home Depot. Home Depot, call me. And Jessica Alba. Anytime tomorrow's fine. Thank you.
I know this dude named Jaren and he's looking real fine. And no, I'm not a homo, but I gotta try to make him mine. Cause he holds all of the secrets that the ancients once kept. But the way to Jaren's heart is proving you have once leapt from a volcano or a cliff or an airplane into danger without fear, crying, screaming, waking babies in their mangers. He can smell your fear from 1,000 miles away. And if you try to deceive him, well, today's your last day. You can bet he doesn't want a coward or a liar coming up to him saying, can you be my friend? Maybe you can man it up and lay it down in front of him, show him you're strong enough to go out on a limb. He's got enough ladies lining up around the block to fill 747's loading number on the clock. A lot of men are crying every single day, praying for a Jaren day, but they can't afford the price to pay. All the women want him and all dudes want to be Jaren, but the fact of the matter is, there's only one Jaren. He's got an internet following that forms a giant group. He can translate ancient tablets using alphabet soup, which he rarely even does, though it fetches big money. He doesn't even need it cause he sweats pure honey. His fans send him gifts, make him gifs, jump off cliffs, just for the once-in-a-lifetime honor of seeing Jaren take a sip of his famous oat stew. That's right, he's a stew chef. You may say, what's a stew chef? Well, you've probably never seen a stew chef, cause there's only one stew chef, and it's Jaren cooking it up. He's known for only filling friends and family's cups with his decadent sludge that he boils all night, every night, all night, every night. It's out of sight. He can do a dance that makes everybody pee their beds and make a mess and cause stress. He's on a mission with the Jerry Berry Blitz and the Jerry Berry Twist. He's riling up the world. You can do the Jerry Berry Blitz and the Jerry Berry Twist. You can imitate the best just like the rest. Come on, Jaren, show the world what you got now. He's gonna show you his dance. He's gonna show you his skills, his dancing skills. Check him out, y'all. Jaren's powers grow with every fight, and every fight that he fights, he destroys his opponent and leaves a sticky mess on the ground. He wages war when provoked, and when provoked, he starts to smoke out of his butthole, and that's when you run away or die. Cities topple, buildings fall, mountains melt, and rivers stall when Jaren says so, cause he does what he wants when he wants. Sovereign nations all bow down when Jaren comes around. They know they can't match his skills, yeah, they've all heard this song. He's lived for thousands of years and caused innumerable tears and broken so many hearts, I just don't know where to start. His flow's unbreakable, swagger unshakable, his style's impeccable, and you can't do anything when he competes at Pizza Prize Bowl. Girls want to marry him, but a mate would only slow him down, and besides, you know that he would never ever share his crown. He's left everyone he's met depressed, torn up, and so forlorn. What's scary is you haven't even seen his final form. Yeah. Friday night, the vibe just right. Always honest, sometimes right my plight. Weekend here, the hustle unwind. Kick back, chillax, leave the grind behind. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype, F you to the drain, we're living life. Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow. F you to the stress, F you to the grind, F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype, F you to the drain, we're living life. Honey in my tea, rhythm in my veins. Weekend remedy for weekday strains. Lyrics lace the night, moon spotlight. Unplugged symphony till the daylight. F you to the stress, F you to the grind, F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype, F you to the drain, we're living life. F you to the stress, F you to the grind, F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype, F you to the drain, we're living life. Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow. Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow. Honey in my tea, rhythm in my veins. Weekend remedy for weekday strains. Lyrics lace the night, moon spotlight. Unplugged symphony till the daylight. F you to the stress, F you to the grind, F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype, F you to the drain, we're living life. F you to the stress, F you to the grind, F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype, F you to the drain, we're living life.
Shut up.